Knock, knock, knock. Anybody home? Come out, wherever you are.
What do you know, Vansel? You having a good night, mate?
What would
Mrs. had a good day?
Actually, we did have a good day today. Or part of it anyway. Yes, part was very good. And the rest of it was, well, it was good because it was relaxing, wasn't it? So,
Awesome.
what about
Still
yourself?
going, too.
Mm.
Yeah, pretty relaxing as well, mate. Bloody got a fucking cracker cork thigh yesterday playing hockey,
Oh,
so I'm
really?
resting that today. Oh, I
Was
haven't
that
had a
from
corky for a
the
long time, man.
Was that from the ball or puck or whatever you call it, or from a stick?
No, it was from the knee of another player.
Ooh, ow. And it's supposed to be non-contact. What the fuck?
Oh no, hockey's full contact, man. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. It's just you got it. There's certain ways you can't, like you can't obstruct, but you can fucking tip and shoulder and shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Do you play on just grass, or you play on a good AstroTurf type of field?
No, just grass where I am, mate. Yeah, all these
Yeah.
southern fields are all grass.
Have you had
Yeah.
the pleasure of
Stand at
playing on
Yank
a
joint.
Have you had the pleasure of playing on an AstroTurf field yourself?
Oh shit, yeah, I used to play heaps as a kid all over the
Hmm.
state, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was fucking great time. That's why I've sort of got back into it now, but I don't think I'll be playing this Saturday, feeling the way my leg feels today.
Oh, really? Or
Yeah, it's like,
maybe a few more ribeye steaks, and you'll be ready to go.
yeah, I don't know that they can do that.
Mhm.
They're pretty good, but yeah.
But not that
Oh,
good.
it's
Not that good.
purple. It's purple, mate. Yeah.
Damn.
You never know,
Well,
though. You never know.
it's only it's only, you got a week to go, so you got plenty of time to heal. God, man, I haven't had a corky. Oh no. Well, last time was probably when I played footy in the Herald Shield. Um, yeah, that's going back
Going
long.
back.
Mm. Back in the day, as they say.
Golden
Yeah.
days, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, the Herald Shield was that was a good comp to be involved in, and you got the pleasure to being the precursor to not the reserves, but the precursor to the reserves. So
Yep.
used to have the seniors, the reserves. Well, we used to be the precursor to that, and yeah, had the pleasure of playing at Waverley, Arden Street
Oh, nice. Yeah.
as well. So Waverley was an absolute blast when we got to the granny one year, and we got to play against Assumption College. Got done, but oh man, what a feeling to play in front of a crowd more than just a few cars tooting their horns type of thing. Like,
I bet. Yeah.
even though it was like the precursor and whatnot, stuff was just filling up. Still a hell of a lot of people there. So it was a buzz and a half in itself. Playing.
Oh, you'll see me in the paper this weekend, mate.
Oh,
Goa
really?
beats Yank. Fucking the only goal scored was yours truly. You'll see
Yours truly. Well,
that.
I suppose it's not bragging when you're the best, is it? So.
Nah, nah, nah. It was pouring with rain, mate, in Yankalilla, fucking, and it was
Oh,
just miserable. But we
damn.
got through it. And they were short, right? They were short play. I mean, we were short as well, but they were a bit shorter. And someone there had a contact and rung in two bloody 2 Australian Olympic hockey players. I do
Weren't they?
believe they were under the weather somewhat.
Oh,
But yeah,
really? Straight from the
but
pub or
still,
something, were they?
I think so, mate. Yeah, because they weren't. I mean, they didn't help them win. We won, so.
Man,
Mm.
not a good look if you bring two Olympic champions into your team and you still lose.
No, I mean, I was looking forward to seeing some actual bloody skills, but given that they are so used to playing on AstroTurf, and there we were down at bumpy old Yankalilla, they had more trouble than we did.
Only divots and holes and craters and
Oh,
stuff to deal with.
shit. Oh, and the amount of power they were trying to put into some of their shots and missing the ball because it was like bumping. It's not just rolling perfectly along on a flat plane, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I had a girlfriend back in the day. She was right into hockey, and
Mm.
she was trying out for I can't remember whether it was either the state team or the league that's in the state team where they pick them from, whatever grade that is. But anyway, she'd worked her way up through the junior ranks and all that sort of stuff, and was having a few tryouts and got a couple of practice games and whatnot, and they happened to play on the AstroTurf, and she said herself it was like chalk and cheese. It was like a breeze to have the ball just run and bounce true. You know,
Oh,
apart from the spin that you put on the ball itself, but the way it just runs true and it's so predictable was incredible. She said.
yeah, when I first, it's fucking amazing. Yeah, it is. It's chalk and cheese. The rules are the same, but it's a very different game. The pace of it and everything. Um,
Mhm.
when I first started doing it, they had what was called sand-based AstroTurf, and
Right.
so you'd fall over and it'd be carpet burn, man. You would like lose skin
Ooh,
on your knee and fucking everything. And then they come up with this water-based stuff whereby if you fall over, you just slide and up comes a bit of spray of water. It's fantastic. And
yeah.
the ball basically hydroplanes. It's fucking like a
Right.
pebble man
The
skimming across the
skims,
pond.
the
It's
skims, yeah,
amazing.
pebble skipping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a good game. It's underrated, I reckon. I think it's quite popular in Australia, and I think it could be televised a lot more. It's a fast-paced game. It's one of those games that don't require people to really understand too much of what's going on, like cricket, you know.
No, no,
Um,
not at all.
yeah,
Like I follow it in the Olympic Games and Commonwealth Games, obviously,
yeah, it's
because
good to watch.
we
Yeah,
yeah, because we're that's one of the sports where we're probably guaranteed a medal of some sort. Um, so yeah, it is a interesting game to watch and follow. And like you said, you don't really have to know the rules too much about it. Get the ball, hit it, get it in the goal, happy days. Um, some of the penalties, you go, oh, what was that for? And like, the high stick lift and this and that. It's like, okay, then and they show a replay and it's like a centimetre too high or whatever the case may be. It's like, oh gee, that was a harsh call. I'm pretty sure I saw
yeah,
something. I'm pretty sure I saw something like that just 5 seconds earlier that wasn't given the whistle.
yeah. You just have to assume that you're always wrong though with your interpretation, and that the
Yeah,
umpire got it
yeah,
right.
yeah.
But there's
They
so
say
many
they.
different fucking
Mm. They seem to
interpretations
be
of shit.
a lot harsher on that stick lift when you're inside the goal area, that semicircle. They seem to
It's
be
all just
tighter.
about danger as far as I'm aware. But at the end of the day, yeah, if you if you lift it up, like in the D, it's usually pretty crowded. So if you're gonna get picked up for stick
Mm,
lift, it's probably gonna be in the D, yeah.
mm.
But if there's no one there, fucking lift it up, whack it.
Bang, and away you go as hard as you can. Like,
There
no
used to
wonder
be
bloody.
offside like soccer, but they don't have
Oh,
that
really?
anymore, which
Okay.
is good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. That poor old
used to
goalie, the
catch
way
me out
he's
all the time.
he's bloody well padded up. God, I tell you what, you wouldn't get me in that goal square. not, not at all.
Yes, my only set of stitches was from a goalie many years
Oh,
ago.
really? Yeah.
Yeah, just charging him for a goal, and the goalie's charging out so I can get the ball, and we've collided, and his mask and my face collided, and of course they got the grill, the metal fucking grill,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
so I split my top lip, just split right through, man,
Oh,
like literally in two
oh, oh.
bits. Yeah, and the blood that flowed from that, I'll just never forget. It just streamed from my face. It's
Yeah.
just like, what the fuck? Like, oh wow, so much blood from your face. Messy as.
I had a girlfriend's brother who was right into ice hockey. Oh God, bloody, 120 years ago. Anyway, when they sort of started to televise the ice hockey here, um,
Yep.
and they had that puck tracer where they tried to have that line on the ice so you could see where the puck was. But anyway, that would
Oh
come.
yeah, because you can't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see bloody anything at all, can you? But anyway, just before the game started, everyone's there warming up, and I noticed the goalie right, is there warming up, and he's got all his pads on, he's got his helmet and this and that. Anyway, he just goes straight down into the splits, like full splits, right? And then just glides himself up and then whack, just spreads himself, spread eagle again. And it's just like, I'm watching this thing and it's just like, no, that's going to be painful. That has to be painful. But the way he did it,
Yeah,
it was almost like a little dance the way he was doing the splits and just like gliding back up again and down again and up again, just warming himself up. Yeah, it's
crazy.
quite amusing to watch.
That's very athletic, really.
Oh
Unbelievable.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sure his girlfriend got some enjoyment out of his flexibility. It's pretty quiet here tonight. What's going on? What is
It's
going
always
on?
quiet on a Sunday night, mate, on a
No
Monday
one's
morning.
no one's here ready to rumble. Come on.
Oh, man of consciousness, or
Man,
consciousness, sorry, man of
man,
confessions. I read
wow,
that wrong. Fuck.
I don't think he has a
Come
conscience,
on.
man of concessions at all.
It's
He is
okay.
he is There you go, Nate. There you go, buddy. You sound tired, mate. What's going on?
I just woke up, man. What are you guys
Just
doing?
like, oh,
Oh, the man of subconscious.
we're just chewing the fat.
What was that?
Yeah, chewing the fat, as you do,
Yeah,
as you
figuring
do.
out
Lamb fat, of course.
Waiting
what
for
what
our
what. What?
waiting for our next victim to come in, and you showed up.
Contender, come on. Customer. Customer. Next customer.
Customer, what?
Yeah.
Victim is a bit too harsh. Okay,
Yeah. Contender's
I'll
not good, but
okay,
customer, I like
okay, okay. I'll tone it back. I'll tone it back.
that. And
Yeah.
we're just going to prove the fact that the customer's not always right.
Oh, the customer's never right here. Oh, never. Customer hasn't been
Line
right
up.
once.
Line up. Customers are fucking deluded in this place.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't know.
This is the worst customer service I've ever received.
Here? Damn.
Never coming back here. Gonna give you guys a 1-star rating.
Look, we always offer uh, curve with your horizontal here. Would you like?
Do you?
Would you like curve? Would you like curve with your horizontal, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
With a bit of
Give me two.
Coriolis and some
with,
gravity, you know.
with a side serve.
Yeah. Or maybe wash that all down with some yeah. How do you say it? The Iet pasta effect?
Atmos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And maybe, have some Cavendish for dessert, right?
Oh, Cavendish,
Ooh,
please.
that sounds tasty.
Cavendish will make your bloody stomach curdle. What the hell? I'd steer clear of that one.
You don't sound like a man of taste, man. So
Yeah. So, have you got drop and hump? Do you, Nate? You got all that worked out?
drop and hump.
Yeah.
What about it?
Uh-oh.
Oops.
What
Oops.
about drop and hump?
3
No.
hours is about to disappear.
Sorry. I'm sorry I mentioned it.
Okay.
It's been a thing the last couple of days. Drop and hump.
Is it SC's whole
Yeah.
twin
Yeah.
boat paradox?
Yeah.
Ugh. But from my understanding, even you guys don't agree with SC, so I don't.
Look, it is what it is. We don't all agree on everything, Nate. At
Mm,
the end of the day,
yeah.
like I see, look, I kind of see the point that he's making, but it's not really a. I don't know.
Yes,
You
it's
got to
not really a point.
no.
Yeah. Maybe I mean he could say that's not what's happening in the real world, fine. But to say that's not what's happening in our model, like that's just
Mm.
silly.
Yeah, the model dictates that it is going to be what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Of course, if you're going to be looking at the other boat itself, well, yeah, you would have a hump between you, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You
But
should.
that's kind of not.
No,
But
not a hump. Not a hump. Whoa, not a hump. But why do you guys want to use the word hump so much?
well, wall of water, whatever you want to call it. But if you were
It's just
looking at the other boat directly, right, so you've drawn that chord,
Mhm.
all right. Well, you're going to have a big hump between the two of you, aren't you?
No, I'm just gonna have the curvature of the Earth in the way.
Well,
It's
it's
not a
going to
hump.
look like a hump.
Okay, it might look like a hump if
Yeah,
we drew a chord. Yeah, because we are cutting
yeah,
through the Earth. Yeah.
exactly. That's what I mean. That's
Okay.
exactly what I mean. But you're not going to have a hump on top of the water itself.
Yeah.
That's not what's happening.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What's happening on a flat Earth? Like, the boat. Like, why can't I see the boat anymore on a flat Earth? Why is there all this water in the way?
Optics, obviously.
Oh.
Optics, my friend. You know this.
Yeah,
Like,
what do you mean
why would
optics?
you why would you see a boat that's 12 miles away?
So I can see the moon. Why can't I
Yeah.
see the
Oh,
boat, man?
don't even go. I can see the moon, so I should be able to see the
Come
boat,
on.
Nate. Come on,
Jeez.
Nate. You're better than that. You are better. You're just trolling me.
Explain
Now
it
you
to me. I
you
don't
are just
understand
trolling.
flat
You
Earth
do understand it.
science.
You do understand
I
it.
don't understand flat Earth science. I don't. Like I've
Okay,
been asked this question. Uh-huh.
flat Earth science.
All right, I don't understand
Well,
the flat
What's
Earth
explain?
model or how
so
things would work if the Earth
so
was flat.
so you understand and accept pseudoscience, right?
What?
But you don't understand normal science,
I don't
right?
accept any pseudoscience, and I don't understand any pseudoscience. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Well, then
So could you explain, please, Ben? So just explain to me. I have no idea. I'm not even trolling.
it's the atmosphere. Come on, it's what you're looking through, Nate. Come on,
But
don't
I can look through
don't
the
be
atmosphere
doing
and
don't
see
be
the
doing
moon.
this to me. I'm trying to
All
have an
right,
enjoyable night,
but
right?
then
And you're going, why?
explain what the differences are that's going on. I can look through the atmosphere and see the moon, but I can't look through the atmosphere and see the ship. What's happening? What is the
So
atmosphere doing?
so you're looking through that same thick uh, atmosphere all the way through to the moon, are you?
Yeah. Am,
Really?
am I looking through a different
Oh,
atmosphere?
Well, of
I
course,
understand.
you're looking for a different medium gradient, aren't you?
It's the same atmosphere. I don't understand, Ben. So explain it to me, man. Like, don't ask me questions. I have no idea what's happening here.
Nate,
Oh,
Nate,
the voice that
Nate.
he said,
Oh, Crypto, you're really low, mate. You're really low, Crypto.
oh, he said that he doesn't understand what's going on. It's the first correct thing he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. So please explain it to me, Benso. If you don't
It's
want to,
the
I understand. But I mean,
look, it's the corridor of atmosphere that you're looking through, that density gradient, isn't it? All right, which is thicker at ground level where your eyes are. That's what you're looking through. All right, so that is going to warp and contort and twist and do all sorts of funny, bizarre things. All right.
and when I look up, there's no twisting, and
Well,
there's
it
no
gets
bizarreness.
thinner. It gets thinner and thinner, aren't you? Like you're not looking through the same medium, right?
But am I
All
not
the way
looking
up.
through more atmosphere, looking up as
Uh,
opposed to
not
looking?
not the same way. It gets thinner and thinner and thinner, doesn't it?
And it doesn't get thinner and thinner going towards my horizon?
No, not at all. It stays the same.
Oh,
It's the same density gradient, isn't it?
okay, okay, all right, okay. I have to get rid of the ball. So if I'm on a flat Earth, okay, it would be the same density gradient. Okay.
Well, it'd be the same density gradient too on a ball, wouldn't it? Right?
Not necessarily.
Well, what do you mean? You think this density gradient doesn't wrap around a ball?
I think it does, but
Well,
eventually
there
it's
you
gonna
go.
curve away, and I'm gonna start looking out into space.
Up and through and up into space. Is that what you're doing?
If I
Or you
look,
just
if I drew a tangent line on the surface of the Earth, and that tiny tangent line was my line of sight, it goes out into space. So it goes through the thicker medium into a less dense medium, you know?
Well, I don't know.
Like,
If you
you
talk to
know,
your you talk to your fellow teammates, right?
mhm.
If you look hard enough, right, you'll be looking at your ass, according to someone like Rumpus.
What, my beam of light is just gonna go all the way around the planet and come back behind me,
Pretty
according to
much,
Rumpus.
yep, yep, and you'll be looking at your ass. That's exactly what he says. Yeah, I know. That's a that's a
Interesting.
famous Rumpus quote. That one.
That is very interesting.
That,
So
that is
so on a
famous.
flat Earth, the idea is
Well, you won't
thick
be looking at
density
your ass
gradient.
for starters, right?
Okay,
You'll never
but
get to see your ass.
but there's a thick density gradient that's the
Of
same.
course.
It's consistent and constant all over the surface of the Earth. As you go higher, it becomes less dense, so you can see more because there's less of this warping happening. So that's why I'm
Oh,
able
of
to see the
course.
sun and the moon. But how come now when the sun is on the horizon, I could see it, but I wouldn't be able to see a boat,
What do you mean? Why can you see the sun on the horizon?
but not a boat? Like the boats disappear, but I can still see the sun.
Well, you got a pretty bright light there to look
No,
at,
no.
don't you?
Uh-huh. But I
Uh huh.
shouldn't be.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, it's
So
a
it's
lot
not
brighter
it's
than
it's not
the sun.
affected. Okay.
Yeah.
And if I shone a really
Doesn't
bright light on the horizon, would I be
doesn't
able to see it?
like how bright? As bright as the sun?
Yeah.
Have you
You
got one
you,
as
you
bright
think
as the sun? You got like a handy dandy pocket sunlight, do you? That you can pull out as bright as the sun and put it on the horizon and shine it? You think?
maybe?
Well, okay then. Well, maybe you should test it if you got one. I think that'd
But
be an interesting test to do.
let's just say I did have one pencil. Would I be
Uh
able
huh.
to see that on the horizon?
Well, I think that also too would be affected too somewhat because you only got like a little itsy bitsy light compared to a big sun.
So the sun is big, big, big in the
Well,
flat Earth as well.
compared to a little itsy bitsy torch, yeah.
But the sun is big, big, big enough that I can see it on the horizon on the flat Earth. So it's big. It's not a
Well,
small local thing.
and that also too gets affected on the horizon. Sometimes it looks like
Definitely.
a mushroom, sometimes it looks like a hamburger. Right?
True.
If you look at my avatar, that's a bit of a hamburgery type of shape.
You're
That
right.
sun. So so obviously the lower down the sun gets, the closer to that density gradient, it is going to have all sorts of contorting, warping, constricting, and conflicting kind of things that it's going to do to what you're looking at.
Is there a
So,
name for this contorting and warping?
yeah, contorting and warping and conflicting, constricting. We'll call it
But
that.
is it refraction or is it something else?
Oh, well, you could put it in that general category probably, but I think mine is far more descriptive.
Okay. All right.
What are you going to disagree?
I don't know if yours is more descriptive, man. Because yours is just called
Really?
warping, contorting, and distorting,
And constricting.
and constricting. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I don't understand what the
way more.
mechanism is behind this.
Well,
I
all of
don't
the
know.
above. All
I
of
don't know
the
what it's.
above.
Well, but what do you mean
Warping.
all of the above?
Just that. It warps, it contorts, it twists,
But
it
what
constricts.
what makes it warp and contort? Like, what is the
Oh,
mechanism behind it?
the medium gradient itself.
So what does the medium gradient do to the light? Why is light affected by gradient density in the medium?
Well,
Well,
it's got
like
to
what's
get through
happening?
it, doesn't it? It's got to get through
Hmm.
it, doesn't it? Right?
Hmm.
It's like a snow plow, right? Just think of it as a snow plow. Like you just got, depending on how much snow you had, that snow plow is just, if you've got like a nice little fluffy downpour of fluffy snow, and that snow plow could just push its way through the snow quite easily. But then all of a sudden, after a few days, it compacts and whatnot and gets a bit harder. It gets a little bit harder. So depending, whether it's light and fluffy or compact, that depends on how well that snow plow can get through the snow. That's basically the mechanism.
So the light would be the snow plow, and the snow would
Yeah,
be the medium.
that's
And
right.
as you
Oh,
have
you're
more
quick.
snow, it's harder for the light to get through the medium. So the light then becomes distorted by this medium.
Yep.
Okay.
You're you're
Now let's.
you're yeah. You're all over it, Nate. You're all over it.
Sounds very much like refraction, but okay.
You can explain it to all the other ballers now. You
Yeah,
understand it well.
Yeah, but
yeah.
it sounds just like refraction, but okay. It's not
Oh,
refraction though. It's
Yeah,
more
but more
contorting.
detailed.
mine is way
But
more
it sounds
detailed.
100% just like refraction.
Yeah.
I would actually say refraction has more
No.
detail, but let's carry on.
Oh,
Let's
really?
see. Like,
More detail than what I've just given you? Come on,
yeah,
Nate.
no, what you
Yeah.
gave me was a beautiful analogy, but we still haven't got to the meat and potatoes of it yet, you know?
Oh, you want meat and potatoes? Okay, then what else do you want to know?
Yeah.
Come on.
So I want to know what are the underlying properties of light that allow it to be affected by a medium? What is light for you? Is it a wave, a particle? Like, what is it?
What is it? What? That's a very interesting
Actually,
question.
here's a good thing just to quickly raise. Not only what is it, but do we think that it's possible that in any given space there could be too much light to discern or differentiate?
Mhm.
What does that mean? Too much light.
Well, let's just say we've got like, a 6-foot tree, and there's all the light coming from that 6-foot tree, and that's right in front of us, right? And let's pretend we're on a flat plane, and now let's move that tree away from us slowly but surely, right?
Hmm.
So as it moves away from us, the angle with which that tree appears to us reduces. Now that's the whole 6-foot angle reduces slowly but surely, right? But also the light coming from the bottom of that tree has a much smaller angle for all of that light to be coming to our eye versus the rest of the tree. It's a much wider angle. So I'm just wondering, is it possible that at the bottom of that section, because the angle's so small, there is just too much light to squeeze into that little sliver of an angle that we've got left to perceive, and it might just blur out?
And so do you understand what he's saying?
I was distracted, so if you could.
It's
Okay,
just
I'll
showing
put it another way.
Sorry, yeah,
I'll put it
sorry,
another way.
I was
If
concentrating
we
on
jammed a
something
whole
else.
heap of light, if we jammed a whole heap of light into an ice cream cone, so let's just say all the frequencies were the width of the opening, but all that light had to merge and come out of the small hole at the end. Would all of that light be discernible, or would it be blur?
Wow, that's an interesting question. Would all the
Do those
light be down there?
frequencies and waves mix as they converge to that point, or do they all somehow remain separate and they don't mix and converge and create, whole different frequencies?
There you go.
Yeah, they would mix them. Like if you were shooting 3 different lasers through one end, and they all had to come out as one beam through the other end. Yeah, they would definitely converge.
Excellent. Okay, so here's another little analogy. Let's just say we've got a flat plane and we've got a road in front of us, or even railway tracks if you want, heading away. And beside the railway tracks, we've got the power poles, right? Well, they're all the same size and they run all the way down. And I'm sure you can picture just as the train tracks converge horizontally, those power poles converge to the central point on a vertical axis. You with me there?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, they optically like reduce in size. Yeah, and there's no curvature obviously blocking them. It's just a flat plane, whatever. Now let's just pretend one of the power posts, way down where they're looking like they're almost disappearing, happen to be, instead of like a 20-foot post like the rest of them, let's say it's 60 foot, right? Now, a second ago, that 20-foot post that was all the way down at the end is almost non-existent. It's pretty much merged with the like what's it called, the vanishing point, right? But if we all of a sudden whacked a 60-foot post down there where that 20-foot post was, we can both agree now, all agree, that 20 foot from the bottom would be missing, but the rest of the 40 foot would be sticking up more than enough for us to see. And that's how you get the bottom of things disappearing on a flat plane. Because you can't go from saying, well, do you agree with it? Did it go from the post being missing and vanishing to now adding another 40 feet and you can see it, or not?
I don't know if I would be able to. Let me think. So this one is bigger. It's all of the other ones are 20 foot. This one is 60.
They're all 20 feet.
This
They're
one
all
is 60.
evenly going down,
So
step
all of
by
the
step
20
into the
feet
vanishing
ones
point.
would have disappeared, and the 60
No, not
post is the
all of the
last.
20 feet. No. Think of perspective. The ones right in front of you are still above your head. They're still 20 feet tall. But we're looking down as these posts follow the train tracks heading away from us. So they're optically getting smaller and smaller as they reach our vanishing point. Do you agree with that?
They're getting smaller and smaller. I agree. I just don't agree
Optically,
with the whole.
obviously not physically.
Yeah, with the whole it'll disappear from the bottom up 20 feet thing. It sounds like you're trying to mix
No, but
perspective with something else.
no, I'm just saying all of a sudden if we change the scale, so it's no longer a 20-foot object at the end of the road or the railway tracks, there's a 60-foot object. So that 60-foot object, obviously, we've only just lost the 20-foot post right down there at our horizon, right? But the 60-foot has 40 feet left. That can't be gone too, especially when we can see the other 20-foot posts that were in front of the one that's disappeared. Draw it on a piece of paper. Draw a point perspective on a piece of paper, like you've got a road heading out in front of you, right? Forget about curvature in point perspective, right? And then draw buildings down the sides of the roads or posts, right? But then choose a building to be 3 times the size of all the other buildings at the end. And what you're going to see is that when you try and draw that in perspective to make it look real, you can only ever draw the top part of the building because the rest of it has merged into the horizon line already.
Do you see what George posted? The street lights next to the road going away into the
Yep.
distance.
Yep.
Okay. So you are now saying if let's say all of those street lamps are 20 feet and we had a 60-foot lamp somewhere down into the distance or somewhere in the middle,
Yeah.
where would you put the 60-foot lamp? All the way down at the end where those car lights
Well,
are?
what? Yeah, if there was a 60-foot lamppost at the end and the rest were 20 foot of that 60-foot lamppost would be where we can see the other ones, and the light from the 60-foot light would be higher than the rest of them.
I agree. The light from the 60-foot would be higher than the rest of them. Yeah.
Yeah, but you also have to agree that optically, just looking at this image now, the post at the very end looks like it's shrunk a hell of a lot, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Certainly has.
So the same thing would have to happen to the 20 feet of the other post, but not the rest of the 40 feet. The rest of the 40 feet we'd still be clearly see because it's a wider angle to our vision. That's what perspective is all about. And then you add the atmosphere on top of that. Bottom-up obstruction on a flat plane. It's all about the diffraction limit and how much light can fit into the angle of view that we have.
Because I have a feeling if I zoomed into it, that 20-foot that's missing would come back. But if
And that's what
there was
happens with boats over the horizon.
Not really though, because when things go over the horizon, when we zoom in on them, they don't come back into view.
Well, there's an optical limit for the camera, isn't there? If you could have an infinite optical zoom, you would keep bringing it back. But because there is a limit, a boat can go far enough away that it even goes optically beyond the camera's ability to resolve.
That needs to be shown, because I've seen some cameras with really good optical zooms, and they don't bring things back over the horizon. So this whole
But
idea
they
that
do
if
to a
you had
certain point.
infinite zoom, well, the idea is once something's cleared the horizon, it doesn't matter how good your zoom is, it's not coming back. And I've never seen something go against that idea. So
Okay,
you would
but do
have
you
to
understand the horizon? The horizon is apparent. Do you understand that? It's not geometric because we have atmosphere. So what you're saying is actually not correct. We don't understand that one of the things that go over the horizon is actually being obstructed because the horizon's apparent. So what we're seeing is some sort of apparent situation going on, an optical effect. We should both agree on that.
I totally
Because
agree on
unless
that,
we're going to talk,
but that doesn't
yeah,
mean that this thing hasn't cleared the horizon. My zoom's not going to bring it back in.
Yeah, but you're not going to see forever either.
I agree with that. I totally agree,
Okay,
Ben.
then.
But if
Okay,
something has
so
cleared the horizon, zoom is not going to bring it back in. But something could be really far
that
away
needs
and
to
I
be
can't
proven.
see it. But if I zoom in on it, it comes back into view.
yeah, but you're only going to zoom something back a certain distance before the atmosphere starts to take over, before you start to lose clarity and all that sort of stuff. And then on top of that, then you've got angular size as well. So it's going to get to a particular point where the angular size, you're just not going to be able to resolve that at all. Period.
I agree with you there, Ben. So, but all I'm disagreeing with is the idea that if something has cleared the horizon, you can bring it back into your line of sight. I feel that is impossible, and I'm not sure if
It
you
would
guys are
be
saying it is
if there was
possible
curvature.
or not.
It'd be
if there was curvature, there would be something in the way.
Yeah. If something was blocking it, you wouldn't be able to do it. 100%
that's what I'm
agree.
saying. Yeah, so that's where we differ. I totally agree with everything else you guys are saying except for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that we
well then you need to
go right.
Go on.
No,
I was just going to say you need to then just show us quickly that a boat going over the horizon is before the optical limit of a camera, of whatever camera you think can like go past the limit required, but then also not be able to bring a boat back. Because as far as we're concerned, it always happens, And what happens is the boat goes too far beyond the camera's optical limit, and then it goes, oh, look, behind the horizon in the camera.
And yours.
Or you just look at the chat. Or you just look at the chat. When the sun appears to be set at the horizon, you bring it back again. So the horizon is moving again.
Yeah, I just saw that GIF. Whoever took it was not at sea level. You can even see there was mountains in front of them that were below their line of sight. So that person was elevated.
Now, what you see is the sun at the horizon until you get the camera and zoom in, and the sun is not in the horizon yet.
Nice.
Did you not hear what I just said, George?
The sun appears to be in a place that is not. The same as the horizon.
What I just said. Because I'm not disagreeing with you, George, but it's like you didn't hear what I said. I feel
And
like
that was
you're just
taken
gonna
on top
argue.
of a mountain. Did you say?
Thank
Nate?
you, Ben. So yes, that's what I'm saying. That person was clearly elevated. So part of the sun had cleared the horizon. but
Clearly, you
because
don't
they
know the
were
radius of the
elevated,
Earth.
They were able
Clearly,
to
you
zoom
don't know the radius of the Earth.
bring it back into view.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like it's setting in the middle of the clouds or something there, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Which one?
bizarre.
The first or the
Oh,
second?
sorry.
one?
That's the sun.
I'm looking at the last one. It's like the
second
sun.
one.
Yeah,
That looks
the
pretty
red.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Was that taken in the clouds, George?
That's the sun in the clouds. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a cool photo. That is a cool
That is
photo.
cool as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be some sort of optical kind of effect going on there.
Yeah. No, but that picture does look pretty cool.
Mm.
I'm actually gonna steal that picture, George. I like it. That's a really nice one.
Putting
Thank
it
you,
in
man.
his folder.
That is really good globe earth.
Yeah, man. Be my guest, man.
I can definitely use that.
You
Thanks.
can
That's the
definitely
intention,
use
is to
it.
share with everyone.
Make sure you give George credit. I know what you're like with plagiarism,
Yeah.
Nate.
Yeah. Anywho.
But yeah, so it's all interesting.
Yeah, let's get back to our question and answer session, Ben. So,
Oh
what
my
is light
God.
to you? What is the nature of light to you?
Well, they describe it as a wave, don't they? That's how they describe it.
But I mean, do you agree with that description? I don't know.
Well, I think it's. Well, I think
Sorry,
it's.
guys, not to go away from the conversation. Have a look on these two that I just posted now. It's from the same video. You have the sun on the right and the moon on the left of the cockpit of the airplane, both below the visible horizon of the pilot.
The horizon behind the moon and the sun. The horizon behind. I don't know. I mean, don't you have
The
the actual
pilot has an horizon ahead of him. Yeah, the pilot has an horizon. The sun and the moon, both of them, are below the horizon sight of the pilot.
The horizon line in those pictures, like in the first one, is it where the blue stops? Are you saying that's the horizon line?
I think so. Yeah, that's what he said.
No, this is dodgy. If you had the actual video, that would be really nice, George.
I have it somewhere because those are screenshots from the video. So the pilot is pointing to the sun with the part which is bluer, yeah. So there's more light. So you have that contrast of different blues, and it turns to it turns to the moon, and obviously it's dimmer, so you have different tones on the horizon.
Okay. Do you know the name of this pilot so I can just look up his TikTok?
I have it somewhere. I'll have to look for it, man. It goes way back.
Ralph, I'm reckon. It'll be Ralph.
Oh yeah, the information should be on the picture, man. The information should be there. It's a TikTok video.
Okay, cool. It's just hard for me to comment on those pictures, George, because I don't have enough information from it to really
Oh yeah, I
say.
understand. I had no way of saving the video. What I did was I shared the video. I need to go back to the sharing and get it back.
Okay, no problem.
That's my method of sharing information, of
Do you want to
keeping it.
get into it with what's up? Do you, Nate?
I don't. I actually don't want to talk to him, but he keeps tagging me and disturbing me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I don't know what he wants.
He just offered to jump into VC and chat.
If he wants to
about
jump into VC, he can.
whatever you two were arguing about.
I'm not even arguing with him, Banzo. He just started tagging me, asking me a bunch of questions. Like I don't know what he wants.
You attract a lot of attention, Nate.
How do I attract a lot of attention?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wait, I came in here and you and White started, trying to double team me. Like I wasn't even saying anything. I was just here minding my own business.
I was trying to wind you up. You know this.
Yeah.
Bandy sorted you out straight away. You were just playing dumb, and then I come in for the tag.
No. It was horrible customer
You know
service. Horrible.
Horrible. God, wow. That's what happens when you ask for a side dish of Cavendish.
Step right up.
Like I went to a Hungry Jack's or something.
Oh God, really?
Why do you guys call it Hungry Jack's though? I don't understand.
It's
Is there a
when you're
reason?
hungry, and Jack is a good old Aussie name.
Okay.
He's not at sea level. He just tried to muddy the waters and confuse George. Oh,
Hungry Jack. Is this so we
apparently.
can have the slang?
Nate,
Yeah,
Mr. Muddy the Waters. Oh yeah, did you just try and muddy the waters when you just said it's not at sea level? Typical tactic. No, typical, right?
These
are
accusations, the slander's crazy, man.
Damn, I can't believe you tried to muddy the waters with these wild, baseless kind of accusations that you throw out there.
No, I would never ban so.
And things were going so well too.
No, WhatsApp is she's just been being a hater. He's salty. I don't know
Look,
why.
at the end of the day, Bansaw, Nate knows it's flat. He's just here for the bands.
Exactly right. With his fake New York accent, right?
And your fake Australian accent. I mean, I'm open to it being flat. It's just you guys don't present evidence, so I don't know.
Oh no, we're presented you with so much, and come on, and I can't see for the life of me how the snowplow didn't get you over the line.
No, that was a lovely analogy, but that's not evidence, man.
That is.
That's a poem. That's a song and dance, you know.
You yourself can go out and hire yourself a snowplow and put this theory to the test.
Yeah, but a snowplow isn't light, man. So that's why I'm asking you, what is the nature of light? Like, what is your understanding of it? You know, it's a lovely analogy. It clarifies a lot of things, but it's not.
Yeah.
You know.
How is it that an Australian understands snowplows better than a New Yorker? What's going on here?
Exactly.
What? I understand. I'm saying I understood the analogy. It was lovely. It was a lovely poem, you know, but that's not going to get you a Nobel Prize.
Into that.
Are you saying it's like a cool story?
It
What?
was a very cool story, but I need a
Uh,
bit more, you know.
Oh, come on, Nate. Like seriously, is Mr. Nobel bigoted towards snowplows or something? Is he? Like really? Like
he
what?
wants to see you win a Snowbell Prize.
A Snowbell
Right.
Prize. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. I think it's a frequency, Nate.
Like,
Right? Yeah, it's
okay.
a frequency.
Just one bandy or a couple of frequencies, you reckon?
I reckon it's probably depending on the time of day. Probably a few of them.
Couple.
Mm.
Happy hour, fucking frequencies go right up.
Yeah. Uh,
I do have a question for Nate,
Or
actually.
down.
Yeah, what's up?
Why do you think it's perfectly possible for you and a few of the others to be really personable and pleasant while disagreeing, and it's completely impossible for others to do the same?
Others take the argument a bit too seriously. Like their lives kind of you know, Earth being a globe or them being right about the argument means a lot to them. For me, like I enjoy talking to you guys more than I enjoy being right about the shape of the Earth, you know.
But why do you suppose them thinking that they're right matters so much?
I would say it's something to do with them personally, you know.
Yeah,
It's hard.
correct.
Yeah.
It has to do with
Maybe.
you being a flat earther, yeah? Once you are classified as being a flat earther, you're treated differently from everybody else. You're treated with arrogance, you know?
no.
No, that isn't where I was going, George. I was gonna say maybe for the globe earthers who argue the shape of the Earth like their life depends on it, it might be a thing of
Yeah, but
I
being a
don't
flat
know.
earther, you are laughed
Hypothetically,
at.
they had
No.
Oh,
what?
yeah.
And I don't mind the
People
argument.
laugh at you because you're a flat earther, man. You're not taken seriously if you say yourself
I'm not
that you are
talking
flat
about,
earther at the
but I'm
beginning
not.
of a conversation.
Yeah, but
You're
George,
not taken seriously.
I'm not talking about flat earthers, George. Crypto's asking
Yeah,
me
you talk about global.
about globe earthers who take this argument so seriously, who are so mean and not polite to talk to. You know, why are they the way they are with regards to the interactions you guys have with them? You know, I mean, there are some nasty globe earthers out there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Nasty. I
So,
wouldn't say they're nasty.
Oh,
not
There is
nice,
nothing for a. There
not
is
polite.
the globe. The globe is dead since 2020, man. You know, there is no argument. There is not a shred of evidence for the globe whatsoever. We can be talk about it over and over again. It gets frustrated, for example, to me, to come here on a regular basis, not just this channel, any channel on Discord, and talk with the same people about the same argument day in, day out.
mm-hmm.
You know,
Definitely. I also
that's where
find
the
that
frustration comes in. You know.
I agree with you. I also find that frustrating. Maybe Globers feel that same frustration, but for me, it's more of a thing of some of them might have had aspirations to be scientists and astronauts, and they weren't able to live through those aspirations, but they hold those
Excuse me.
ideas very close to their hearts. And when these
Well,
ideas get questioned or challenged, maybe it rubs
I'm
them the
with
wrong.
you.
I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's hard for me to speak for them. You know, I don't know why
Yeah.
Yeah,
someone would get angry
Well,
over discussing the shape of the Earth. You know.
what would you like to talk about, George?
Hmm.
Because I do hear you participating in the argument, right? So if you're sick of the argument, what would you like to talk about?
No, I'm not sick of the argument. I'm sick of speaking with the same people about the same argument.
So you want
You
to
Okay.
know,
speak
if it was
different?
if it was a different idea about the same argument, you know, a different
Oh,
clue
okay.
about something or a different
Exactly. I
proposal,
totally agree with
you
you. I
know,
totally agree with you. And this is a point I
they
brought up
don't
the other
bring
night.
nothing new to the table. They just bring denial.
I totally agree with George. This is a point
Exactly.
I brought up the other night, and I got attacked for it. Globers and flat earthers, both groups, have been arguing the same 7 arguments for the last 5, 6, 7 years. I don't know how long. But
You
my
did
whole
get
time,
attacked.
yeah, I got attacked for saying this. My whole time I've
Yeah.
been in here, the last 5 years listening to these arguments, it's the same points. And I try my best to bring up new pieces of evidence, new arguments, but it seems no one wants to delve into those things. They want to stay arguing the same 7, 8 things, you know. I'm totally with you, George. No one wants to bring
You-
anything.
You do bring up some different ones like Gergensheim or whatever the London, whatever that word was. What's that word, Nate? I can never remember.
Gegenstein.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gegenschein.
yeah, I tried it.
Yeah.
You, Gio, and Jeremy were the only people that were interested
The
in it.
name of the
No one else
dance.
wants to discuss it. You know?
Yeah, it was interesting. We
Yeah.
spoke about it for, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours, I think.
Yeah, but it was just us four. No one else wants to talk about these things, you know? So it's like, I can't, I don't know, if people don't want to delve into new arguments, you know, we also can't force them, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah, if someone wants to come in and talk about Coriolis for 7 hours, what can we do, man?
Well,
What can we do?
nothing.
But I'm not complaining about that. I
No?
don't mind be talking about 7 hours about Coriolis. I mean, I'm here on the channel because of the title of it, you know, Awakenings or being flat earther or whatever, you know. So those are the arguments I'm expecting to find. I'm not expecting to find, you know, people talking about cars or religion or anything else, you know. That is
So
that's the theme I'm looking for. That's what I.
what is the issue then? Do you want new people or new
No,
topics? Or
yeah, new people on new topics. I mean,
give me an
obviously the
example.
globe has nothing.
Alright,
The globe has
bring up
nothing to
Yeah.
bring up a
defend
new
of,
topic.
you know.
Bring up a new topic then. Like, give us an example.
A new topic on flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, the Earth cannot be flat.
What?
The surface of the water is flat. Earth ground is not flat, isn't it? There are valleys and mountains, and no bottom of the ocean,
come on,
trenches.
Topography.
So,
Yep.
Yeah, but how we
correct.
I mean,
So
that's not
the Earth, when you cannot say the Earth is flat and point it to water because water is not Earth.
is that a new argument? What?
Water
the
is not
argument
Earth. That is a new argument. Separating the
Yeah,
water from the land, and yeah, interesting.
correct. Yeah, so you have the surface of the water of the the surface of the land. So the surface of our realm, yeah, is flat, mainly flat. Now you need a concave object in order to contain water. We know that. So the Earth cannot be flat in order to contain water, like a puddle. You know, you have a puddle on the ground. You cannot say that the Earth is flat. You'll say that the puddle, the water, is flat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the puddle needs some sort of concave container.
There you go. Correct. So
Yeah,
when you look at the puddle, you don't say the Earth is flat on the puddle. That's my point.
Yeah, it's not necessary though. Like it doesn't
So
have to be concave. It could just be a big thick slab of ice and a few puddles have been melted out. No concavity at all. It's still flat.
So Earth isn't flat, right, George?
Yeah, my interpretation of Earth, ground, yeah, it can't be.
I'm with you. Earth
Not in
is
its
definitely not
totality.
flat.
Not in its totality. In order to contain water, it cannot be flat.
I agree with you.
Just
100%.
needs sides.
Earth is
Just
not flat.
needs sides.
That is a lovely point. The fact that water is flat as its surface proves Earth isn't flat. I love that.
That's correct, because liquids, they conform to the shape of the container that they are in. Like a puddle will conform to the ground or all around it. You know, that's the ground is what is going to form the shape of the water. I mean, I think it's obvious, isn't it?
No.
The other way around. The water conforms to the shape of the.
Irrespective of the bottom.
But listen, that's the definition of sea level. Definition of sea level is to conform to the shape of the Earth.
No,
It doesn't
to
say
conform to
sphere.
flat. Sea level. Exactly, level.
Yeah.
Horizontal level.
Sea level, sea level, on the
Horizon.
definition of sea level, it says to conform to the shape of the Earth.
Right?
Which
and
makes
if the Earth
sense.
is a flat plane, then sea level is horizontal. Yeah.
If the Earth was flat, the water wouldn't stay, would it? You would be on the, I don't know.
Why
It
not?
needs.
It's got edges. It doesn't mean
What
it's
do you mean edges,
concave.
man?
Well, the bits
There
to
are,
hold the water in do. Think of a big slab of ice and now melt a few puddles into the ice. The bottom of the ice isn't concaved, is it? It's still flat. But you have puddles with edges and water is being contained within the puddles. And we're floating around. Eee!
But why are you talking about ice? We're talking about Earth and water.
You guys
You're talking about this
Oh, hello.
specific.
What do we have in Antarctica surrounding us? Is that not ice or is that fucking chicken?
Yeah, but that
Sure,
ice
it was
is on
ice.
top
It's
of
ice.
that ice is on top of a plateau. There's
Is it really?
there's earth underneath it.
Interesting. Wouldn't that be
What do you
nice
mean
to discover?
interesting? What do you mean discover? There are maps pre-Columbus depicting Antarctica with valleys and
There's
and
all
mountains.
sorts of maps with outer
Yeah, of
ponds and
course.
everything. Are you going to believe all maps?
You're getting a lot
Why
of
would you do a Why
I'll
would you do a map? Why would you do a map if it's not an accurate representation of what you experienced?
To deceive the enemy. So let's just say they're raiding your village, you know they're coming, and you leave all this deceptive shit for them to think they find. And they think it's valuable information. Meanwhile, it's a whole bunch of bullshit. So there's just one example of why you would possibly make up a whole heap of fake shit as propaganda to spread lies.
I don't think so. Not back on those days. Those things were
Nah,
extremely expensive.
nah.
Nah, I don't think
They were
so.
just retarded, those people. Yeah, they wouldn't have done that.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying that they were retarded. Not at all. I mean, America wasn't
Very
discovered.
clever.
It was mapped. It was already in the map. That's my point. Everything was mapped out back then. If you think
Do you
that
reckon our
America
maps
was
have gotten
discovered by, if you think that America was discovered by Columbus, you know that's not right.
I know that. What's the story you choose to believe, though? That's what I'd like to know. Which one do you have faith in? Which narrative is it? Who discovered
That's the
America
thing.
first?
Discovered. It has been there all the time.
Mm.
And I'm sure there's more Americas to be discovered.
Whoa, what?
If
Well,
that is what it means, you know.
Whoa, what do you mean there's more Americans to be discovered? Was that a joke? Was that tongue in cheek?
No,
No,
Tasmania is
Joe. I
basically
mean,
Little America now.
when I said discovered, I meant by us, by the regular people. You know, the authorities did not exist of more lands in the north and land in the south. Admiral Byrd says there is beyond the South Pole, there's a continent as big as America never seen by a human being. And
He's a Mason.
it can be whatever. The information is here anyway. And also in the north, has been reported a continent. So I don't know. I can only confirm what I can see and observe and test for myself.
Yeah, but it seems that true.
Imagine if we were just free to roam.
People are though.
Yeah.
Paul was here telling us about the adventures and fun he has whenever he goes to Antarctica for work.
What difference do you
Yeah,
think
for work,
a
mate.
treaty-
He's not roaming around.
What difference do you
He
think a
was,
treaty
though.
make to any one of us? Which one of us is going to go down to a bloody cold ass place like that and just roam around with our bloody huskies and a sled?
No, but without
No
the
one.
treaty, Bandy,
No one.
there might
That's
have
the
been
truth.
corporations that invested in fucking hotels and exploration. You know, there might have been the opportunity for commercial exploration, but there's not. It's completely off limits. So no one even invests in it. You know what I mean?
That's not true though. Paul was telling us they were free to go around if they wanted. It's just if ever they wanted to go off base, they would have to draft a risk report stating what it is they would do in case of emergencies, and to make sure they were properly
Sure.
prepared, because now that they're out there roaming freely on their own, they are a danger. But
Well, they're
he
not.
explained
No,
everything to us.
no.
No,
You're not
no.
free to roam around willy nilly
Thank you.
on your own.
What was
Right?
Paul
Yeah.
saying?
Well, it, you have to put in a plan, right,
Yeah.
with all the contingencies put in place,
Hmm. Hmm.
where you're gonna be, and all that sort of stuff.
Hmm.
Now that plan that he put in place didn't say I want to roam around willy nilly wherever I want to go. Right? So I'm sure if he had the words willy nilly in there, they probably would have raised a couple of eyebrows and said, "Yeah, no, I don't think so." But then also too, you are limited because you're on your little skidoo, right? He only went
Oh,
300.
exactly. Fuel and
Let's ask
everything.
Paul.
That's right. He only went 300 kilometers, which really, in the bigger picture of things, isn't a great deal of distance at all, right? It's not a great
But
deal
he,
of distance
God,
but
no.
did he only go out
at all,
I'm here
300
to Renmark.
kilometers because that's the limit he was allowed to go to,
right?
out
No,
to? Or...
He didn't say that was the limit, but
Mm.
I'm sure if you wanted to go, say, 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, right? You probably couldn't even do that logistically anyway, because of all the fuel and all the provisions and all that sort of stuff that you have to take. Because not only have you got all that to take into consideration, right? If something does go wrong, right, now you're putting other people's lives at risk to come and rescue you as well. So all that has to be taken into consideration as well. But yeah, to say that you can just roam around willy nilly just because Paul went 300 kilometers, no, that is misleading in itself. Yes, he went there.
Okay.
He lived there for 3 months and 5 months at a time. He was doing scientific research, shooting lasers up into the sky because that's his job and whatnot, and would have been a fantastic experience to have. But he too couldn't roam around willy nilly wherever he wanted to go. He just couldn't walk out his igloo, right, and just go wherever he wanted to go. And you wouldn't do that anyway, Nate. Right? You just wouldn't do it practically. Right? No one would do it.
Not
Right?
without
Because
corporate backing, you know?
well,
And so I
just the
okay.
just the dangers itself alone, right, would make you hesitant going anywhere out there on your own. I reckon. But,
So Ben, so
No
I
doubt. You
totally
need decent equipment and shit,
sorry, Nate.
Yeah, so Ben, so I totally agree with most of what you're saying, and yeah, maybe Paul didn't explicitly say they were free to go around willy-nilly, but he also didn't say that there were restrictions as to where they could and couldn't go. All he specified was that in order for them to go off base, they had to draft that report or that plan that you and I are both talking about. So
Yeah.
maybe we do need Paul to give clarity that if we do draft that plan, does it mean I'm free to go wherever, as long as I stick to the plan, or are there still restrictions on my movement when I'm off base? I guess he needs to clarify. But I do agree with you that
There'd be
people wouldn't.
restrictions on
I'm
resources,
not.
mate.
I'm not done though. Come on, man. But I totally agree with you that yes, there would be restrictions on resources, and because of safety and things, people wouldn't want to go too far away in
Yeah.
case they run out of resources and they get trapped. But that doesn't mean that due to this Antarctic Treaty or some other laws, you can't just move around the way you want to. It's
I
it's
just said
based
Well,
on these
before,
other factors. Yeah.
well, you or
if
I,
it was
Nate,
corporatized,
go White, go White.
if it was corporatized and there was no treaty and like, Virgin and fucking all these companies were down there with hotels and shit, there'd be all sorts of purpose-built machines for exploration. We'd be able to buy a ticket and it would be at our own risk, just like when you go on a fucking show ride or some shit now. You sign a waiver. Like these things would be in place if there was no treaty. So don't
But
try and
those
say
things
the
are in
treaty
place.
doesn't mean anything.
But those things are in place. You can book an expedition to go down to Antarctica and
Oh
do
my God.
all of these
Well,
Sure.
things.
well, look,
Those things
Nate.
are in place. I mean, there's tourists that go down to Antarctica all the time.
Well, put it this way,
Oh,
Nate.
with
Right?
photos for penguins.
You can buy yourself
Sorry,
a
Dan.
ticket to you can buy yourself a ticket here to Australia, right? And you, apart from a military base, right, you can pretty much go wherever you want to go. Right? You can come here, you can land at Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, Perth, whatever airport it is. You can go down to Avis, you can rent a car, and you can do whatever your heart desires. No restriction whatsoever. Absolutely zero, right? No accountability, no nothing. All
Can I
right?
ask a question, Pastor?
Yeah.
If I wanted to go to conservations and national parks and whatnot, I would need to pay to enter or sign something when I'm entering, right? I couldn't just walk in and do whatever I
No,
wanted in the national
no,
park.
a lot of our national parks you're just free to go into them and walk around them.
Am I? I can just go
Yeah.
in and do whatever I want in the national parks and like the
What do
nature
you
reserve and
What do you mean?
conservation.
What do you mean? You're like, well, you can't go in there with an excavator or anything like that and rip it all up. No, you can't do that sort of thing. But you're
All right,
free to you're free to
but when
wander
I
around them.
yeah, but when I enter a national park, isn't there like an office that I first need to report to and then sign to say that I'm going to be in the park today?
No,
Nothing like that when you enter
no,
national parks
no,
over there.
no,
Really?
no.
That's so weird.
Some have park rangers and stuff at times, but there's no book
But I
that you have
mean,
to sign or anything
don't
like that
don't
to
don't
go
you have to
to go.
sign so that they know you are on the premises?
No, no, not that I
No,
know of. No,
really.
I've been into plenty myself.
That's interesting.
Never had to
Uh,
sign a thing. Now I've camped in a national park, and we have had the rangers come around to our campsite
mhm.
and check on us and stuff. So there are rangers roaming around type of thing, but you're not restricted to to going into these places, so to speak. They do ask you to be, respectful with your rubbish and whatnot, and try not to disturb.
Well, here generally, if you go to like a national park or like a wildlife conservation or something like that, you got to report in, and sign something to say I'm here with my wife and 3 kids, so that they know there are 8 people on the park, and by the time the park closes, we need to make sure these 8 people have signed out and left. We don't want to close the
Yeah,
park
look,
and
Yeah,
still have
that's
them
the
in here,
same
for
in
example.
Japan as well. That's the
yeah.
same here
Yeah,
as well.
that's normally what
Yeah.
happens.
Personally, I don't know of anything like that here in
Okay.
Australia, Nate. Now there may be parks like that in Australia, but I just don't know of them. The ones that I've been to
Mhm.
myself don't have those restrictions at all. But my
Yeah.
point being
Well, they're not
is
restrictions. They're just
obviously,
Yeah,
registration.
it's not a
It's
restriction.
just
It's just
registration for
yeah,
safety.
like
yeah,
Yeah.
formalities.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well, why are
Yeah,
we
but
talking about it
administration.
then? Come on.
Because the
yeah,
point I'm trying to make is that is what Antarctica is. It's a big giant conservation. So for anyone to go in there, there are these
Oh,
formalities that you need to follow. But like Jin is saying, these formalities are not restrictions. They don't restrict. Okay, some of them do, like your litter and how you
Well,
do
of
certain
course.
things. But aside from
no
that,
fuel.
yeah,
That's a
yeah,
big one. No bunker
yeah.
fuel. Mm.
Yeah, but the amount of alcohol you can have there, those are certain restrictions. But
yeah.
Well, no,
aside
they
from
don't.
that,
They
Who
don't have
cares
that in
about
our
that?
place.
Bunker
Not in
fuel is the
Japan.
no,
big
No
no,
one.
no,
restriction
no,
on
no.
beer.
What I'm saying is, Antarctica, they have a limit on how much fuel, I
Yeah.
mean,
It's funny.
alcohol
It's funny you're
you
talking about
can have there.
Antarctica because I've got a question. Okay. Now, Russia and Ukraine are part of the Antarctic Treaty. I just checked it just now. Now, my question is: can countries that are signatories to a treaty be having a real war? Can that really be happening?
Yes.
Yeah, and it happens all the time. Russia and the
Not
Ukraine
that the war is real,
both
Jim, but
UN
we'll say
members,
yes.
but I mean, we see members of the UN fight all the time. Yeah.
Don't you think that's a bit strange?
I think it's
It's the
normal.
hypocrisy of it. Yep.
Yeah, it's the hypocrisy.
Anyway,
It's pretty normal.
Which
anyway,
is
Nate,
why I think that,
you know
which
the
I
point
think that
I'm
the war was
making,
planned. This is
Nate.
what makes me think that the war was
Exactly.
planned.
I wouldn't disagree with you there, Jen.
Anyway, I made my point.
Oh, that's it.
Nate.
You did.
Well,
did.
yeah. I think you get my point. The point that I was making.
I do, and I think you get mine as well. No.
Yeah, look, I get yours, but but look, I get your point, and I accept your point, right?
Yeah, but we just need Paul to come and clarify on a few certain
Well,
things.
no, we don't need Paul to clarify anything at all
Okay.
because we know it is restricted by what you can take there, regardless, right?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. There's
Right,
restrictions.
like
Definitely.
you can't travel anywhere without
Past the
filling
60th.
no, it's got nothing to do with past the 60th, June. You can go to Antarctica, right? That's no problem whatsoever. But you can't travel anywhere in Antarctica without filling out a travel plan, danger
Yes.
plans, points of location. They need to know where you
Yeah.
are going to be, what path you're going to take, what
Yeah.
resources you've got, what emergency resources you've
That's
got
right. That's
in
what I was
case
trying to
you
say.
get into trouble. These sorts of things. So you are highly restricted to go. Like,
Yeah,
you know, you and
you've
I,
got to
you
have
and I,
enough fuel to get back. You can't
yeah.
go
Call
there.
that restriction?
Yeah,
Sorry, do I call it a restriction?
Yeah, would you call that a
it's a rule,
restriction?
isn't it? The rule.
100%, mate. Because like I
Oh.
said, you can come here to Australia, right? Go to Avis Rent a Car, and go anywhere in Australia you want, and you don't have to fill out any travel plans, any danger plans, anything. You can travel into the middle of Australia, break down, right? Die of bloody whatever you're going to die of. If you don't get eaten by something first, you're probably going to die of thirst
Of exposure.
and dehydration. But no one cares
What happens to you?
if you come here and decide to do that. There is no care for your safety whatsoever. But all of a sudden now, right, if I go to Antarctica, they care about my personal safety because they're just really caring people.
Yeah, but Bansal, before you go to Antarctica in your, let's say, in your own ship, you have to register that you're going there and check. You can't go without notifying the government. You can't just go like that. You can't.
Oh, you can. You can quite easily jump on a ship and go there. Nothing.
Yeah, but you'd be breaking your laws. You have to register with your government, letting them know that you're going to Antarctica, because they're part of the signatories to the treaty. So you'd have to let them know and tell them why you're going there. You can't just go on your own. No, that's
My
not
ship,
true.
no, my ship may be, but I can jump on one of their ships and go there whenever I want.
But isn't that with most traveling?
Again,
If I'm leaving
still
America and
restricted.
going to Canada, at the border, I gotta let American Border Control know I'm leaving the country and this is where I'm going. This isn't that what happens with all traveling? I don't know.
No, not with
Well,
all
pretty
traveling,
much.
because I didn't have to do that when I
No.
traveled across the world. No, that's different. When I traveled
What?
across the world,
So you
when I
didn't
say the
check
world,
in? You didn't check
Europe
in at
and
airports?
Africa, I didn't do any of that. No,
But didn't you
have to
Didn't you
notify
check
anybody.
in? You didn't check in at airports once. Didn't those countries know Jin is inside our country? Or you were just traveling illegally?
Only when you go through border control.
Yeah.
All you do is show your passport. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
signing anything. You're not signing
No,
anything.
you signed something at border control. Indemnity
No,
forms. All these things when you
I
travel.
didn't sign one
What?
thing. No,
So
all they
you
did
just
was
go to the airport, pull out your passport, and they let you go.
I didn't go by airport. I went by motorbike. It's a different thing.
But then even on your motorbike
and stuff, though, don't you?
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
I have my passport and my insurance documentation for the vehicle.
But let's say, Jen, you are on your motorbike. You leave in one country.
Yeah.
You're entering another country. Are you
Right.
entering that other country at a border control spot, or are you just
I'm going
entering
through the border
illegally?
control system. All they do is look at your passport, stamp your passport. That's it. You don't sign anything.
But how do you get a visa to be in that country now?
It wasn't required of a visa. British passport.
What? Oh, so you were going to like what do they call it? Schengen countries? Is that the name for it?
Well, these countries, British passport carries you a long way. So all they do is stamp your passport. That gives you the visa when they stamp it at the border control.
That's what's up. I need to. I need to use my passport like that.
Yeah,
That's what's
that's
up,
how I
man.
use my passport.
There
So
we
I've got
go.
lots of stamps from different parts of the world that I've travelled on the bike, and it was just show
Yeah,
the
I mean,
passport.
I mean,
Stamp.
but that's weird because I travel as well. I also have a British passport. It's stamped up as well. But everywhere I go, I can't just rock up and show it. I'll definitely get the visa if I show them my passport. But sometimes they'll ask a few questions. What are you doing here?
Yeah, well, that's
How long?
right. That's what
How
they do,
long?
of course.
How
Of
long do you
course.
plan on staying here? You
Yeah,
know?
the same
Uh
old,
huh.
same old. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Okay.
that's the standard. Yeah, but I didn't have to sign.
Yeah.
I didn't have to sign anything. I just showed my passport, showed the vehicle documentation. Right? They looked at it. They stamped my passport because it shows that I came through that border control at what time and what date. You see,
Did you
that's
ever go?
evidence.
Did you ever go to countries where the British passport doesn't have influence, doesn't carry weight?
I've
No,
never. I can't say that I have, to be honest.
like Middle
No,
Eastern countries. No.
no, I've never been to Middle
Oh,
Eastern
okay.
countries. No.
Okay.
No, the only place I went to was Morocco. Morocco. That was
Like,
and that was straightforward. Like I just said, no problem there.
Okay.
Yeah, I can
But
answer that.
but regarding Antarctica, even if you jumped on one of their ships, right, you're still going to have to explain why you are there, and you're not free to go anywhere you want. You'll be restricted in your movements. You're going to have to follow the program and regime wherever because these places are split into different regions because of the signatories. So what are you doing in Antarctica, Bansor?
Yeah, Basil.
You know,
I
what would you
think
be
Basil
doing?
ran away.
Yeah, that's a difficult one because you can't just go. You can't just go to Antarctica and think you like you're going to Paris or Italy and start roaming because there are no sightseeing sites except for the organised tours where you go and see the penguins and that. And in that situation, you are controlled all the way. You're accompanied everywhere. You can't go there. You can't go there. They'll tell you where your boundaries are. Okay, and that's it. And
Yeah,
then once that
but
sightseeing is finished, you return back to base camp, back into
but
your
Jin,
tents.
did you listen to the conversation Basil and I were having? There was a person that came in yesterday, and they have personal experience being at Antarctica, and the way they explained it was they were there for work and they were situated on a base, but they were allowed to go off base. But if they
Yeah,
wanted to go
yeah, they
off
were
base,
allowed to go off base,
there was
but
like a plan they needed, like a contingency emergency plan they needed to have in place.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And even then, because they worked there, they had special permission because they worked there, so they were
Okay.
allowed to go. And I'm telling you now, they still would what they couldn't go anywhere, could they? They couldn't just go off anywhere they want to go. They'd still be
Wait,
restricted.
that's not clear yet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. They
We
wouldn't
just
be able to
we
go
just have
off
to wait for that
anywhere.
guy to come back into
Yeah,
BC and we'll ask him.
Well,
yeah,
also what Paul was doing, they were doing it under the banner of science. So they were there doing scientific experiments or
research.
observations or whatever they were
Right.
So why don't
doing.
we do the same? Why don't we say we're going under the banner science to record 24-hour suns and whatnot?
Well,
No?
you and I probably couldn't do it. You probably need a couple of letters after your name to even be able to pull that off.
And be affiliated to some kind of organization. You can't just go on your Jack Jones. You've got to belong to you've got to prove that you belong to a scientific organization that's going to be carrying. That's the kind of people
Well,
you can't go
well,
on your own.
you definitely can go down there on your own as a tourist. Now,
Yes.
can you do what Paul did as a tourist, like travel 300 kilometers as a tourist? I would doubt
No.
that very, very
No
highly.
chance of that.
Let's look into it.
Right. I would
Yeah,
doubt
no.
that very, very highly.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, none of us are sure for certain, right?
Well, no,
Well,
I can't say 100%
I've never heard anyone doing it.
one way or the other, but I would doubt it, right?
In
Now,
my
if you're
research.
working down there and you've got a purpose to do it, yeah, you probably can. But for you and me to do it, maybe if we had the finances behind us, Nate, to say, you know what, we want to hire some skidoos and travel 300 kilometers and whatnot, we may be able to do it. But like I said, they're not going to let us travel 1,500 kilometres, 2,000 kilometres, 3,000 kilometres, because they just don't have the resources in case something goes wrong.
Right.
And
Number
if we had
one.
our own resources, like we brought a ton of fuel with us, you know.
I don't think you're allowed to. No, I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah,
I don't
yeah. You
actually
see,
think you're allowed to.
yeah, you're not allowed to bring. You're limited on how much fuel you can bring to Antarctica. If you're your own entity, once you go past that 60th parallel, you've got to have enough fuel to get back. So, and you won't have enough. You won't be allowed to go anywhere you like on Antarctica. That's the thing.
Like maybe if you were doing a scientific expedition,
Right,
and it had a very specific purpose, and you wanted to say travel 2,500 kilometers from the base, and that did require extra fuel, extra resources.
Of course it would.
You may be able to arrange those permits to do it. I don't know, mate. I've got no idea. But
That'd be a crack team of Masons for sure. If they had that need,
That's right.
they'd send their crack Mason squad.
I know what my gut tells me, right? And I reckon my gut is pretty right. I reckon my gut's pretty right.
Yeah,
And
my
you
gut
know
says no. My
and
gut
you
says
know
no.
the
on it.
answer too, don't you, Nate?
Yeah,
You
not
know the answer.
not 2,000 kilometers.
I don't know the
That's
answer.
1,200 miles into the white desert. They're not going to allow you to do that. That's Admiral Byrd territory. They're not going to let you go there. Come on, man. No way.
He was a Mason. Exactly my point.
He was
That's
a
where they
low-
send the Masons.
He was a low-level Mason. Like he only found a mountain of coal, for God's sake.
Can I tell you
Wasn't a very
something?
good-
He was no low-level Mason. He was the youngest admiral that America ever had, and they billed him as this superhero, but he was a fucking dickhead mug. Didn't even love his family enough.
Oh.
Captain Geezer.
Damn.
Oh, I know.
What?
And he lied. And he
I
lied.
thought he
wasn't the
was
first.
like a flat Earth hero. Like,
Not
oh,
for
okay.
me, not my hero. He ain't my hero.
Okay.
Look, this man lied. This man lied that he flew a plane. He flew in a plane, the first man to fly from to the North Pole and back, whatever. And he didn't do it. His pilot grassed him up in the end. They didn't make it. When they did the maths, the aeroplane and the fuel and the time it took them to get there and back, said, no, you couldn't have done it. That was too quick. He never even made it. He was a liar.
Damn.
Oh, Nate, he's my hero.
Not my fucking hero. No chance.
I love Masons.
That. And they killed him. They killed his son. His son died mysteriously on the. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Who killed him?
Yeah, they
Colonel?
killed him. Yeah, I reckon the powers that shouldn't be took him out. If you look up his son,
Umpire Dickie Bird.
His son dies
He was related. He
mysteriously,
got taken
and
out.
a horrible death, by the way. A horrible death.
Really?
Look at,
Damn.
yeah. You see, I
Remember Umpire Dickie Bird?
I look into this stuff. I looked into it good, man, because I thought, wow, here's a man who claims to have done this, that, and the other. Bloody liar. He was just a tool for the powers that shouldn't be.
Really?
Yeah. That's what he was.
I don't
When you
know.
look at his face, right, I said, here's a man who hasn't been telling the truth, is what he looks like to me.
What?
Yep.
That's a
You can see
mighty
it.
wild claim.
Yeah, it was a wild claim. This was before I discovered that he hadn't done what he said he did. I looked at his face and I thought, look, America is the #1 fake news country of the world, yeah? #1, right? So I trust nothing. I trust nothing they say. So when I start looking back in history at all the accolades that they afford their so-called famous people, everything comes under question, right? So when I look, I'm going back to 2015, 2016, when I was looking up at Bird. I looked at his face and I thought, this man doesn't look honest. He looks like he knows something and he's not telling us. Okay? That's what I got from the feedback from his face. I don't know the guy. Some people can read these signals. And then later on, I'm finding out that he didn't do this. I went, there we are. There's a chink in his armor. Right? And then you look into his life story. He's been on the ice for ages, okay? His children run up to him and he says, he's such a stiff upper lip. Not now, kids, not now. Haven't seen them in bloody years. Not now. The first thing you do is you want to hug your kid. He was a bloody idiot. The man's character was just totally called into question. His sanity,
Yeah, he's
his
amazing.
humanity. It was all lost in Antarctica and all that. And his persona of trying to be the best, the first to do this, the first to do that. He was just a lost man. You got to look into. Do you want the documentaries I've watched so you can pick it all up? Do you want it? I'll give it to you. If you're interested.
He was too keen on the
material.
secret handshake, mate.
Yes. If you want the material, I can link you to the material. And you'll come to a real understanding of this
The old
animal
wrist
bird.
tickler.
Oh, come on. Don't wreck the illusion I have of Amber.
Oh, fuck that. Be honest, mate. I'm telling you the truth. He's not
He
a hero of mine at all, Mr. Bird.
He looks like my grandpa. Come on.
Oh, that's fine.
He was a pretty cool cat.
And then his son gets killed mysteriously as well. Fuck. No. Forget that. Forget that one, man. Don't buy into the hype. He was hyped up. And in those days, hyping up was big business. Okay.
Oh, he was on the latest watch bloody program.
Yeah. The Long Jeans. Long Jeans.
That's it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right.
High-end television.
That's right. And then the guy was trying to give it the old, like a few years ago, about a score of years ago. He's trying to say 20 years. He says, a score of years ago. Really? I laughed when I heard that. But yeah, And he gave that famous interview where he said there was land the size of Little America, uninhabited and unexplored by man, And there was resources. So he claims. No. I don't look at Bird as any barometer for, to get my P's and Q's from. They did their Operation High Jump and whatever. Okay. But again, you could see that it was all, it was just promoting Bird and, America was there. The equipment they took broke down. Just got to watch the documentaries. It's fucking interesting anyway. But I think I was more interested in what Banser was talking about. Can we actually go there? That's the thing.
Well, we can go there. We can actually go there.
Yes,
That's
on a holiday
undeniable.
package.
Yeah.
On a holiday package, yes.
Of course.
On your own ship, you're going to have to do a lot of registering first of all, and then they want to know why you're going. And if you don't fit the criteria, you ain't going. You remember what's his name? Joe Anderhoyd. Now he was a Norwegian who famous sailor. This man, okay. Now he wanted to go to Antarctica, but he didn't want to jump all through the hoops, did he? He didn't want to go through dancing through the hoops, so he just went on his own. And then they destroyed his ship, okay. And I think 3 of his colleagues disappeared.
Oh, what you doing, bro?
Yeah. Joel Anderhoy, his name is Anderhoy. Okay. So then, when he got back to his ship, found that his ship was crippled. He was arrested, I think, and marched back to South America. And then from South America back up to Norway. He had to pay a fine, which he didn't pay. And he went back to Antarctica twice more on 2 different ships, okay, looking for his friends. And in the end, he had to pay this fine, but I don't think he paid it. That's as far as I've got with my research on Johan Anderhoy. He made 3 trips to Antarctica unannounced, and 3 times was marched back, okay? Johan Anderhoy, the name. Don't forget it.
Interesting.
Yes, very interesting indeed, sir. Very interesting indeed. I do a lot of research. Into this stuff, man. I'm a walking internet, literally.
I'm surprised, Nate, that you're conflicted with the scientific method and how to science. That surprises me.
Yeah, well, this is how it is. I mean, I'd love to go to Antarctica. I really would. I mean, of course.
God,
Just learn to astral plane, Jin.
I will.
Apparently, you can just read a book and astral plane. Just head out there.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that nonsense. Yeah. Yeah,
Good
I'd love to
imagination
go.
these
I'd love to
people
go
have.
there to do the snowboarding, and then obviously that like the aforementioned skidoos. That would be nice. Yeah, that would be luxury. And then just have a nice, you know, look around. I'd love to do that. And you know what? Breathe in the fresh air. And I don't mean by the bases, because I'm sure even the air by the bases is polluted. All the machines and the diesel shit that they're pushing out there. You know, they talk about keeping it pristine, but they're fucking polluting. A lot of them.
Oh, there's only, I don't know, a couple of diesel generators going.
Yeah, stinking the place
Yeah,
out. Yeah,
and then nuclear power plant or two.
right.
Come
right.
on, they need light,
Yeah.
right? Except in the
Right.
summer when they've got 24-hour light, they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I'd love to go there. And like you said, travel out 2,000 kilometers, 1,200 miles out, and breathe in that clean air. Can you imagine?
I honestly couldn't think of anything more miserable myself.
I'd want to
Ah,
be in a luxury blimp, like one that's made of like Kevlar that can't be fucking torn and full of
Okay.
well, that's
helium and
nice.
Yeah,
has
yeah.
awesome fucking systems to hunker down in the wind, and it just sits, you know, like just fully designed so you could just float and drift and
Yeah, that's
explore
brilliant. That
Antarctica.
is. No, you hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, but for those who like a bit of action like me, I mean, I'm going to be into that skidoo. I'll be following you on the
Take the
skidoo.
motorbike.
Yeah.
Like I like action where it's anywhere between look, nice temperature, 25 to 42. I'm happy anywhere in
Yeah,
between that.
but don't get me wrong, right? It's not as bad as you think it is, because the equipment you have is going to well and truly protect you. That's the first thing, unless the weather takes a turn for the worst. But if you're going there in the so-called summer, where you've got daylight, 24 hours, maybe not sunlight but daylight, you should be okay, because you're going to be sweating. You will
Nah,
sweat.
it's going to be perfectly climate controlled inside the blimp cabin. It's going to be sweet.
I'll tell you what, Jin, when you go, take me a photo, right? I'll be happy. Take me a photo.
Yeah.
Tag me.
I'll show you such a photo. You'll be salivating. You'll be coming down there. So I've got to get down there. Salivating.
Yeah. Building your own blimp.
Thinking how.
Yes, and when I look at that photo, I'll be sitting in front of my open fire going, "Oh, gee, that looks beautiful."
There's 3 inside the blimp.
Got my chicken.
There we go.
Lovely. Got my chicken on the go there. Nice. Chicken ramen soup, Japanese style, hot water. Just add hot water. That's it, and away you go. Oh yeah, there you go. Look at that. Lovely.
The first thing I put in the blimp was an open fire bandy.
Thank you very much. Well, you got to keep it up, don't you? So you need the fire.
Yeah. There's a mountain of coal. There's a mountain of coal down there. Apparently, you just need to bump into that and blow it up.
I'll tell you one thing that you may notice, or maybe not, depending on your level of fitness. But you will notice that the air you breathe will clean you out, and you will gain strength just by being in that environment where the air is clean. Now, I noticed this phenomena in myself when I traveled to Liverpool back in 1988. Yeah.
Oh, don't, Jin.
Yeah, I went to meet some.
No one was even alive back then.
1988. I was on a brand new motorcycle known as the Honda Dominator. I'd had it for about half a year, and I went cycling one day to see a friend of mine, and I cut through Euston Station. you know, okay, on the bicycle, and there were these black girls were laughing at me because I had all the cycling gear on, and they hadn't seen that kind of thing, you know, black guys on a bike cycling. So I asked them why were they laughing, and they said they were laughing at all my gear, and I said, well, this is how we are in London, you know. Okay, well, what are you girls doing here? And they said they were here. They were there at the time sightseeing. I said, really? Okay, let me show you London. Okay, that's it. So I didn't go and see my friend in the end. I went up and took these girls sightseeing all around Covent Gardens and everything else, bought them something to eat. And then I gave them my address where I was staying with my brother. And they came back, yeah, I goes, get on the bus. In fact, I put them in a taxi. Okay, and they came back to my brother's place, sat down, had a nice time, got them some Jamaican food, because they were Jamaican girls. So I got them some Jamaican food. And then the night went well. The next day they went back to Liverpool. They said, you got to come up next weekend, they said.
She
So
wants
I
to
didn't
hook
go
up
up
with
that
you.
weekend. I went up the weekend afterwards, okay?
All right.
Yeah.
So I went up
Sorry,
to
guys.
Liverpool the weekend after that, the weekend following that one. And then I stayed the weekend. And the first thing I noticed, that there wasn't the volume of traffic that London has in Liverpool, okay? That Liverpool, yeah, because in Liverpool, the traffic volume is a lot less, smaller city. So I learned something there. The buildings were similar though. And I had a good time, went down Penny Lane and everything else. And then I came back, and then come the Monday, my body felt fully charged, and I couldn't understand why. I couldn't understand why I felt fully charged. I noticed a physical change in my body. And the only reason I could put it down to was being in Liverpool, the air quality. That's the only thing. I didn't eat anything different, didn't behave any differently, went out, did the drinking, did all the dancing and everything else. But I felt physically stronger. And I put it down to the air quality. And I went there twice, and the same thing happened again. So I put it down to so I'm thinking, if you go to Antarctica and you're breathing the air down there, it's going to clean you out. You'll get some strength from it. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here, buddy.
You are.
Yeah, sorry. But that's a true story. That's what happened to me. And I do believe that air is a medicine because it's like a liquid. It can cleanse the inside. What do you think?
Very true.
Non-polluted air, yeah.
Who wants to go thirds in a big Kevlar blimp with open fire, awesome cabin that hangs underneath it?
Go thirds? No, I'll go 50-50 with you. I don't want anyone else there.
Really?
Yeah.
We might need the resourcefulness of just one other person. Because
Exactly.
if we get lost out there, I don't know if
Someone
you and I are
like
going to
me
sort
would be
everything
your
out that
man.
we could come across.
I don't know. We'll have a compass. We'll be right.
Someone like me
Yeah,
would
true.
be your lifesavers. Yeah.
Gin. All right. If we put 50 in each, $50, I reckon we should cover that. Be really thin Kevlar, but we should be all right.
This should do the job. Only it just has to do the job. That's all you got to worry about.
Well, I
Yeah.
would like to have a redundancy in that. It mustn't just have to do the job because that's flying by the wire. You need to have some redundancy
Oh,
in place.
Gin, come on, where's your
Tons of
sense of adventure?
No,
Gin,
no,
all
no,
of
no.
a sudden now.
Don't flaunt it. Don't flaunt it with nature, mate. Nature will always win. You've got to live with her. So if she says you've got to have this thickness and this amount, makes you have that and some. You know? Yeah.
So all adventure but no risk, Gin. Interesting.
No risk, exactly that. You eliminate risk by planning well. Then you have success.
Where's the adventure?
That is the
Fair
adventure.
enough. You get to sightsee.
That is the adventure.
Yeah,
of course.
sightseeing. Take a photo.
Sightseeing, trouble-free. Yeah? Don't want to go there on the wire. Something goes wrong and then you're fucked. You're dead.
All right.
Yeah, right. Nice.
Some of the best stories, Jim, are when you like blow a tire out and then you realise that, fuck, that's
Exactly.
right.
I've done
Hit a
that.
kangaroo
I've done that.
last
I've
week
done
and
that.
had
I've
to
had that.
replace a tire and don't have a spare.
Yeah,
Then
that's
you meet
fine.
the
I've done all
people
that.
that help you out, and then next thing you know, you're friends for life with a whole bunch of new
Yeah.
people. It's like
Yeah, well, I've
sliding
done all
doors,
that. I did
man.
all that, but I planned it and I took my tools and took my equipment. That's why I was able to
And
do what I did in
yeah,
Africa and fix everything.
I had
I even serviced the Italian that I met along the way, and his wife. He was riding on a Honda BFR 750. Not only did I service his bike, I cleaned it. When he came out, he couldn't. But what happened to my bike? I said, yeah, I gave it a service because I was doing my bike. And like as I said before, in the military, you look after each other. So in this case, you know, I could see that his chain needed to be adjusted. I checked the engine oil, and then I cleaned off all the wheels, checked the brakes, everything was okay, and that was it, really. You know, you do
or
that
in
so that nothing
Australia, Jen, you
happens on
don't
the
touch
journey.
another man's bike.
Oh yeah, but
Jesus.
I'm like a mechanic. So if I touch your bike, I'm not gonna. It's gonna be uplifted, not downgraded.
Yeah, but what if I'm not on your good side, Jim?
Exactly.
Jeez.
I've
Yeah,
already
if
felt
you're
like
not on
I'm
my good side,
downgraded.
the thing is, I'm still, and we have to travel together, and I can see danger, and I don't deal with that, and you crash. I was responsible for that.
Yeah, every word that comes out
You're
of
a
his
legend.
mouth is so downgraded, dude.
Because I saw the danger and I didn't nip it in the bud, or I didn't even alert you to it. That would be a bad human being. I couldn't do that.
Love me better. Your loving sucks.
No, man, I'm not like that. I'm not that kind of person. You know, we're all together in a team, and we got to make it. And we made it. Me and this guy and his wife and my girlfriend, Carol.
Year 11? Who's in year 11?
How many people of your team
We
are
got a
gonna
new
die?
customer.
How many
All
people on your
right.
team are gonna die one day?
I recognise that voice. Hey, Saren.
How you doing? How many
Because
people
look,
in the team?
if
Yeah.
you're on, because look, this is the point. If you're on my team, you'll never die.
Oh. Well, do you want to go thirds in the bloody blimp? Sound like you'd be pretty handy.
I don't go in
I'm
blimp.
going to have to
Blimp
test
is
some of
for
these
idiots.
skills, so.
Yeah, but you've got to be
Okay.
Only
hardy
idiots
in the
go
cold.
in
You've got to
blimp.
be prepared to deal with the cold.
Why don't you go in blimps? What have you got against blimps? Are you an anti-blimper?
I don't. Yes,
I
I'm an
like blimps. I like
anti-blimper.
blimps. I
I'm
think
an
blimps are good.
anti-vehicular.
Fucking anti-blimpers.
I don't even
No,
drive a car,
blimps are
dude.
good. The only problem with the blimp is the
I don't even
wind. You know,
drive
when the
cars.
wind trouble, the wind.
No, Gin, you build it so that when the wind picks up, it pushes down to the ground and gets forced harder to the ground, the stronger the wind.
Okay, yeah. So
That's the
you
shape.
design it for downforce. Okay, so you design it for
Fucking oath,
downforce.
mate. The minute the wind backs off, you can get lift and off you go and drift around a bit more.
Yeah, the thing about it is the thing about that though is that the wind is unpredictable. So it will be down, up, all over the place, man. It's not. You understand what I'm saying?
No, it'll only go down with certain strong winds. It's fully designed.
Don't you worry.
Just
This
You're
need
is
telling
$50.
me, you're telling me
Two
an eagle
people.
can't pierce the blimp? An eagle can't pierce the blimp?
not our blimp.
$50 initial investment.
An
Right.
eagle,
What
an
if
eagle in
Russia shoots your
Antarctica.
blimp down, dude? What if Russia shoots your blimp down?
Why is
Russia will
shoot
back
us
it.
down?
They love it.
I'm not
They'll
retarded.
give
I'm
me a
not going to take
nuclear
the
cell to
chance for
power it
Russia
with.
to shoot my blimp down.
What? Don't be such a pessimist. Don't be such an anti-blimper. Come on.
You're such
It'll
a
be a fog
dummy,
breaker.
dude.
Nuclear fog breaker. That's what it will be.
Now, realistically speaking, if we go there, we're going to be revealing that Antarctica is not at the bottom of the world. I'm telling you, there's a lot to go, because that's what we're going to be proving, aren't we? Yeah.
Sort of.
What are you trying to prove? How retarded this conversation is? Is that what you're trying to prove? Because you don't need to
Well,
prove it.
that's what I'm trying to prove. Yeah, of course.
That's a bit harsh, Saren. That's a little bit.
I'm not Theron. Stop talking to me.
Yeah, no, Saren. Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not, dude. You can't prove that.
Yes, I can.
All right. Present the evidence.
I say you are Saren, so thus you are Saren.
Tell me something that
Well-
Saren did that only you would know.
What? I actually don't want to say something that Saren did because I don't really want to have that conversation personally myself.
Are you talking about Saren, the guy that got his mom on this Discord and told her that dinosaurs weren't real? Is that who you're talking about?
Maybe, maybe.
Oh, okay.
No, just in case the room didn't know that, we had the dinosaur smack my mom the other night.
I know. You destroyed all her
we
all
just
her play.
we destroyed the dinosaurs. Dude.
I can't believe it. You should take
But
better
look,
care of your
you
mum.
can say that
You
you
can't
were
be
there
doing
for
things
that,
like
dude.
that.
Yeah, you can say you were there for that, dude.
Yeah.
But look, my mom is
Yes.
still an idiot. She takes showers in tap water.
What?
Yeah, she's dumb. She don't listen to nobody.
Damn.
But at least she doesn't think the
does
dinosaurs
that?
are real. That's a good start, right?
You haven't convinced her. How long have you been telling her to
Dude,
make her
I
own
literally,
rainwater?
I boiled the gallon of tap water off at her house and showed her what was in the bottom of the pan. And
Yeah.
and you know what she said to me? She's like, I had to clean up your fucking mess. I'm like, oh my fucking God, dude. So then I had to go back to the drawing board and figure something else out.
Look, it adds flavor. It's like a barbecue, Sarah.
You're an idiot.
You never clean a barbecue, do you?
What
Like,
is
you
it,
never
dude?
clean
What
it.
is it? Tell us what it is.
Oh, I always clean a barbecue. I don't want no shit on
Why?
there.
What are you going to wreck a perfectly good barbecue for? Like, where do you think the flavor comes
clean
from?
it down, man.
It comes from the 500 barbecues you've had before.
Nah,
Come
that's
on.
disgusting.
Nah.
That's why it stinks.
Where do you think immunity comes from?
Harden up, Jin. God, I thought you lived on the edge, Jin.
No, I
And you're
live on the
telling
edge.
me-
I live on the edge, but
No
then again, you
risk.
don't have to
Oh,
accumulate carbon
damn.
when you don't need it.
And
Don't accumulate when you don't need
what
it.
sort of man cleans his barbecue? What the hell?
Well,
That
you
is the
see what
most
I do?
obvious
I
thing.
scrape it all down,
What
scrape
the-
it all down so it's nice and clean. And then you
Oh,
put it.
Jin, that is sacrilege. That is sacrilege.
No,
Tell him,
no, no,
Benzo.
no, 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 no. You
Tell
keep
him,
that
Benzo.
down. You know why? So that the meat, all the food tastes nice and fresh.
No way. It's like a wok.
Yeah.
It's like a wok, Jin. You never clean a wok, do you?
My wok is immaculate.
Who the
My
fuck
wok
Oh
uses
my
a wok?
God! You must be the
doesn't have a
worst cook
single
ever.
burn mark.
You must be
on
the
there.
worst cook ever. I cannot believe
I am.
you
Yeah, you say that,
disrespect
and then you taste my succulent food, and you think, wow.
the way
If this
you
is what I've been missing.
disrespect food in such a way, Jin. I am
That is not
gobsmacked.
disrespecting
I
food.
am
That is
literally
bringing.
gobsmacked.
That is
You
bringing
have just
food
gone
to the
down
high. If you see the stuff that I
a couple
cook,
of pegs. You've gone
if you
down a
see the
couple of
stuff that I cook in my wok, and you'll be saying, wow. That's all you're gonna say.
I'd be going,
No,
wow, why would you destroy my food like that? That's what I'd be doing.
I don't want to smell burning food.
I'd be
So I
taking it
cook.
outside and rolling it in the mud, right,
So
to get a
I
bit of
cook
flavour
it.
in it, because you've wrecked all the flavour.
I haven't. I cook it to the perfect so that it's bursting with flavour and succulent when you eat it. Yeah.
Hey, Bandy,
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
you know what a wok is?
Well, you're
No,
about
just
to tell me.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I know, yeah.
that's okay. That's what you throw at a wabbit when you haven't got a rifle.
Yeah. God, I've heard it all now. I've heard it all. I cannot believe Jin cleans his barbecue and his woks. Well,
Well,
that's
yeah,
So
of
he's
course
got
I do.
nice,
Of
crazy.
course I do.
nice, shiny stainless steel looking type woks and barbecues.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, it's as clean as you can get it with a wire brush and that. Yeah, get it with a wire.
Or you get the grinder out and polish it up with the sanding disc.
You've removed all the seasoning.
I just get all the crap off.
Exactly. Yeah.
None of your food's going to be seasoned.
My barbecue gets put away. Like I just take off the old bits of onion or whatever, put it away. Next time I light it up, I pour a bit of beer over it, just to whatever, and a bit of oil, and start cooking.
No one asked, dude. Shut up.
And then a real bonus is when you start up the barbie and you heat it up and you you find an old piece of onion that was being left behind. You go, oh,
What kind of
everything gets cleaned off, clean like new. Then the next time
You must have been drunk last time you had a barbie, Bandy, to miss that little piece of
damn.
onion to clean your barbie when you put it away.
That's the only way to have a barbie. The only way.
That's how you prevent COVID, people. That's the true fucking immunity builder.
Yeah, don't worry. And then you scrape it all off. and then dust it down, put it away. The next time you
You
come
could have
out,
left a sausage
check it out.
in there to be
Beautiful.
it would have been petrified by the time you got to the next barbie.
Look, I haven't been to a doctor in about 47
neither have I.
years, Gin. 47 years. You know why? I don't clean my barbie or my wok. That's why.
Yeah,
That
right.
is
Well, I
why.
haven't been in 42 years. And you know why? Because I clean my wok and everything else.
Yeah,
perfectly.
rubbish.
Jesus.
I
This is
clean
flat
everything
versus curve.
perfectly. I'm healthy, no problem at all. And my food is lovely. I have the Japanese queuing round looking at what I'm doing.
No, they're queuing up because they're absolutely gobsmacked. They can't believe the
They
sacrilege
think,
that
wow.
you're doing to
And you
their
get that nice
utensils.
smell. You know what they said? And how do you get that nice smell is what they said. What's that smell? And I said, yeah, come here and have a look. And I said, they're the herbs and spices. And I said, don't you use this stuff? He goes, no. Where do you get it? I said, in the supermarket. They're there. Go and buy it. And then they try my food.
And then they say,
and
where's the
they
season?
say,
That's why. You know why you have to add.
umai.
You know why you have to add herbs and spices? Because you've wrecked it all. Because you've cleaned your bloody wok. You've got no flavour left in it. That's what's going on.
You've always got to season your meat. You've got to tenderize and season your meat.
That's what's going on there,
All your
Gin.
fish.
Oh my god.
All your mushrooms.
You
all
just
your
throw
lemon.
good money after bad. Oh my god.
Nah, no way, mate. Lovely food. Everybody.
Each to their own, Gin.
Exactly.
Just try it though. Just try it. Try it though.
No, I've tried it.
Just one time.
I've tried it. With the meat, with the meat sticking on the.
You're not coming in our. You're not coming in our blimp, Gin. You are not coming in our blimp. You're going to be cleaning your bloody wok. Buddy, I'll throw your wok out the porthole window.
Breathing in burnt
That's
carbon all the time.
Damn.
You didn't use Fosters, did you?
Breathing in all your burnt
Don't
carbon
use
from the back of the
Fosters.
frying pan.
It is crazy. Crazy.
My frying pans and my wok they look brand new. Because as soon as I finish cooking, I clean all the oil off.
That's why.
I clean all the oil off of it. everything gets cleaned right off. So it doesn't look like it's being used.
Yeah,
and the inside, and then when I start cooking fresh,
sounds a little anal.
The oil goes in. The oil goes in. Crack. Look at that.
Little compulsive, obsessive creeping in there, Jen. I feel.
No, not at all. That's
you make sure there's not a speck of oil left on it. That's a little obsessive. Because I'd be okay with a speck, wouldn't you?
I don't want the
You're not okay with a speck.
Look, the first thing is my wok. The color and the design is orange. It was put there so it looks good. It wasn't put there so you can burn it black. Yeah, that's not the design. What's the point of putting a design on the fucking thing?
You've got an orange wok.
I have an orange wok.
That sounds like it must be ceramic.
It ain't a wok then. It ain't a wok. That's for sure.
It's
you
a
got
wok.
some bloody cheap bloody North Korean imported copper.
No. This is made by T-Pal.
That's what you've
This
got.
is made by T-Pal. It's made by T-Pal.
Fucking expensive out of North Korea. It's hard to get that shit. You got to go to Dennis Rodman if you want shit out of North Korea.
I have a T-Pal wok. I had one in London. In London, it was black.
Well,
black
you know
and
it
silver.
ain't a wok.
Well
it was
done.
T-Pal printed all over it.
It's a good wok. It's not a Chinese. Not made in China. No, not made in China or Korea.
Yeah, it ain't a wok then, is it?
It's a wok.
Bensler, I think Jin doesn't know. Hey, Jin, it's Iggs.
How you doing, Iggs?
The way it works here in Australia, like when I came here, it was like, hey, let's have a barbecue. You get there, the guy opens the barbecue, and I'm like looking at it. I'm like, all right, looks a bit, and all that happens is they get the Victorian bitter out or whatever. It's usually VB.
Yeah.
As they're warming it up, they pour the beer on top of it, and they're like, we're ready to fucking go, mate. Let's start cooking.
Let's go. Bloody beauty, mate. Bloody beauty. Beautiful. Go on,
I scrape all that crud off. I scrape all the crud off so that the next time the thing still tastes as good.
Jen, you'll love this. You always start with the kids' food, mate.
Yeah. You need
Yeah,
Get
not
it.
3 million stronger, mate.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's right.
And if you drop a
Oh,
sausage on the
shit.
ground, you just pick it up and put it back on the barbie.
Well, yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Just dust it off, and then yeah, of course, that's adding nutrition.
Dust
What do
it
you
off.
What do you dust it off for, Gin?
No,
You're
all
getting
you,
rid of all the flavour.
Gin.
What the
all you
hell?
do is
Oh.
Dust
you
it
do,
off a little bit, and
Almighty.
then put it on there and add
Do you
Oh,
dust it off
Gin,
with a
you
wire
are
brush?
He's so anal. It cleans
Tooth. I
everything.
dust it off
What
with a
don't you
toothbrush.
clean? What don't you clean, Gin? That's the question.
Toothbrush.
What don't you clean?
Get the wire brush, yeah, and dust off the sausage.
I dust off the sausage with a toothbrush. What are you talking about?
He's probably got his wire brush connected.
You know, no, I've got one of those. You know the glazing brush. You know the glazing brush you use when you glaze your chicken and your turkey and all that. Yeah.
Oh
that
no,
brush. I've got
they
one
get
of those.
very manky, Gin. I wouldn't use one of those. They get manky as.
Gin's probably got a wire brush connected to his angle grinder.
Jin sounds like he's got experience in dropping his sausage.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Descending.
trust you, Jen, it's a whole different kettle of fish here, mate. Like over here, I'm telling you, the barbie stays as is.
We are the
Yeah,
barbecue
yeah.
kings.
You
There we
stay
go.
like this.
The seasoned wok proper. See, look at that.
Yeah, they use peanut oil or something, don't they, to actually start them off when you start cooking, I thought.
You're only ever supposed to wipe them out with a paper towel or something. Just give them a bit of a wipe off. That's it.
Yeah. No, not a paper towel. It's not even. It's newspaper.
It's hot.
Let's be accurate. Newspaper.
Newspaper, yeah.
Yeah, it's not. You're being too generous here.
Get all that silicon and ink all over your stuff. Yeah.
You get a bit more flavour. You know what I mean? Newspaper.
It's all about the flavour.
Yeah.
I can't believe Gin is arguing with the barbecue kings. We are the barbecue kings, Gin, for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, we invented barbecues.
No, you didn't invent barbecues. Don't be silly.
100% we did.
The Aboriginals did, mate. Kangaroo on an open fire.
We were
Thanks
the
for coming.
first. We were the first.
Nah, you were not the first.
100% we were.
I can
the
flare my
Aborigines and the
left
Africans were
nostril.
barbecuing
slightly.
well before the Aussies.
I'm
Don't
related.
even go there, mate. Don't even go there.
Look, you can go to caves here, Gin, where the Aboriginals
Thank you.
have described. Right, they got their murals on the side of cave walls, and there in the corner you can see a Weber, right, as part of their mural.
Yep. And kangaroo tail hanging out of it. Do you know what you can't see, Jim? You can't see one in all of the cave paintings. You can't see one depiction of a vegetable crop. It's just fucking all animals too. So the Weber and the kangaroo tail, and the odd snake. They're pretty much just kangaroos and Webers. That's all they are.
The odd crocodile, The old crocodile Dundee, eh?
You know what
Oh,
else?
it's the women collected the fruit and veggies. The men got the meat.
Yeah. You know what else?
What veggies?
Cleaning cloths on
The yams. They used to get yams and roots and berries.
Oh, yeah. That's when they couldn't kill something, mate.
They got
the women didn't kill.
Was unsuccessful.
The women didn't kill the meat. Catch the meat. Only the other stuff.
Yeah.
Then they
but if they were unsuccessful, you fucking had to eat the bullshit. Yeah. You got to live.
Of course you got to live.
If you had yams or kangaroo tail, what would you be having personally? I'd be going with kangaroo tail every fucking day of the week.
I wouldn't be eating kangaroo tail. Well, I mean, I'd eat kangaroo tail, and I'd be eating kangaroo. I've had kangaroo anyway. Have you guys eaten kangaroo?
Yeah, all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. I've eaten kangaroo here in Japan. The first time I had it was in Japan. Yeah, tasted lovely.
If you can catch one, you can eat it.
Yeah.
You just got to drive along the side. You don't have to catch them. You just pick them up off the side of the road. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you just
roadkill.
Yeah.
Roadkill.
With a car, that's it. Yeah. You get a big 4x with the what's it called? That big grill at the front, made up of all metal, and it's just like bumper cars, those cars that you play with. Yeah, boom, kangaroo, bang, food.
Yeah, apparently what I learned like 20 years ago, that the population of the kangaroos outnumber human population. Is that right?
Oh, easily, mate. Fuck.
Wow.
I
You know
remember
what's all?
when they used
Sorry,
to pay. Sorry, bro. My bad.
No,
Go,
you
go.
go, mate. You go. No,
I
you
was
go.
gonna say. I was gonna say. I remember when they used to pay people just to kill them because they were like rats. You know what I mean? They pay people to actually just kill them.
Yeah.
They still
Yeah,
do, mate.
that's
Yeah.
sad, isn't
Still
it?
do. Here we go. Yeah. Sorry.
You know what? You know what's also in plague proportion here in Australia. You know what animal?
Plague?
Apart from rabbits and foxes, but you know what other animal is in plague
Camel.
proportion? Camel. You've heard me say this before, Terry.
No, I've done a thing on it on my show about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now, do the humans have the right to say that kangaroos are a plague on the earth? That's fucking
Yeah.
bad.
Of course.
No.
We are the
They're
only
not a
country.
plague.
We are the only country in the world that eats its national.
Sure. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Every
it's good food. I've tried it, yeah. But I don't think we should be going to the levels of calling them a plague on the earth. That's wrong.
Well,
That
they
is
are.
wrong
They're
of
No, but they're
humanity,
not a
bearing in
plague.
mind the Creator
We
did
just
not
don't have
intend
the
for you to
industry in
do
place to utilize them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but on the same token, if we shouldn't say that, we shouldn't say how delicious they taste either.
They are
Okay,
delicious.
fine.
They
Yeah,
are
fine.
delicious.
Listen, I'll be honest. I was skeptical till I tried it, and I thought, you know what, that's
Well,
pretty
if you are
damn
eating,
good.
I think if you eat cow, you eat fish, and you eat horse, or you eat crocodile, or you
Dog,
eat goat,
or cat.
dog. Well,
I
exactly
guess
that.
what I'm saying is, if it's delicious, it cannot be a plague, can it?
Well,
Yeah.
no, because Australia is populated pretty much all around the outside, and most of the plague proportions are all on the inside of the country where people aren't. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
that's
conditions
why
that
they
are in the
should
middle
leave
of
them
the
alone then.
country aren't conducive to going out and shooting and harvesting fresh meat. It'll go off real quick. You'd have to
Yeah.
have cold storage chains and logistics. It's just, and you can't put them in a truck because they're fucking kangaroos. Good luck herding them in, you know. So it's just one of those animals that it'll never be a big industry of meat. You can't farm them very well.
Yeah, good luck
Yeah, there you
putting a
go.
cage up.
Yeah.
So you
But if you haven't had
killed
kangaroo
three.
tail, guys, that is the prize of the kangaroo because they're such a lean animal. And like all the like even a cow, you know, the prize meat's like the ribeye, which is like the fatty tender piece. It's the same as the tail for kangaroo, the big fat bit. That's the fucking best bit.
I've never had that, to be honest. I've had
No, I've never had the tail. I've had the lean meat part of it, and it was really good with the sauce and the stew that I had with that. That was excellent, you know.
But you got
And
to have it rare. You got to have it rare, medium rare at worst with kangaroo. At worst.
Yeah, this came in a broth, a soupy a broth with it, and that was really nice. You know, vegetables and that. This was in Japan here. Excellently served. Loved it. And then at an African restaurant, I had crocodile. That was fantastic, and ostrich egg. That was amazing as well.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So those are the exotic foods that I've eaten. I've eaten horse meat, raw horse meat. Now this is raw. We're talking now, thinly sliced like corned
Yeah,
beef.
steak tartare.
Yeah, raw
Steak
horse
tartare,
meat,
yeah.
and it
Yeah.
comes with pureed garlic and lemon, and it comes in thin slices. And what you do is you grab your little spoon of garlic and you spread that over, squirt the lemon, roll it up, and pop it in your mouth. And I tell you, the flavors just jump out. There's an explosion of flavors going on. The whole mouth is fighting for a piece. It's that good. Wow. Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, steak tartare originally is made with horse meat.
Really?
In France, yeah, in France, yeah, it's forbidden. That's why they changed to the fillet of the beef.
Yeah.
But it should originally it's with horse meat. Yeah.
That's interesting. They tried to open up a horse meat restaurant in Carlton, in Melbourne, and it got closed down before it even opened. People protested against it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's correct. I haven't got a clue. And then there was a
Well,
scandal in the
some
UK.
places-
There was a scandal in the UK involving France, Britain, and Czechoslovakia, somewhere there. Okay, there was a company called Findus, and they were doing this lasagna and cannelloni and that, and it had horse meat in it. Big scandal. Maybe 6 to 8 years ago, maybe a little bit more. Massive scandal in the UK. People were offended that they'd eaten this horse.
Even goose, man.
Lasagna.
Even goose.
Yeah, goose. Goose. No, I haven't had goose. Can't say I've had goose. No, I've had duck. Lots of duck. Yeah.
What's the name, man? The goose liver.
Oh, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Yeah, look at that.
No, I'm talking about the geese that are overfed and they use the livers to do these. What's it called, man? Like a pate,
Stuffing?
man.
Oh, liver pate. Yeah, I love liver pate. Love that.
There's
That's
a
one of
name
my
for it.
favorite
Foie
foods.
gras. Foie gras. That's what I'm saying. Foie gras.
Right.
Foie gras is the goose liver.
Okay, well,
So
that's really
they
nice.
need to overfeed the geese in order for the liver to expand and explode.
Yeah, really nice.
And
Liver
that's
pate, beautiful.
Yeah, charming.
I love liver pate,
That's why in England, for example, it's not accepted foie gras. If you have foie gras on the menu, you have problems. You know, you're not going to have many clientele ordering it.
You have
Big dollars. Big dollars.
Spotted dick. He's all right.
But I used to buy the liver pate in the shops, and I used to have it on granary bread, toasted granary and liver pate. That is so beautiful.
I prefer hairy snatch. But if you like spotted dick,
Spotted dick.
Flaming snatcher. Bit of flaming
Toad in the
snatcher.
hole. What about toad in the hole, guys? You like that one? Toad in the hole.
Toad in the hole. Yeah, toad in the hole. That's the egg inside the bloody the meat, isn't it? Or not?
That's like pastry with the sausage and that. Yeah, you got it. With the egg.
Oh,
and that.
right.
Lovely. What's the other one that I haven't had for a long time? Oh shit! What's it? Greek food. Mixture of all these vegetables and they're mixed up. Something pate, not pate. I can't remember now. Greek food, really nice.
You know better than that, Jin. Come on.
What makes the food being Greek?
Yeah, it's a Greek food. It's potato and vegetables matched together, fried up and that, and then it's I've forgotten the bloody name of this thing. Really nice.
Could they do it in Spain?
Yeah,
Sounds
you
good
can
for
do
the
it in
colon.
Spain. But this was Greek. This was Greek. It was Greek, and
Sure, it's Greek.
It's left with all your leftovers, your potatoes and your vegetables. You mix it together and that fried up. Oh shit! It's gone out of my mind. I can't think of the name of it.
It's called. Listen, where I'm from.
Like a hash brown.
It's called
like
turlita.
a hash brown, exactly.
It's called turlita. So you grab the potato, you can boil it, or you put it in the oven, and then you take all the vegetables that you have, you put them together, and you bake it all. You could put it in the oven or fry it, either way.
Yeah. And it's mashed, but usually it's mashed.
Called bubble and squeak here.
Bubble and squeak.
Squeak.
That's it. Bubble and squeak. That's the one. Bubble and squeak.
Oh, there you
go. That's it. Bubble and squeak. I love that.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
I love the way this food is this food. No, food is food. You know, people say Chinese food. When you go to China, that Chinese food is just called food. People.
Yeah, it's just food.
Yeah, that's correct. Onion bhaji, another one.
I love onion bhajis. That's Indian. Yeah, I love onion bhajis with the mint sauce. You got to have it with the mint sauce that comes with it. It's beautiful, man. Whenever When I went for a curry, I always had onion bhaji to start off with. Always. Yeah, I've got to have my onion bhajis, man. Beautiful. Now that in a long while.
Y'all. Everybody loves y'all.
It's easy to talk about
Yeah,
food
man,
on
what
the
is the-
internet.
Barbecuing it on Antarctica. That sounds good, man. Let's have a barbie on Antarctica, right?
Yep, in the blimp in front of the open fire. Sounds good.
Yeah, just
Kev-
but the
Kevlar,
the Aussies will have control of the barbecue. Just that, I'll just put that out there.
and the fucking blimp. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, definitely. And the
We'll make it.
fire.
We'll make
Everything.
it work.
Everyone else can just sit back. I don't trust
Yeah,
no one
we'll
else. Any.
This Bro, like I feel, yeah,
1,200 miles.
I just probably do it best. They do it even better than the wogs. You know what I mean? I don't know why. Just lid goes open, beer goes on top, and just flame everywhere, and then just meat just goes on top.
I don't know. I think some of the adaptations that, some of the other cultures or nationalities or whatever have brought over here, I reckon there's probably even better adaptations. Well, they've probably taken the Aussie thing and putting the beer on and probably added some twist to it that's just even better. But we just don't get to fucking discover it because us Aussies aren't heading over to fucking, the wog barbecues or whatever. Not all of us anyway. It's like the Chinese. Everyone who comes here seems to look at what we do and then fucking put a twist on it that's usually fucking that little bit better.
Of course they will.
What did I think of that?
Of course they will.
Yeah,
Because they've got their own experience as well. I mean, that's what I did here in Japan. I put my own twist to everything. Yeah.
Well,
I
maybe
say
it works better with the
I'm
fucking
taking
with
it
the
to the
grappa.
next level. I take it to the. I always say to them, I take it to the next level.
That's why my first question: what makes the food being Greek?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Is it the recipe? Is it the ingredients? Is it the chef?
Nothing. The country
No,
doesn't
it's
even
the
exist.
chef and the cooking style. The cooking style, I would say.
There is no cooking style.
Because the ingredients
Don't they
are very
use heat
similar
gin?
around the world. We all recognise the ingredients. It's just the way
They use cold
combined
to
together.
cook with cold over in Greece. Interesting. That is different, Jen. How do they do that?
Yeah.
Different cooking style.
I like the Kaleptiko, Greek's Kaleptiko. Now that is beautiful, where the lamb is just falling off the bone, and the potatoes and the carrots and the vegetables are boiled perfectly. Well, all wrapped up in that foil.
If it's a different chef or a different cook, it is a different style.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be a chef. That's what makes a chef being a chef is to be, inspiration. It needs to be different from. It needs to outstand from all the other chefs. That's why competition.
Yeah, versatile.
Yeah. It's an art form.
Yeah, I can agree with that. That's the whole point. Everybody's different. But when you taste that Kaleptiko, though,
And the menu needs to be sexy. The way you describe your dishes needs to be sexy.
Yeah,
somehow.
tantalizing.
Appealing.
Yeah. I agree.
And, Scotch fillet.
And then hopefully when you taste it, it will be the same as the description. If it
will
doesn't,
be ecstasy. It will be ecstasy.
Is it butter?
Yeah.
Bon appetit. Oui, oui.
Bon appetit. Tanoshi tapete kudasai. Bon appetit, Japanese style.
Konnichiwa.
Yeah, and then you eat it nice, and you think, oishi now.
Oh well, I had someone ask me to cook the sashimi a bit more.
Oh, really?
Sashimi. You don't cook it.
A little bit more than nothing.
Yeah, salmon sashimi. Yeah. The lady ordered the salmon sashimi. No questions asked. Salmon sashimi. Yeah, why not? It's been served. You know, she tasted. Conversation continued. She called my attention. She asked me politely, "Can you ask the chef to cook a bit more, please? It's too raw for me." It is raw.
Good.
There is a sashimi they have in Japan where they cook the outside edges only of the salmon, just the outer portion, so the inside is raw. That's nice. That's a nice texture. It literally looks like a bit of meat when you look at it. It's like lamb when it's cooked. When you quickly heat up the outer edges, okay, the skin, and then lay it on a plate, and then it's thinly sliced out. And when you look at the heated and then the raw, it looks so good. Beautiful, that is.
Is it crispy? Crispy skinned or not quite?
No, it's chewy. It's not crispy. No, not crispy.
Okay. Yeah.
If it's crispy, then that you've done it too. You've heated it too much. Then obviously.
Oh, I love crispy fucking
But then
fish skin.
again, if you like crispy, then that's okay. So that's down to taste, then, isn't it? Obviously. But I think by the time you've got it crispy, by the time you get the outer edge crispy, that means the inner's not going to be so raw then. You know.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, because you've cooked it through almost. You see.
Yeah.
But it tastes good. And there is that kind of sashimi there, yeah. And they do the salmon the same way. I do that at home. Really nice. And then there's the, how can I say, where you take a tin foil, you grab your salmon with your braising brush or glazing brush, sorry, get that, and then, there you go. Put some herbs and then wrap that up. And on the inside, you add a little bit of white wine in there, onions and garlic and everything else, and then seal that and then bake it. Wow, bake it for about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then open it up. And I'll tell you, the flavors that just come wafting out, beautiful.
It's called papillon, again, a fancy word. Yeah, wrapped.
Very nice.
It's called fish in a bag, mate. Fish in a bag.
Fish in a bag. Yeah, it could be also. It could be whatever you want it to be, you know?
Fish in a tin foil bag.
You don't put white wine, you put BB or Coopers or something.
It's called yummy. That's what it's called.
Yeah, yummy, man.
Same thing applies for wine, you know? When you're selling a bottle of wine, regardless what color it is, it can be whatever you want it to be. You can describe it fruity, aromatic, you know, you
Just
can
like
taste
art.
the fields, you know? Yeah.
In the eye of the beholder.
That's right.
It's all
That's why
about
it's
the
so good.
confidence of the
Why it's so
person
good
that
to
is
launder
selling the
money.
product.
Yep, that's why all the money gets laundered through art and wine and shit like that.
It's all clever words and confidence. That's all it is. You're right. Selling you the same old shit.
I could buy a painting for $4 million tomorrow and put it in my art collection, and then next week it could be worth fucking $20, and that's all legal because it's all in the eye of the beholder.
Bro, do you know, on that note, you know they were selling imaginary paintings and sculptures. They were going for like, you know, 100, 200, and even went up to millions of dollars. So a dude that was a sculptor said, I'm going to make something and it's going to be like this. And I'm selling you this idea of a sculpture that I'm never going to make. It's stated. And people were apparently buying something that doesn't exist. As you said, money laundering. And I was like, you know, at first I laughed.
You can
I
do
knew
like
it was
Biden did, you
about.
know, just do a painting and, you know, just sell it for millions.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
tell you, the
you need to
sickest
be in the
one
group.
is,
You need to be in
I
the
think
group.
in
Though.
Sotheby's
of
or
course.
Christie's, a digital painting, digital art is making big money now. Digital art.
Oh, of course. The whole metaverse is going to be massive for all the mung bands.
At least there's something. This guy was selling nothing. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, yeah, I watched a video the other day on the news. NASA was congratulating two of the composers that they have. One of them is an astrophysicist. And the other one is just a person that does graphics and computers. They are the people in charge of describing the planets and everything, the life in outer space. So all the graphics, all the images that we see comes out of these people.
Yeah,
That's
poetry.
right.
They
It's
don't
poetry,
hide
bro.
these things.
Yeah.
They don't hide
No,
these
they don't.
things.
Well, you don't believe the imagery, George?
The
Yeah, of course.
artist's rendition.
The imagery is exactly what it is. The imagery. It's not the
Yeah.
reality.
Yes,
It's just an image.
imagery.
It's a depiction of reality.
Yes, it's a rendition.
It's just when you ask who's the photographer, they say it's this artist over here, not a photographer.
Yeah.
It's just an artist.
Well,
We don't do
you got to make it
photography
look.
here,
You got to
mate.
make it look pretty, don't you? Because if you don't make it look pretty, it's not going to sell. So
Yeah, I agree.
It's fucking. It's
It's
what a load
insane.
of
That's what it
nonsense.
is.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's quite mental, to be honest.
Yeah, it's insane. That's what it is, man. It's mental. The state of decay of humanity is a joke. Honestly.
Oh, that's a bit depressing, Gin.
Oh,
Come on.
But it's true, though, isn't it?
Oh,
It's true, though, isn't it? Come on.
No.
I got seen this
we're
video
in
on
dire
YouTube.
straits, mate.
Listen to this one.
Go, Ig. Sorry,
Sorry,
buddy.
bro. I was just going to quickly say, just to add on to that, I saw a video about, these people who are protesting decision Roe versus Wade.
Oh, yeah.
And that is freaking hilarious. Like, they want to obviously stop killing children, and they go, my body, my choice,
Oh, yeah.
women's rights. But if women aren't women, then men get to say, get to have a say in it too, because they're calling them birthing people now. Like a man can go to the toilet and give birth to a living human being. Birthing people. What the fuck is birthing people, man?
Yeah, birthing people. It's a horrible expression.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an Indian black woman. What you talking about?
Well, I'm a purple unicorn. So it's
Well,
all right.
in America, they've got this new press secretary. She's the first black LGBT ABCD woman.
The full alphabet, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on, this is a joke, isn't it? I mean, who's interested? I'm not interested.
It's a circus now. It's a shit show.
It is a circus. It's becoming worse and worse and worse as the years go by.
Now,
What's the next scam coming up next?
No, the next scam, do you know what the next scam will be? It'll be identifying as disabled or identifying as a geriatric, or, if you're a 60-year-old, you can identify as 20 and go and get your license again. Because it seems that it's not based on fucking biology.
That's great.
Biology's
I love that
out
one.
the window.
That's great, bro. That's the
gender
most
not
Aussie saying.
decided looming.
Geriatric.
I can collect the pension. I could just identify as retired and collect the pension. Thanks for coming.
Gender undecided. They even have that, don't they? Gender not decided. Fuck.
Why don't you just identify as the king of the world and just reclaim your world, bro? You know what I mean? I identify as the king. Everybody bow down and give me all your money.
And if they don't, that's fucking discrimination. How dare you?
Discrimination, yeah. So you have to be more mental than the other people.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And the robber.
Yeah, you do the one.
That's where we are.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
So, the more mental you are, the more logical you are. So you just start claiming everything.
That's what they want as well, by the way. They want that chaos. That. Don't give them ideas.
Yeah, I know. This is live streaming. I better shut up. People
They've socially engineered it. I think they're onto it.
Yeah, I think so too, bro.
Yeah, earlier on, I was talking to my Japanese student about fake news, and I said fake news is not a new phenomenon. It's been around before we were born. Fake news was around. Just because Donald Trump said fake news recently doesn't mean it's a new thing. And then I
Yeah.
explained to her.
It's been around ever since man opened his mouth.
Mouth. There you
Correct.
go. There you go.
Correct.
Well said.
Yeah. In the newspapers, as you said, when somebody speaks,
Not the
you know,
newspapers, the news tablets, please. The news tablet, yeah? That thing that weighed a ton.
Yeah. So, you know, even we call
Well,
it
the
here in
problem
Australia,
is it's
Chinese
not news. You know,
No, it's got
that's
to
the
do with it.
thing.
Yeah.
With time, things they're not what they mean anymore. You know,
No, the
can you
daily
define
gossip.
news for me?
The daily gossip.
The daily gossip is more adequate. Because otherwise, news doesn't have any meaning anymore. What does it mean, news?
Yeah.
What's new?
Exactly. What's new about it? Exactly.
News is just north, east, south, and west put together. That's how you get news.
All around the world.
Yeah, that's it.
Coming in from every direction.
Yeah, all the bullshit from all around the world. Hear it here. We'll make it
Don't
clear.
worry about looking. We've got everything covered.
Yeah.
Catch up at 6 p.m. tonight. After Neighbours or fucking Home and Away or your sports match. Followed by Big Brother.
So did you vote for Macron? Did you vote for Macron? Anybody vote for Macron here?
Remember the
I don't fucking have a choice.
I don't think there's any French around.
Okay, good.
remember the Brian Naylor? Everything you need to know, because Brian told you so. Brian told me.
I can't see how why people vote myself. The world is in a right mess. They've never kept their promises, and yet they still go to the voting booth thinking something's going to be changing. I don't know why.
Nah, just hold on.
I go. I did my duty. When was it? 2 days ago.
Duty.
Thursday. Yeah, last Thursday was the elections here in the UK for the council and stuff. You know, I like to go in and see how the process works. You know, because a couple of years
I know how the
ago,
process works. It doesn't work.
a couple of years ago they gave me 4 pages, 4 A4 pages for voting, and they asked me to bring them back the same way, not folded. You can't fold it.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
After you vote, you need to put it into this letterbox, the same size as the A4 paper. So the paper, as it goes in, it falls in the right position, one after the other. Guess what? The girl in the girl behind the counter, she is putting Mr. George, number 51, let's say, yeah. So when they turn the papers around, they'll see the number 1, number 2, number 3. So they will know my vote. I mean, the secrecy, it's so stupid, man.
Fair, is it?
Yeah. It's so stupid.
I'll tell you something. They don't even count that thing. They don't count that shit. They throw it right in the bin.
I bet they don't. Yeah, I bet they don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't.
What it matters for me, what it matters for me is to have a record that I participated. You know, I could, I could even go there and do a big cross or. What's that?
Why would you participate? Is it going to benefit you? Are you going to benefit?
Am I going to benefit? Well, someone is going to be put there. I don't know. Future will tell. You are electing someone. You know, you don't know what they're going to do.
Are you talking about the national elections of your local council?
No. Just for the local council. This one for the local
different.
council.
Oh, that's different. Yeah.
Yeah, but regardless which one it is, you know.
It's all shit.
You shouldn't be participating in
the
general election because none of the parties there represent the British public. None of them. None
I
of them are
understand
working
that.
for you. They represent the Queen and the elites and the what's the word I'm looking for there? The corporate businesses. That's it. They don't work for the ordinary man and woman on the street. You're just silly to even think that that's going to be. Why would you go and do that? Why would you go and do that? Look at what they just did. Look at this scam they just did, forcing you to have an injection and a mask. Okay, and you're going to go and vote for the same people. Why would you go and do that? It's not uplifting
Now,
humanity. It's devaluing humanity.
If you vote, you have benefits.
There's no benefits coming from you.
No, there
None
is
at all.
benefits if
No,
you
there's
vote.
no
Yeah.
benefits. There's no. You're delusional. There is. Then that means you are part of the problem. Change will not come if you are voting in. No change is coming. The same thing is coming. In fact, worse is coming. Worse is coming.
We just agree,
Worse
man.
is
If you vote or not, listen. If you vote or not, nothing. They'll still gonna elect whoever they choose.
Only
They're
if
will
you
gonna prevail.
participate.
You know,
Only
it's
if
not like we have a
of
choice. We
yeah,
have a
you do
duty
have a
to
choice.
do.
No, but you do have a choice. You have a choice, and that is to
You are
unite
one.
amongst yourselves. Hang on.
You are
You have the
one.
choice to
Listen.
unite amongst yourselves, okay, and then say enough is enough. Get the military on your side, because you're talking about stopping all this nonsense.
Ah, so not one person then.
Sorry?
So not one person then.
No, you need to unite amongst. You need to unite
Can I do
amongst
all?
yourselves.
Can I do all of that in voting as well, or not?
Yeah, I know where you're going with this thing. I know where you're going with it. You don't need to vote to unite together to say let's stop those.
But if but voting or not, it doesn't stop me from being here or from doing anything. To shout out loud.
Okay. So
You see how loud I'm speaking, yeah? You see how loud I speak, yeah? Wherever I go, I mean, people hear me.
Hang on, you are happy that they did the 2-year hoax virus for you. Okay, good. That was nice, was it? That was a nice experience. Yeah?
I didn't got that. What was that?
I said you were happy with the hoax virus and the jab and everything else.
I didn't say that. I identify
Okay,
myself
but
as
that's what it
fully
meant.
vaccinated.
That's what happened. You lost. You didn't benefit there.
Nice
did you?
one.
I identify myself
Do
as
that
fully
myself.
vaccinated. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I don't
That's
support
what I'm
that.
saying.
No.
You know, you can't
That's
vote
what I'm
these people
saying.
in.
But
You can't go off and vote for
me
these people.
going to
No
vote or
chance.
not to vote, it doesn't stop these people from doing these things. You know what I mean?
That's why vote. That's why you shouldn't vote. If it doesn't stop them, don't do the vote. That's stupid, isn't it? Why would you go and vote when you know if you don't vote, it's not going to change? So I may as well go and vote. Don't vote then. Don't waste your time.
It's
Don't
a right
waste your
that
time
we
lining
have,
up.
man. Yeah, they want to remove all of your rights, man. The right to vote is one of the rights that even the prisoners, they don't have the right to
Let
vote
me tell you
anymore.
something.
Depending on the
Look,
country.
listen clearly. Democracy has never existed. So if you're voting thinking you're getting
Yeah, I know
democracy,
that.
no, you're not. You're getting
No, I know that.
dictatorship. Right. So then why would you go?
Democracy is a
If you
concept.
know that, why would you go and vote? It's wrong. It's a mistake. Stupid. Fucking. That's why you're in the mess. That's why humanity is in its mess. Okay? That's what I was saying to these people. I was saying this today and yesterday.
Listen, humanity wouldn't go anywhere.
Today and yesterday.
Humanity
Today and yesterday.
doesn't go anywhere. Humanity is not going to go anywhere without leadership. Even in a small community, you need to
we haven't
elevate
got leadership,
someone.
have we? We've got dictators. We don't have leaders.
Amen.
We've got dictators, please. We don't
So
have
this
leadership.
might be a time just to discuss Iggs. We were talking the other day about is it a law that's in Australia about when a certain amount of people don't vote?
Yeah, so if less than 30% of the population doesn't vote, government implodes on itself.
That's correct. You see, that's right. That's what should
They
happen.
need to have
But that will never happen.
Yeah.
They control that.
Yeah, it's been around forever.
Yeah, they cheat it. That's why
Yeah,
revolution is necessary.
So in Australia, by law they make you vote. So when you vote, you give up your power of attorney. So you're a slave. That's why you vote. That means you have no control over your life.
There you
If
are.
people don't
You see?
understand that,
Why
then I
would you
can't
do
help
that?
them anymore. That's the whole concept behind the voting, because you're not capable to make decisions. Somebody else will make them for you.
They don't actually make you vote.
That's robbery.
That's a bit of
Oh,
a. You don't have
no,
to
over
vote.
here, yeah, you'll get a fine
That
if you
is
don't vote.
correct. Yeah, that is correct. If you're not part of a society, that is correct.
What's correct?
If you are part of a society, yeah, someone needs to be in charge, unless you want to be in charge. You are in charge in your household. You are in charge of your life. You are in charge of your decisions. You are in charge of a lot of things. You are a sovereign person.
Here you don't
I'm
have
a sovereign
to vote.
person. You're never going to
What
find
you
more
do-
sovereign person than me, man. I never had a driver license ever in my life. I never had a mortgage or anything of that matter.
Anyway, Iggs, most people think here that it's compulsory to vote, right? And the way they've got it set up, it can appear to be that way. It's compulsory to get your name ticked off the ballot list.
Electoral.
But yeah,
Yeah.
you don't actually have to vote though. But
No, I get that. You know what I'm talking about, though.
In
But once you get
Brazil,
your name ticked off,
exactly what you're talking
in
about.
Brazil
Iggs,
is compulsory. In Brazil is compulsory. In Brazil, if you go and search for a job, you need to show your registry that you voted on the last election, whatever election was. If you didn't vote it, they didn't want to know in who you voted. You know, but you
Again,
need to go
that
to
means you're not free. That means you're not free.
you
then,
need
because
to you need to go there, you know, and they need to tick that you've been there. It could be a
that means you're not free.
null.
then. That means
It
you're
could be a
not free
null
because
vote, but the vote needs to exist.
I guarantee you this: no system on this earth would make me vote for anything if I don't want to vote. That's a fact. I would not, you know, and I haven't voted at all in my life. It doesn't matter where I am on this earth, on this flat earth. No organization
I
or
understand,
authority
Jane.
will get
I don't
me
live in Brazil
to
either.
vote. I guarantee you this, but I still get a job.
Well,
Guarantee you that.
you got to have some system in place, Jin. You can't have no system.
That depends. First of all, what kind of system you want.
Of course, you have
for,
to have
for
a
what
system.
For what reason? For what reason?
participation.
Yeah,
No, but it has to be voluntary, bro.
For what reason?
If you're compelled, it's not a, you know, it's like slavery, bro. You're doing it out of compulsion, out of threat of duress or coercion.
Exactly. It's not freedom, is it?
That's the definition of slavery, bro.
Thank you. And I can't. I would never ascribe to that.
You've got to have a system to run things in a big society. You have to
For
have
what
a
reason?
system to keep things running smoothly. That's
Okay.
why.
Okay. I can agree with that. I'm trying to break down where you're coming from, Bansal. That's all.
Yeah,
to run things smoothly. Yeah.
but
I
If
don't
you guys want to
call-
see it
hear
like
this,
that,
Hang on a second. I don't call creating wars, giving you hoax viruses, jabbing you up the arse, lying that they've gone to the moon, lying they've gone to space, lying about the shape of the earth, smooth running. Okay?
And all the
Indoctrinating
governments are
our
in on it
children
together.
in education, in the
Exactly.
education institutions. I don't call that smooth running at all at the moment. Can you
I
understand
don't
what I'm
want
saying?
wars either, Jin. I'd much rather no money go to building missiles or the destruction of other countries or anything like that. But I would like, nice hospitals, schools, fire departments, this, that, and the other thing. So you need a system to be able to run all those bits and bobs.
I'm all for that. What I'm not for is this forceful voting or this people mindlessly just voting and nothing changes at all. Things get worse, in fact. Things have got worse from before you were born till today. Things have got worse. Okay? In my 60 years, nothing has got better for humanity. It's got worse and more of a mess, more of a circus. We heard earlier on with the LGBT and shit that's coming along as well. It's got worse.
I disagree.
It has not got
I disagree,
better.
man. I disagree with you, Jin. because
Well, you tell me how it's got
there
better
are.
for humanity. 9/11,
Yeah, but
3,000. Hang on, let me just give you.
you
I'll give
agree.
you a little scenario, okay? I was
You
born.
agree
Let me
that the
just give you
system
a
needs
little
to change,
timeline.
yeah?
Let me give you a little timeline. I'm born 1961. Okay, just before I was born, Pearl Harbor happened, but America knew Japan was coming because America wanted to fight Japan and Germany. There you go. Okay, that happened. Then they killed Kennedy. Then they went to the moon. Then they had, and during that time, the Vietnam War was going on. Okay, we're going along. Shortly after that, we have the 9/11s. Now we've got this stupid SARS this, SARS that. Now we've got this Corona, and we're still moving through LGBT. Tell me, in that time, cancer has gone up, illnesses have gone up. Tell me, in that time, where humanity has benefited. Tell me. Go ahead.
It has to do with what I have to say. Now,
Go ahead.
you disagree. I understand you, but in order to change, you, for example, or someone should candidate themselves as an independent person in order to make the change that
Not
we
in
all
this
disagree
system,
on.
no. Not in this system.
Not in
no.
this system. Why not?
Not in this system. This system has to be.
No.
This system has to go completely.
No.
That means
One
I
thing,
need
Jen,
people to join me.
Jen, one thing is for you to choose to vote in the number of people that they choose for you to vote on. The other thing is for you to choose someone independent that they didn't choose. It's someone that is put forward by their own initiative. Those people can make a difference, but they need an opportunity. But they need an opportunity.
You need to clear all this system completely out, all of it. Get rid of it completely.
I agree, but there are democratic ways of doing so. But the problem remains
I don't want to
that
do it the
if
democratic way
they
because we don't live in a democratic world. Sorry, no.
listen, if
we don't
if
have
whatever
democracy. That's a
if whatever vote, yeah, we don't have democracy.
We don't
If
have
whatever
democracy
vote,
at the moment. So no, I'm not going to do it that way at all. No.
if whatever vote
Gotta be done
is
by
required is not counted properly, yeah, it's whatever digits they want to press on the computer keys.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly. Computer.
if
What
if
an
this
insult.
until we have that system, I mean, it's pointless. I agree with you.
Thank you.
But the system is there
So
and it
that's why
can
you
work.
shouldn't be. And each time you go and vote, you continue this system. You keep this system going. And if you don't vote, it doesn't change. There it is in your face. It's telling you, what's the point of voting then, people? You can see that we haven't voted, but the system is still in. Now that is not right. Okay, let's remove it. Yes, let's go and remove it. That's what should happen. That's why I'm always surprised at people who want to defend this system, even though you know it's shit pissing in your face.
Jen, I'm sure you want people to agree with you, no?
Yes, of course.
So you want people to vote on you? Choose Jen.
Not to vote for me. No, I don't want you to do
Let's
that.
raise hands. Who agrees with Jen? That's a way of voting, man. That's a way of choosing someone. Come on, Jen.
Don't twist what I'm saying. What I want people to do is to stand up for themselves and realize that we all have something in common. We're being pissed in.
Yeah, correct. There's a community, but every community needs to have someone to look after the community.
Yeah, a spokesperson that can come later. Let's all unite together. We all have the same common. Let's get rid of them. Charge. Let's get rid of that. Okay, now that's out of the way. Then you make a concise and cohesive list of the things that a community needs, and then in groups you achieve.
Yes, Jen. People need to be accountable for the errors and mistakes that they do. You know, throughout the political. That's it.
Yeah,
they need to be accountable for. I mean, the laws are there. It just need to be emphasized. You know, people need to do more. The police needs to do their job better.
The framework is there. The framework is there. It's just not being used. That's all. Yes, I understand that. They're not being used at all. We need to cut the cancer that's known as corruption, corrosive corruption, governments and officials. Get rid of the disease, clean up, and then start a clean breast of everything else. And that is every personnel who works for the community receives his or her salary at the end of the year when we have an appraisal and you look at what's been achieved and then you get your salary. That's going to be your motivation, that you don't get paid until the end of the year. So everybody else gets their pay as normal, but those who are working for...
chance.
Yeah, that's how it would work.
Not a chance.
That's how it would work for me.
Yeah, I'm not joining your society if I'm only getting paid once a year. Bugger that.
Been some hardcore shit talk for the last 5 minutes.
But what would you expect from someone that doesn't clean their barbecue? From someone that cleans their barbecue? Like, what the hell? Bloody rubbish.
No, that's right.
Unseasoned nonsense.
I know, exactly.
I never thought Jin would get pushback
Like my society then.
like this.
I don't
Well,
like
no,
your
this is
society.
right. This is what I'm saying. That if I
like
was going to do a job where I'm responsible for achieving the aims and objectives of society, then part of my motivation would be, okay, let's get it done earnestly. I won't receive my salary until the end of the year, where you look at what I've done.
Sounds like communism.
If I've achieved these things, some of these things may take. Let me finish. Some of these things may take 3 to 4 years to achieve, but as you can see, we're moving towards it. Okay, good. You're satisfied. There's my yearly salary. Thank you very much. And then I can see.
I can see in Jin society, everyone's going to be doing the duck step down the main street.
No. Everyone's free to do what they got to do and work their jobs and do what they want to do. I'm talking about the so-called people who are responsible to ensure that the infrastructure and the plans and the objectives are being met. That's it. Everybody's got your own private. Your job, life is private. That's got nothing to do.
Well, Jen, your society wouldn't last for long, man. Your society wouldn't last for long.
I don't think
it's not. You see, you've got it wrong. You've got it wrong.
The United States would get you straight away, man.
Hang on a second. Don't destroy what I haven't planned. You're planning something that I'm not planning. Shut up and listen. It's your society. It's your society. You've decided what you want to do. We are here to ensure it gets done. So we are the oily rags. We are the ones who are working for you. You are my boss. Okay? So don't talk shit here. I am not your boss.
Oily.
I am not your boss.
You get rid of all the oil. What are you talking about?
He didn't hear what I said, did he? He was upset.
That's what I mean by working for the people. That's what I mean by working for the people. I don't mean I am your boss.
Jen.
I'm not making any decision unless the people...
You didn't hear what I said. I want to say it again.
Listen to George. Listen to George.
Go on, George.
Your society wouldn't last for long because the United States wouldn't allow it.
Oh, okay. United States. Let me tell you about United States, the home of the cowards, the land of the imprisoned.
No, don't.
Come on, Jenny. What's funny? What's funny?
Hang on. 24-hour film set, corporate. It's not even the country. They won't even have a chance. I'll tell you that.
Fair. That is not fair.
Nah, that's the truth, mate.
No.
You know it.
No.
That's the truth, mate. A country that killed its own people. 3,000 people plus all the bloody emergency workers.
No. You are tarnishing American people with some.
I am not.
Yes, you
that
are.
is the home of the cowards and the land of the imprisoned.
Don't go down that path. That's just
I'm going down that path. That's the reality of the path that it is. That is what America is today. It is not a country. It's a scam after a scam after a scam after a scam after a scam. And whilst they're scamming the whole world, they're also responsible for having wars unilaterally killing innocent people around the world. Don't be silly. The old glory, as they call it, the stars and stripes, are covered in the blood of the innocents.
Really?
Okay?
Really?
Don't bullshit me here.
Every single country is responsible, not just America.
Yeah, but America is the #1 obstacle in the way at the moment.
Really?
Sorry.
Really?
Yeah. Well, everyone's copying the US. Yeah. Of course they are. Come on. 9/11, and they blamed Saudi Arabia, the Saudi government, and the fundamental, and it had nothing to do with Saudi Arabia or any Muslims. Not one Muslim was involved in that thing.
Yeah, but 9/11 was a national tragedy.
It was an inside job by your own government and your own fucking military. The
Well,
Pentagon was involved in that shit.
That's if you can pin it on the American government.
American,
Maybe
listen
it
to
was
this,
the greater
and,
government. Maybe it was the
and
one world
American
government
Airlines.
that did it.
American
Right?
Airlines.
You jump
and
into
United Airlines.
Careful with the new terms, guys. Careful with the new terms.
Yeah, and American Airlines and United Airlines, okay, they received taxpayers' money and in a bailout money for that event. And wow, they even got money.
All
wow.
right. We've done.
Come on. I'm
mocked
realistic.
9/11 to death here.
You know me. It's still. You know what? You can't say flog it to death because people today are still fighting in the law courts. Even in Britain, there's a family. It's the Campbell family.
We know we've heard the story 50 million times, Jin.
Okay, I'm glad you have done. Well, I'm glad you have done because it's all linked. It's all interlinked on this flat Earth. Yeah, it's all interlinked, mate. It's all. These are the problems that we're not facing up to. We're not looking. It's okay. We've heard it all before. Yeah, but you may have heard it all before, but it's the truth, isn't it?
Okay.
If you're looking for the truth, and you want to be sane and not pretending to be living and pretending to be happy and pretending that everything's okay, then we need to address these things. We need to talk about them.
I'm not pretending at all.
All right, that's what it sounds like.
Really?
Well, yeah, because you said, we've heard it all before. Whenever we bring this, whenever this stuff comes up, you got to keep voting. You got to protect the system. Got to have nice schools.
No,
I didn't say I don't want.
Hang on. Your system.
Oh, you don't want my system?
No,
but you're voting for a fucking system that's shitting down your fucking neck. It's in your face, you cunt.
Am I really?
Shut up.
Am I really?
You're
Don't
an
tell me
idiot.
what I am and aren't doing. You got no idea what I am and aren't doing.
You've already said that you vote and you've got to vote. You said.
How does Jin even know our system?
Where and when did I say I voted, Jin?
Ages ago. Ages ago.
No, I never
Yes,
said
you
that. So
have.
don't be putting words.
Don't
be putting
Yeah, but
words in my
Bandy,
mouth
even
at
if you voted or not, how does Jin know what our system is or isn't?
Oh, so what? I can't know your system. So I can't know your system from where I am now, with the aid of technology and history and my experience. I can't know your system. Is that right? I've been walking around with my eyes
idea
wide
what I
shut.
do as an individual, whether I do or don't vote, Jin, because I've never released that information.
You voted for the system, you said.
No, I didn't. I never said that at all.
You said that. Every Australian has to vote.
I said we need a system in place. That's what I said, Jin. So if you're going to quote me correctly.
You said that you have to vote. You said, you ready? Yes, I have to vote.
I never said that, actually. No, I did not. See, you need to clean your ears out because I never said that at all. What I said you have to do in our country, Jin, you have to get your name ticked off the ballot box.
I heard that today.
It's not actually a legal requirement. And I've said that for years, right? So if you're going to quote me correctly.
Okay, well, anyway. So my system is not going to be pissing down your face, forcing you to take injections and bringing up hoax diseases and asking Australia to join in wars that are illegal. That's not my world. My world is what you want, You want your schools and your hospitals. What's to stop you having that? I'm not against that, am I? I'm against what I'm talking about. What I've been talking about all the time, the 9/11s and the illegal wars
Hey, Jin,
and the innocent people
question for you.
that die in all this shit. And the lies
Question
that
for
we've
you,
gone to the
Jin.
moon. The lies that we've gone to Mars.
How would you know? How would you know if a disease is fake or not?
Well, in the 60 years that I've lived, right? What they said is happening in the last 2 years, I knew it was a lie instantly. When they said SARS and viruses jumping from bats from bats to humans, I knew that was a lie instantly. I don't need to have a degree in this, but I already knew. When they said people were sleeping with monkeys, that's how AIDS came along. I knew that was wrong. That was from a laboratory. And everything that I've said and thought of was correct. My hunches were correct. So I will know whether there's a virus or not. When you see people dying for real, there in front of you, that's when you know the virus is real. Okay?
So you have this
point,
this superpower?
they've lied.
It sounds like a superpower.
Yeah, I know.
Right. So don't tell me how am I going to know if a virus is
So-
real
It
or not.
sounds to
But
me
I
like
mean,
a
Jin,
crystal ball to predict the future.
yeah.
I mean, if
So,
it's
so
a
you just
disease,
have hunches and you know.
Well, look. You know, look
Can
at
you
Ebola,
fly,
for example.
Jin? Do you have like
Let me tell you about
laser
Ebola.
beams that shoot out
Let
at
me
guys?
tell you about Ebola, for example. Okay, when they said
it's man-made. It's not fake.
it's a man-made one, yeah. But before they said
Yeah,
it
but
was
it's not
coming,
fake though.
they said it
Exists.
was coming from.
You can question
They
its
said it was coming
existence.
from. Hang on. They said it was coming from the fruit bats at first. Okay, and I said that can't be right because it arrived in Africa in 1976. Okay, in the Congo Central. So I asked my question. Well, what happened in 1975, 74, 73, 72, and before? Before when I was born? What happened in nature for this to suddenly happen? What did the fruit bats do? They only eat fruits. So what happened to them?
Let me know. Let me tell you what happened in nature back in that time. The CIA happened.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly what happened. Thank you. That's where I was going.
It's been already whistleblowed, Jin. What you're saying is
I
out there.
know that.
I don't know
that,
if
but
we can talk about that on the channel here because of the terms and conditions, though. That's my point.
Okay,
if you guys want to talk about that, go down to the other channel, and I'll turn off the recording. Right. But,
okay. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah.
No problem. But you know where I'm going anyway.
Yeah. No. We're on the same. We're all on the same page with that.
Right. Okay. Well, that's all right. I'm glad to hear it. All I'm saying is that I'm just saying that voting for your demise because you just have to do it is just stupid. Why vote for your demise?
Well,
why not just stand up and say I'm not voting for my demise? You can devalue me, but I'm not going to vote to devalue myself. No, I won't be doing that.
Stop cleaning your barbecue, Jin, and you'll be better off.
Don't worry.
If Jin didn't have the right to vote, he'd be complaining. I have no right to vote. Even that they've taken from me, you know. But he has the right to.
You know what? Let me tell you something here. On this flat earth
But
that
he's
we
not happy,
created,
though.
hang on a second, right? On this earth that we live on, okay, this flat earth, voting for your right is not an equation that the equator put into us. That is a man-made shit. Okay, so I don't want. I have.
Do you have the right to go to a hospital?
Because the creator created me. That's it. No system tells me, oh, you have the right to be here, or you don't have the right to be here. I will fight that for sure.
Do you have the right to go to a hospital?
Sorry?
Do you have the right to go to a hospital?
I have the right to live. If I choose to go to the hospital, that will be my choice.
But it's a right that you have. Everybody has. You know, everybody
it's a
should
choice,
have.
isn't it? It's a choice.
If there's something out, listen. If there's something out there, you know, everyone should have the right of it.
Right? Yeah. You have the right to choose, but it's the way you make it sound. Like you've got to go through an authority to do.
But that is what vote is the right to choose.
No. That's wrong. That's wrong. The right to
Really?
live is every person's right because of the creation. Right? That's your living right, and no organization, no government has the right to tell you you have the right or you don't have the right. That's bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Okay? It shouldn't come down. We should not allow governments to tell us that we to tell us what to do. That's the problem. It's gone wrong. That's what I'm saying. We're being dictated to now. And that's where it's wrong. And that's where we need to change that and recognize that we are individual sovereign rights of our own. And you must be able to control this. That's why my system, which is not my system as such, it is the system that you want, I would only be the keeper, the person to ensure that your needs are met. Finish. I'm not your leader. You are the leaders. But somebody and the groups of people have to organize this infrastructure, as Bansal said. That I would like to do, of course. won't be an easy job, but I would like to do that. And you know, and it won't. And the thing about it is, it wouldn't be. I wouldn't be a corrupt individual because I'm not getting anything until certain things are set into place. And you have your appraisal. You will know exactly where we are in any given project because every citizen will have access to this information. Transparency like a glass. There will be no secrets.
What about people that show dissonance? People that badmouth you, they're anti-Jin and his policies
Oh,
and
I don't know who
ideas.
those. I don't know who those people are going to be, but they, you know, if they
What are
do
you
that,
gonna
and I
do
can
with
see them through the camera, I'm going to be bringing them to court and say to the public court forum, right there, say, excuse me, please tell me where I've done wrong. If you don't, you're going to be fined heavily. You will be fined heavily. I'll tell you that now.
God, they'll be fined for speaking against you. Wow.
Well, yeah, because if I'm not doing anything wrong and you slander my character, and I haven't done anything, you want to make sure you've got the right. You better have the right evidence for what you're bringing up. Because why would you badmouth me?
Oh my God!
What happened
Wow.
to freedom of speech?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have your freedom of speech,
Oh
but
my
then
God.
again, you can be as free as you like to say what you like, but don't get if you say something that is slanderous, you get done for it. Of course, if I choose to slander, if I choose to fine you for that, I will. Especially if it's wrong, it's inaccurate.
Yeah,
If
I'm
it's
good, Jin.
accurate,
I
if
don't
it's
want to live in
accurate,
your
I'm going to put
world,
my hand
man.
up to it. If I've done something and I've kept it a secret from you people, and it's bad and it's detrimental, then of course. So why
But
would you be
Jin,
badmouthing me?
people, they would have a choice to opt out, right? They wouldn't have to live in your society. They could decide we don't
They're
want to
free
live
to
with
do
Jin.
whatever they like. It's not my society.
Okay.
That
Remember,
is
That's
it's not
assuming
my
that they will
society.
admit for the
It's not my
mistake.
society, please. It's not mine. It's yours. It's yours,
No,
not
you
mine.
and I will make our own. We'll make our
That's
own.
right.
As that
That's
says.
Jen, you are assuming that you would do a mistake and people will point it out and you accept that, yeah, I done a mistake, I'm going to correct my mistake. No, you wouldn't. You would say, no, I'm not wrong, I'm right.
If I made a mistake, I would honor that and say I made a mistake here.
World.
Yeah, but
It's not
what
Jin
guarantees you
world,
have
is
that
it?
everyone would do the same? That's my point, you know?
Your world.
Jin world. That's gold. That is
Your world. It's not Jin world. Not Jin world. It's your
Jin
world.
world. Yeah, it's
It's
Jin
not
world.
Jin world at all. It's your world. Your world that you're laughing at. Your world that you want. Don't you want this world? Don't you want a world where you can do what you like and be free?
That's what it is, Jin.
Don't you want
It's a
a
big love
world that?
heart. It's a world of love.
Well, isn't that not what you want? Isn't that not what you want?
I
What do you
have that
want?
already. I can do
I don't
whatever I
know about
want
you.
right
Yeah,
now,
you have
Jin.
that already. When they're doing
Yeah.
9/11 on your head, shut up and get out of the way. Get out of here. You ain't got fuck all. You don't even have democracy. You're in a dictatorship like everybody else. You're a slave. You're a happy
Free to
slave. Good
do
luck.
whatever I
Excuse
want,
me.
though. What can I not do
Well,
right now,
excuse
Jin?
me. You know, you're delusional. If you think this world is good and you're happy with it, good luck with that. Get out of the way.
Good. I didn't say it's good. I didn't say I'm happy with it. All I said is I'm free to do whatever I want right now.
Well, yes, to a limit. Of course you are.
What limit? What can I not do that I want to do?
Can you go all the way to Antarctica when you like? No.
Yeah,
Can you go to the North
I
Pole when
can.
you like?
I
No.
can go to Antarctica tomorrow if I wanted to, but I don't want to.
Not any. Did you hear what I said? Anywhere in that area? No, you cannot.
Why would you
I don't want to go everywhere. Yeah, well, why would I want to go all
You
over?
said you are free.
Yeah.
You said you're free to go anywhere and do what you like. Well, you're not. You're not, though. Stop lying. You are
What am
not.
I allowed to do?
You know
Look,
what I can
within
do?
I
reason.
mentioned one already. I've already mentioned 2 places, and there you are. You're not free.
You can go anywhere in Antarctica as long as you take enough pairs of socks.
Yeah,
Nope.
pairs of socks
That's
and some.
bullshit. Don't lie now. Even
Yeah,
Banso
supply.
knows that.
No.
Even Banso agreed to that about an hour ago. An hour and a half ago.
What did I agree to? What did I agree to?
You can't go anywhere you
Will
want.
you stop
in
agreeing,
Antarctica.
Bandy?
Oh damn!
Oh no,
Come on.
It's my fault.
What did
again.
you agree?
Yeah.
I don't know. Rewind.
Yeah, rewind it. You can't go anywhere in Antarctica like you think you can. You can.
No. What I said was we don't actually know that you can't go anywhere now. You'd have
Yeah.
to you'd have to put in a request, right, to
Right,
where
you're
you want to
underwriting
go.
this.
Right, you have to put in a plan, a safety plan, this and that. Now,
Correct.
whether it gets
Correct.
approved, my
Right.
gut would say, if on my travel plan I said I want to go willy-nilly anywhere,
12,000 miles.
something tells me it'd get knocked on the head if I said willy-nilly.
And you have to sign a disclaimer to say if you get into trouble, we're not going to come and get you because it's too risky.
I don't
Yeah,
think they go
there's
for
more
that,
to it than
actually.
that. You know, there's
I don't
more
think
to
they
it than
go for
that.
that.
They're protecting Antarctica. You know that they are protecting Antarctica because it's the key to the truth that the Earth is not a globe. So you know, and I know that they're not going to allow you to go willingly anywhere you
Jin,
like. You know
Jin,
this.
all right, but Jin, in your world, anyone would be able to just go to Antarctica and walk around
It's not
wherever
my
they
world. It
want.
would be your world, not my world.
All right,
But
cool.
you would
But
be free to go there. Yes.
in this
You would
world you envision, you would be free to go to Antarctica and just walk around willy nilly and do whatever you want.
If you have the resources and the equipment to go there, of course, why not?
I wonder what penguin
feel-
tastes like.
And you feel we can't do that today. If I have the
You
resources,
cannot do that
I
today.
can't go
No,
down to Antarctica.
you cannot do that today. No, you
Well,
cannot.
hold on a second. Let me just say something, because even if you do that today, you're going to do the same thing like Admiral Byrd did. You go to an extreme and then you come back the same way.
Yeah.
At least you can do that, though. At least you actually, if that's what you want to do,
You can
do
go in
that.
and out the same way. You don't traverse to the other side and continue on. There is a place that you're going to stop and you're going to come back the same way you came through.
Well, of course, yeah. Unless,
That's the problem.
Hang on. Unless you want to travel around, on the flat Earth, that is. You want to do the whole of Antarctica to find out if it really is that. If you have
I think I made my point across. You know what I'm saying? Whoever goes to Antarctica,
yeah,
you go in and out the same way.
Yeah, you're not going to do any loop-the-loop and all that. Yeah, correct.
No, it's not like you're going to book a trip that you're going to cross to the other side. It's not going to happen.
That's right.
Even if you do come to an extreme and you say, this is it, you're going to come back again the same way as you came in.
Yeah, well, of course. Of course, you got to reverse, traverse. You got to come back.
Isn't it like travelling across Antarctica, like travelling across the Sahara or the Simpson Desert? In that same context of the difficulty, and yes, you can do it, but it's risk factors and everything else.
Who would want?
Well, so we're told. We're told about all these risk factors and that. We really don't know. You need to go there for yourself to find out if it's that risky.
Of course, it's risky.
Well, I mean, yes, there is risk, of course. Of course, there is. But the thing is, those risks I'm telling you today, we have the technology and the equipment to survive there. No doubt about it.
On your own?
You just deciding things, you know. You just telling us we can do it.
On your own, yes, on your own. Well, you're never going to be on your own because you're going to have your GPS, you're going to have your communication pieces, so you're keeping in touch with your loved ones. So you're not on your own as such, but you're
what
on
happens
your
if
own.
your batteries run out? What are you going to do?
Well, you'll have contingency plans for that. Of course.
Like what?
I just need to ask.
Depending on how long you want to stay there, you will prepare your communication equipment to do that.
You need to get a ballistic missile without, obviously, the warhead. You just want the rocket part with cameras and launch over Antarctica. You launch it very close to the ice wall and you launch it over it. Yeah?
There you go. Yeah.
On a parabolic flight. It's a no return, you know. You need to have live feed images. It's a known return journey. You know, when it runs out, it runs out.
Well, that's one way, but we can do better than that with today's technology. We can do better than that. Easily do better than that. And again, that's if you want to go on your own, that's fine. If you want to go in a group, that's fine. The thing is, there will be no restriction. You'd be able to go and do what you've got to do, and go and learn. There'll be no restriction.
Well, I like no restrictions on nice sunny beaches.
That's correct.
Where,
Then good
where I
luck.
can do a bit of
Enjoy it.
fishing and whatnot.
I love all that as well.
Obviously, they would say you can't do that because sonic booms next to the ice caps, would be a catastrophe in the planet. The sea levels would rise. I mean, everyone would die.
You crazy people. Well, that's what they would say. Yeah, yeah. So Jim's world is your world, really, not my world as such.
Jim's world.
It wouldn't be a restricted world where you're being lied to about viruses and diseases. Come and get your jab when you don't need the thing, etc., etc.
Careful of that sort of talk, please.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, yeah, and unnecessary wars therein happening as well. No, all those things stop. We have a treaty over here, but we're busy creating war over there. What a mad world we live in. Honestly. Yeah, the world that you want, that you don't
I
seem
don't
to
want
want
it.
to fight
I'm
for.
telling you, I do not
You
want to
want
live
it, but you don't want to fight for it.
I don't want that world.
You're not doing a very good sales pitch, Jim.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm doing a very good sales pitch.
A
I'm
lot
doing a
of
very
people
good sales
would
pitch.
not want to
You
live
guys
in
don't
this
want to
world.
face reality.
Hey,
Every
Jen,
time this comes up, you fight against it. Every time.
Hey, Jen, on your world, does it exist also that song "What a Wonderful World," or is it
I
a
can't
different
hear
song?
you. Oh, by
What a
Louis Armstrong.
wonderful
Yeah,
world.
Louis
Yeah.
Armstrong track. Yeah, of course.
Does that song exist on your world too,
That'll be the
or is it a
national
different
anthem.
world?
That'll be the anthem. That would be the anthem of your world.
I've just taken that song out of my playlist.
That would be the signature
Delete.
tune. That'll be the signature tune.
Taking out of your playlist.
Yeah. I used to like the song. Now I've just deleted it.
Well, frankly, I'm aghast at you people not wanting to be happy.
A gasp.
Why are you shocked people don't want what you want, Chin? Like, should we inherently
I'm
just
aghast
be
that
like
people
you?
don't want it. You're happy with the government's pissing in your faces. Good
No
luck.
one is saying we're happy with today's world,
I don't
but
hear
we don't
anybody.
feel
I don't hear
your
you putting
world.
forward
No, Jin, hang on,
anything
Jin,
that
let
would
us explain ourselves. We feel that we agree with you. This world is fucked up, but we feel your alternative isn't a viable option. Your alternative is just as fucked up.
Why?
You know?
Why is it just as fucked up? Why? What am I saying? Fucked up?
We've told you already, but it's like you don't
No,
listen
you
to us.
haven't. You haven't.
We
You haven't
haven't?
told me anything.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay,
I'm hearing protests, but to what point? You see?
all of them.
What protest are you?
All of them.
What are you protesting against?
You sound
All
like
of
a
what?
politician right now. You don't even hear it when people protest against you. You sound just like a
I am
politician.
listening to you, but I don't know to what part of your world. I'm saying it's your world. What part of your world are you against? Can't be against me.
Yeah, that's what
Your
Trump
world.
was saying, right? That's what Trump was saying. He's just
You
trying
sound
to
just
in a world. It's just, you know what I mean? He's trying to help out.
Yeah, you sound like a
See what I mean? You see
politician.
how you're twisting? Can you see how you're beginning to twist everything around now? I'm putting the onus on you people. What is it you want? Huh? What do you want?
Hilarious.
I'm not hearing it. What do you want?
It's okay, Jim. It's okay.
There you go. There you go. You know I'm right. You know Jin's world is correct because it's your world.
We know you're right, huh?
You know I'm right because you can't argue with it.
We've been arguing for an hour. What are
Yeah,
you
like
talking about?
this is amazing.
No, you've been resisting.
I can't
You've been
believe
resisting, but you don't even know why you're
Absolutely.
resisting.
Hey,
Then
Jin.
when I ask you, you've been
can't
resisting. Then
believe
I
it.
ask you, what are you resisting against? Give me something, and you didn't give me anything.
But
Hey,
Jim,
Jin.
the last hour, hasn't it
Hold
been
on,
a
hold-
back and forth? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Issa.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, Jin, if we put you on the ballot, would you be upset?
Come on, man. Now, before that,
This is funny.
we would have
Yeah, no, this
had
is
a
hilarious.
revolution first before I'm on that ballot. Believe you me.
Let's go.
The
I'll come
revolution
live in
has
your
to
world,
come
Jen.
first
I'll
before
come.
anything else.
Jin,
Revolution has to
Jin,
come first.
does your world have curve in it?
Definitely lots of curved women. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
All right.
wow.
Well, it's sounding a little bit more promising now.
Are you
Until then,
Are you offering a free wok if we come over to your side, Jin?
I'm not taking his wok. They're too bloody clean.
Hey, Jim, is the Earth flat on your world?
It's definitely level playing, man. Definitely.
Why?
No,
Come
man,
on.
that's a misnomer, man.
It's supposed to be a new world, a better world. Why can't we make it another shape? Come on.
Well,
Yeah, I
make
like
it a bloody
banana.
diamond shape then.
But banana's appealing for me.
Come on, you got to sell us, Jin. Come on. You can't
Hey,
be going with
Jin,
the same old, same old.
the Earth cannot be flat.
I can't hear you.
The Earth cannot be flat. What do you mean the Earth is flat?
The Earth is a beautiful level plane, man.
It can't be,
That's
man.
what
You
it will
cannot
be.
speak about Earth and point to the water. It's not the same thing. It's a different thing. The surface of the water is plain, not the Earth, though. The Earth contains the
Well,
water.
you've got your hills and valleys, of course.
Yeah, the Earth contains the water. The water is contained by the Earth, so the Earth cannot be flat.
Yeah.
So
It's
technically, if there was
you know
no
what I mean.
water on
It's
Earth, the Earth wouldn't be flat.
definitely not. It's not an oblate spheroid, that's for sure. But you know what I mean.
That's
Correct. If you remove all the water
Imaginary.
from Earth, yeah. If you removed all the water from Earth, it wouldn't be flat.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be. It'd be very bumpy, but it won't be a ball. It's not
What are
a
you
ball.
talking about? It ain't flat with all the water. What are you talking about?
Yeah. But you know what I mean. It's a leveled plane. It's level. When you take an overview from a high vantage point, you don't see any
Yeah,
curvature.
correct.
You see
It's
level.
called sea level. Yeah, the surface of the water is level. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, you see the level surface, and I'm not gonna go.
That's what we mean when we say flat Earth, but the Earth itself is
we
not
just
flat.
mean it's a level topography. It's all level. You know, you got your topography there. When you take a high vantage point, you don't see any curvature. That's what you don't see. And if it's not curving, it's level.
Except when you got a hump.
Or a bump. Or a hill.
You got a hump of water.
That's why I like to give the example of a puddle. I like to give the example of a puddle. You know, the Earth contains the puddle. The Earth is not flat.
The Earth is the bubble.
The puddle. Yeah. So there you go.
Normally, if there is a flat surface on the Earth, the water tends to when it accumulates, it moves. You know, there's a current on the water, looking for a place to be contained. There's, you know, once it finds a what do you call a hole in the ground, it accumulates, starts piling up. Once it finds the level again, it overflows. So the Earth cannot be flat.
No, it's because like
I've
you
always
said, it's
had-
got hills and valleys, and
I've always added the caveat.
I'm just bringing this out because it's been an argument that I've been bringing out a couple of days now. And
No.
It's been brought out by Globers
Earth
now.
is not flat.
Hold on a second, Jim.
Yeah,
It's been brought out by Globers now, pointing out how ridiculous it is to say that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, they're just being silly.
They are using that now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just being silly because
So
they know what
be
we
aware
mean.
of it.
It's definitely not an oblate spheroid anywhere there. There is no curving going on. So it's definitely
Oh
not
no,
flat.
no, definitely not.
So
The globe is
when
done.
I hear them talk like that, I say the ocean is level. It's got some waves on there. But when you take it from when you stand from a high vantage point, you don't see any curvature. And the ocean looks level. In fact, when
Correct,
you put a spirit level to it,
Yeah,
it's level with the spirit level.
You need to go beyond the globe. The globe is done and dusted. You know what we are left is with our realm, what we call the flat Earth. So now that we look at the flat Earth, we can see the misnomer that it is to say that the Earth is flat.
Right, but you can add a caveat, which is something I've always done. You know, it's like it's flat in proportion to the whole.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, in the sense of like, you could take like like the flat part of a plate, and you could say it's flat in proportion to the whole. But if you look really close, there's going to be divots, right? If you go like microscopic.
Exactly.
So like it's like in proportion to the whole. You could add that. I've always added.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That is, yes. In proportion to the whole, it's level. Take it from a high vantage point. You don't see any curvature. It's beautifully level. Of course, you're going to have your hills and your valleys and your mountains and rivers. Of course.
Well, the issue is that like they've got it so trapped. Like flat Earth is it's so great as a government psyop because it's like the Earth is obviously not flat, and then to have to try to explain the position of not flat like that. Like it's like you're just so
I don't. Yeah,
it's so complicated.
The government psyop is the oblate spheroid, not the flat Earth. The flat Earth is not a psyop.
No, but both
it's
of
the
them.
globe that's the psyop. Please
Right,
tell me that I'm wrong.
Well, I would say both of them are available for psyop.
No, flat Earth is reality. I cannot see reality as a psyop. That you can't put reality and then as the flat Earth and then tag on there psyop.
Right, but like we just said, but here's the issue: is that you fall into the argument of like, right, but the Earth is obviously not flat because we have hills.
Yeah, but it wasn't the government that coined the phrase flat Earth. It was flat earthers that coined it.
Well, the fact that you have to explain it so much makes it ripe for psyop. That's all.
Well, okay, that's much better. That's much better. Yeah, it's right for a psyop, but I'm prepared for that psyop. That psychological, delusional individual who thinks he's on a spinning ball, and I will gently inform him or her that no, you're living in a delusional state of mind at the moment.
That's always a nice thing to say to somebody, right, Jen?
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, not really though, because it's kind of like a dickhead thing to say. And
Yeah, like that's really gonna get someone onto your
right.
side.
Like I mean, like my
no, that's to the person who is being abusive.
Right, but even them, like I want to change everybody.
Okay, if someone's been abusive, I'm going to be abusive back. That's my
right. Well, I'll tell you what. That's why it's like an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind.
Well, that's why anyway. If you call me a dick, I'm going to call you a dick. If you call me a dickhead, I'm going to call you a dickhead, a plonker.
That's very mature.
No, that's the way I am.
That is what adults do.
That's the way I am. You punch me, I punch you. You kick me, I'll
Wow.
kick you.
What would Jesus do?
I'm not the turn the other cheek, man. No, that's not happening.
What?
Hey, welcome to Jin's world.
Exactly. Reality.
You know what's funny?
It is what it is.
You know what the jinn is in Arabic, right?
Yeah, I know what it is in Arabic.
Interesting.
It can be a good spirit. It can be a bad spirit.
Yeah. It's just being a fire.
I'm the same. Yeah, I am that. I am that. Good and bad. Balance. So if you're going to call me a Wally, I will call you a Wally back. And depending on my mood.
You're a Wally.
So you, a mighty Wally. A Wally of the highest degree. King of the Wallies.
No, you're a clean walker.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll take that as a compliment. Clean grill. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with cleaning your wok and your grill. Nothing wrong with that. It's not a crime.
Not yet, bro, but it might be. You just keep on cleaning it and it might become a crime.
But Jin, in this new world you envision, you wouldn't mind not being like part of the leadership or anything, just being an ordinary backbencher. Like in this new world, you wouldn't mind just being like a janitor, someone with no authority, no power, or do you want to be at the forefront of it all?
No, I said that at the end. I called my position as the oily rag. I would be the oily rag because you are my boss, as it were.
Yeah.
I'm working for the people, so obviously I don't mind being in the backbench. Wouldn't bother me one iota. The point is, anyone working in that position, in those positions, I don't know what word to use. I don't like to use the word govern because govern means controlling you, and that's not what this is about. So we are supervisors. So anyone in a supervisor position,
Why do you have to be a supervisor? Can't you
has
just
to
be a...
adhere to the needs of the people. That's why they're in
So
that position.
you want to be a supervisor?
Sorry?
You would be a supervisor.
Well, we are supervising your. That's what I'm saying. Okay, it has to be.
Or
Your
a school
needs have to
teacher?
be met. Now, they're going to be met through supervisors. They
What about
supervise
janitors?
and
Janitors and
work
teachers
together as a team to
also.
achieve what you need.
But
That's
teachers
all.
and janitors help meet our needs as well. Couldn't you just be like a librarian or something?
Well, I could if I wanted to.
Can be whatever he wants, bro.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Yeah, but it sounds like you want to be a supervisor. Like you, I don't know.
Yeah, you know
Nah,
why?
but
You know why I want to be a supervisor? To ensure that the job gets done. That's the only reason why.
listen, everybody here is meant to be a fucking supervisor, but nobody's doing any supervising because the people who everybody fears are public servants.
Exactly.
Public
It's in the
servants. And
name,
I
isn't
said,
it? It's in the title.
yes,
Yeah,
public
I want to
servants.
honor those words. You see, that's what I'm about. Honoring those words. So if I'm a
Yeah,
public
so
servant, I'm here to serve you. That is why I termed the job as an oily rag. That means you will
yeah.
see me working hard and dirty, working to achieve your needs and your aims. You see?
So yeah, bro, this is what I'm trying to tell people. How did that position and that title come to people fearing? It's like a slave master fearing his slave.
Yeah.
How the fuck does that work?
Exactly.
I
If someone's
can't
a public
comprehend it.
servant, they're working for me. So they should be, yes, sir, no, sir, thank you, sir, when I come in.
Yep, very bad,
But
cool,
they look
sir.
at you like,
Exactly.
they look down on you in some places, like they are superior to you. But no, you're not.
Yep.
You don't seem to understand. Yeah, they've got it wrong.
Yeah, you don't understand your role. You know,
Yeah.
MFA
You're giving yourself
servant.
a superficial ear over me. No, that's wrong.
Yep.
You see?
I think that your title is public servant for whatever reason. Doesn't matter if it's a so-called governor or if a so-called states, whatever. They are public servants. Just the problem
Governor
is
for the people. That's what the governor for the people.
Yeah.
You are the
But
people's governor, not the people. You're not governing the people. You're governing
yeah,
what
but
they need you to do for them. But they got it wrong, haven't they?
but the people aren't giving the governors directions, bro. People need to.
Yeah.
That's why I studied law, and like I can harp on about this forever, but people are hand wave it and they just make up excuses where nobody actually gives directions to the government what to do, or the public servants, and that's all it boils down to. If you don't give somebody directions what to do, that's meant to be your servant, then the servant's going to do whatever they want.
Yeah, they're not being held accountable.
Yep.
Okay, because the network, the legal system is supporting them, the police are supporting them, the military are being used to enslave and corral the citizens, and there you go. The government has now become its own entity. Divorced from its subject, and now it's ruling the people. That's where it's gone wrong. So yeah, in my world, if it seems like I want to be the supervisor, it's only to make sure that the job gets done. Because at the moment, it's not getting done. People
Am
are
I from
dying
Preston?
in the world we live in.
I'm sorry. I'm just reading the comments. Somebody asked if I was from fucking Preston.
I just said you're a wog from Carlton.
Whatever.
You just sound like you're from that area to me, mate. Are you by any chance?
No. I'm not from there. Believe it or not, I used to be in South Yarra.
When I get tired, I get lax. When I get tired, I'm laxed. You know what I mean? And just
You're very relaxed at the moment.
yeah,
From
I
South
am.
Yarra, a bloody toffee wog. What the
Yeah,
hell?
bro. It's
No,
fucking
they made them in that
right.
flavour.
Wow.
Oh, that's
You
gold.
do get them.
No.
You do get them.
Yeah, no, but when I get laxed, my accent bit comes out. But I try to enunciate and speak, so-called proper, whatever that means. But once I get tired, I can hear it sometimes myself. It's a bit, it's it comes,
We can't all
it
have
is a
my
bit
accent.
woggy. Hey,
Said we can't all have my accent.
yeah, I'm sorry, buddy.
You bloody toffee private school kid.
Sorry, us from Preston, we can't compete.
Not at all. Not at all.
Bloody shitty, shitty wogs messing up
Is it?
the
Do you
beautiful
have a
accent.
town called Birmingham in Australia? Birmingham.
Not that I
Maybe
know.
somewhere. Maybe somewhere. Who knows?
Yeah,
You've
maybe
got
somewhere in
Preston, you see,
Victoria, as
because you've
far as
got
I.
Preston, Leeds, Birmingham. They're all pretty near each other. In England, that is, in the UK. Excuse me.
Yeah,
So
no, we've got most of the places that I think England's got, but I don't think maybe not in all Victoria. So we've got like Preston, Sandringham, which is in England too. We've got like
Ascot
Sand-
Vale.
Ascot,
oh wow, okay.
Sandringham, and like places
Yeah,
like
these are
that.
all
Yeah,
money areas. These are all rich areas. Preston, no,
Yep.
Preston is a working class area. But Ascot and Sunningdale, this is the Royal Borough. Royal Boroughs, by the way.
Not anymore. Preston ain't a working man's. It's toffee.
Yeah,
In
now it is.
Australia, yeah. But in
Now it
the
is.
UK, it's the working man's club, really. Preston.
Well, Preston used to be like that, but just the prices have just gone like bananas.
$1 million properties to get into Preston and anywhere
Yep.
around there, really, because it's so
Yep.
close to town.
Yeah.
Wow.
100%. Where houses used to be like, a couple $100,000, just in the manner of, was it 5-7 years that just went up like threefold.
Yeah,
What's going on? You see? Look at the world we're living in, man.
It's called
It's out of
supply
control,
and
isn't it?
demand. That's what it is. It's supply and demand.
Yeah, supply and demand. No, it's fucking greed.
Why is it greed?
What I hate is
Oh.
Well, because the
the type
prices
of
have gone
land you
sky
used to
high.
get a house on, and now look at the fucking unit. They put 3 units on the block of land that used to have one house with a nice big backyard, front yard, and shit.
I swear to God, Rig, I got a friend back in Victoria that has just bought themselves a brand spanking new property, and showed me a photo, photos of inside and out, and he's standing on the back doorstep there, and it looks like if you sneezed standing on the back doorstep, you'd headbutt the back fence. That's how crazy.
Yeah, that's fucked.
It's crazy. It
They're
is
just
absolutely
shoeboxes, man.
Yeah.
You get no privacy in the
No.
homes they build now.
Like once upon a time, it was a quarter of an acre kind of minimum. Like that was your average house block, a quarter of an
Yeah.
acre.
Oh, yeah.
Not anymore. Well, you could play cricket in the backyard with your brothers and your mates and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, fucking oath, man. Now, all my mates, their houses, we had footy goals set up in the backyard. So if we go to anyone's house, it was football goals set up in the backyard, man. That's how big they used to be.
Now it's fucking terrible. I was looking up statistics, yeah. So apparently, I think here in Australia anyway, it's like for every man or woman, whatever, for every person, there is 14 houses, and this was like over 10 years ago. So supply and demand kind of goes out the window, bro. It's just these rich people hold on to their houses, and builders build, and they buy it straight up off the plans, and then me and you come along And they're like, well, if you want this, you're gonna have to, you know, pay for it like, you know, $100 or $200, $300,000 more. So if you're looking at, that was like, I think minimum, maybe 10, 15 years ago. It's probably more now, and you're looking at like
Yeah.
maybe 20, 25 to 1.
Can you imagine that? Mad.
Yeah. So I think it's probably around 20, probably worldwide, especially in America. You know, the building that goes on there, and even in China, you're probably looking minimum. I think maybe if somebody wants to type it in Google and find out, but I'd say it'd be around maybe 30 houses to one person. You know what I mean?
Really? I know they were buying lots of property in England, the Chinese, but they weren't living in it. They were just flipping them, you know. That's
Yep.
what, you know, that's what's driven the prices up all around Harrods and Knightsbridge, Kensington, Chelsea, Fulham. Then up north would be the Hampsteads, the Highgates, Finchley. All these properties have just, Golders Green, all these properties have just gone. You know, there's a place we've got Bishop's Avenue, that's like Millionaires Road. Now they're there. Their houses are in the millions, but they're owned by the Jews.
Yep. Well, that's what happened here, bro. Like Bansal Bandit, or I'm not sure, my Australian fellow here, resist the legal government.
Rig.
What's your name, sorry, bro?
Rig.
Rig. Yeah, Rig. You know, there was a whole thing on the current affair. The Chinese people are buying all the land. No Australians gonna own land.
Yeah, that's
All
been
this
happening for fucking ages, though, man. Like foreign investment over here with properties, so
Yep.
that's caused
And the Russians.
inflation. So not every house can be a fucking $1 million house, but it seems to be these days. So our market's got to pop sooner or later, man.
Yeah, but you look at, see, they can institute you know, if they were actually, they know what to do, but they don't want to do it. Like, just say in Thailand, yeah, you can't buy a house unless you're a citizen there. The most you can do it is lease it. You can't actually buy it.
Yeah, we need stuff like that in place, which we obviously don't have.
Yep, that's how you get like people in the country to prosper. Because if the people in the country can't buy a fucking house, you know, well, what are you doing?
Well, the government's wrecked it already. Remember, like I was saying, the government is not working for the people. It's working for the elites and the corporates, yeah, and the royal families and that. The average man on the street, you're the slave that helps that to work for them, okay? So don't be looking for that from them.
No, I know. But that's what I'm saying. So they could do one simple thing. Like, these people apparently are lawyers, even though I studied law from the City of London and all that. I know how I can make the people's lives better, you know, by just putting in that one law. If you're not fucking from Australia, you cannot fucking buy a house.
Yeah, well,
How
that's
fucking
ridiculous.
simple is that?
Well, that's ridiculous, though, because what if you're a wealthy man and you want to buy a house?
Well, become a fucking, you know, citizen of Australia.
Exactly.
Okay, so that means if I want to buy a house, but I don't want to live in it, I want to rent it out, I can do that, can I?
If you're a citizen, yeah.
Okay,
you're a
so if I'm not a
citizen, yeah.
citizen, I can't buy property. That's ridiculous.
No.
Why is that, bro? Because put it this way, here, I'll tell you how the law works. So, if you're not a citizen of that place and you're doing shit like that, you can't be held accountable because you're in a different country.
Yeah,
That's the whole point of it.
So what? I'm still going to be buying the house. I'm going to rent it out. Taxes will be paid. What's the problem?
No. My point is, just say you're a rich man, yeah? Okay, I'll give you that. And
Yeah.
just say everybody on here is a rich man and they all want to buy houses in Australia.
Yeah.
So by you buying houses in Australia and you hold on to them and you rent them out, the house price goes up and the normal people can't afford it.
Yeah.
You're not staying in them, you're just renting it out because you want
You
money.
see me,
Do you get what I
I'm the
mean?
kind of landlord that would be not charging these mad prices for the people who own it. If I'm a rich man, I'm not going to be worried about the property. Once I've bought it, it will pay for itself. I'll be a very generous
It
landlord.
doesn't matter what you would do; it's what everyone else does, Gene.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's the
know.
point, you know.
I'm not everyone else though. So
No,
Yeah, well,
I'm not saying
I'm
that
not
you are,
saying you
bro.
are.
You know, yeah, you know my feelings are. Yeah, I don't think you're a bad man altogether. But the state of affairs now to actually combat what is going on is just that one simple law. If you're not from there, you can't buy it. So then,
I don't see
you
that. I
won't
don't
have
see that how
homeless
that
people.
helps you though. Was that going to help you keep the prices down? Is that what you're hoping for?
Well, it will, bro, because you won't have like just say one person owning like, 600
Yeah,
houses.
owning 30 properties and that and flipping it for
Yeah,
silly money. Yeah,
bro.
I can see
Here,
that point. Yeah, good.
I
That's what's happening
was,
in Britain anyway. Same thing.
I
The
was
Chinese and
on
the
the listen to this. I was on the ATO website, yeah, and it said that 1,700 people here in Australia. This is 1,000. It was 1,725 or whatever. So 1,750 people make $250 million a year.
What?
Ooh, bloody hell.
That is a statistic from the ATO.
That's a quarter of a billion.
So
Wow.
now imagine those people that are just from here that buy up a fuckload of properties because they don't know what the fuck to do with their money.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
250
Silly, aren't they? Look, that's what I mean. People don't know how to live, do
200
they? I mean, fuck. I'd be on a boat traveling the world, man. I'm worried about property. Fuck. Headache if I've got that kind of money. I'll be just be busy living. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you just be busy traveling and having your barbecue? Fuck. I'd be having a team of like off-road bikers and off-road cars, and we'd be traveling the world via the car
Yeah, but
desert tents, tenting
no,
up the place,
no,
man.
of course, but I'm just saying, like, that is an official statistic from them.
Yeah, it's
So
mad, isn't it?
that is like 2,000 people. That how much is that? Somebody type it in the calculator, man. What's that? Like
It's too much. It's too much.
trillion,
It's
something trillion, whatever the f it is.
a lot of money.
Yeah,
That's a lot of money.
that's from only in
They
Denmark.
are awash in money. They're awash. Swimming in
Yep.
money, they are, literally.
Let alone the people who make between just say 100 to 100 to 250 million. God, they don't want to put all the statistics up because people don't even go on this. Like I said this and brought attention to it. But this is what I'm trying to say. It's ridiculous.
It's
ridiculous.
obscene, is what it is. Obscene amounts of money.
We're happy. Oh, we have a house paid off. These people are like, man, like somebody's house here. They go out to lunch and spend more on lunch than some of our
They
fucking
spend
houses.
on lunch what you would spend in like 3 months' groceries.
Man, probably that's
It's true, though, isn't it? It's true. You know,
They might even
what they spend on lunch is your 3 months' grocery bill.
Yeah. Bro, some of them eat caviar when they go out and probably costs as much as my house.
Yeah,
What am I gonna do?
stupid money. Have you tasted caviar? It's fucking awful. It's bloody awful, man.
Oh, you are so uncouth, Jin. Really.
Why would you even eat that? It's like
Get out of
snail. Like
Oh,
why?
Disgusting. No,
Damn.
thank you.
Like eating boogers.
And why doesn't it surprise me that you don't like it, Jin? From someone that bloody well cleans their barbecue every time they use it. And their wok. Damn. No wonder you don't like caviar.
Caviar? You can keep it, mate. Fool's paradise. Waste of money. I won't be buying that, that's for sure. That's not on my menu. Caviar. Honestly. Idiot.
So no,
They're all
caviar
pretending.
in
They're all
Jin's world?
pretending to like it because it's fool's paradise. They're all pretending. Yeah, I reckon so. Disgusting. Who could like that?
Actually, it's a nice little burst of salt in your mouth.
Ugh, forget it. And then you've got
yum.
this champagne shit as well that tastes fucking foul.
Just drink seawater.
Champagne, disgusting.
Oh my god. I'm surrounded by barbarians. By bloody barbarians. That's what I'm surrounded by.
Oh, Fanta, you can just dip some fish in seawater and drink the seawater. The same thing.
And then the
How
Beaujolais
funny is
Nouveau.
it?
Beaujolais Nouveau. That's nice. I like Beaujolais Nouveau. I like a little bit
Man,
of Beaujolais. That's not
we've
bad.
we've got a water shortage here in Australia, and we're surrounded by fucking water.
Yeah, you're surrounded by water.
Yeah,
That's good.
and apparently,
We have
we don't have enough water.
we've got the best border wall in the world.
Yep. And yet we have a
Is it true that the barrier, is it the barrier reef's dying?
The Great
nah.
Barrier Reef.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're trying to say that it's dying, but that happens every, I think, 7 to 10 years it rejuvenates, so it's kind of loses its color.
It's a cycle.
So,
Oh, okay.
but they're trying to sell it as we're doing something bad.
Yeah, the
Go ahead.
global warmers. They're trying to give it some of that nonsense. That
Hmm.
scam.
Well, they've got to tax people more, don't they? Put a tax on this and a tax on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys getting chemtrails still happening with the barium, strontium, and aluminium being
Not where
thrown
I
out?
am. Not where
Yeah?
I am.
No.
No,
Okay.
I get nothing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I think they've stopped it, perhaps.
Oh, I wouldn't say they've stopped it. It's just not where I am.
Okay. All right.
Well, they're doing a good job where I am, so they're making up for a band, so it's all right.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're the ones that are causing that's causing the global warming, by the way. That's what it is. That stuff.
Yeah, by weather control, manipulation, and all that.
Yeah, geoengineering they call it. Geoengineering.
Yep.
Have you seen the documents that apparently listen to this? They've got documents from 1966 where Victoria. This is 1966. The Victorian government signed a piece of paper. So the ground signed a piece of paper with the U.S. government so they could do geoengineering. In 1966, they signed this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Officially,
It's been around. They were
1966.
talking about geoengineering in the 1940s in the US.
Yep.
And maybe before
But
that.
they implemented it here in 1966, I'm saying. Since 1966, in the state of Victoria, they've been fucking with this place. So
Yeah.
good for us. Fucking mongrels.
I think it was in 2012. One of the Americans responsible for this geoengineering idea and throwing all this aluminium chaps out of airplanes was asked, have you done the relevant tests to see whether or not the 10,000 tons of this jab stuff coming out of planes would be detrimental and harmful to anyone living life? And the guy said, let me be careful here, right? We have done nothing. And then he was starting to stutter and stammer as he was trying to get his answers out. But we've done nothing. But basically what we're doing is we're riding on our grandkids. Like that, he let that slip. And then you know how they repeat that again and again in this document. I thought, you bastard, look at that. So what we're doing is that, it's not harming us now, but we're riding on the lives of our grandkids. Huh.
Yep.
There you go. Yeah. And he looked a bit blue in the face after he said it.
Man, I'm waiting for some lunatic here to snap in Victoria. I might be that lunatic. So, if you if you
Don't
hear of
push the wrong
somebody,
buttons, man.
yeah.
Yeah, because surely people, in fact, everyone's got a snap in Australia. Got to snap out of it.
Yeah. Well, they're
And
still
around the
sort
world.
of
Snap out of it,
holding
man.
some rallies or something or other, but man, no, if it was up to me, I'd go and kick some heads in, rattle them up a bit.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Give them a good shake.
Yep.
Shake them up.
I reckon Dan
They're
Andrew.
just taking the blatant piss. When I look at the Australian government and the way they speak, bunch of actors. They're just actors blatantly taking the piss out of its subjects.
Oh
That's
yeah.
what I see.
It's no
I
different
reckon.
to any other country. No different to any
Yeah,
other country.
no. Absolutely correct. No different to any country. They're all fucking actors. I agree.
You know what? But you know what? I'd love to get that. I'd like to give like a bat to the head to Dan Andrews. You know, that would be a nice privilege.
Yeah.
Careful with what you put out there.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's
Just an
it's a
opinion.
loving.
Just an opinion.
It's a loving kissing bat. It gives you a kiss. All right.
Yeah. I know the sort of kiss.
You got it.
Yeah. The old Liverpool.
Yes, that's the one.
Have you got a Liverpool in Australia? Do you have a Liverpool in Australia?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, there you go.
the scummiest, rattiest place known to mankind.
Yep, it is. It is. It's fucking filth.
Don't let
It's
the
filth.
Liverpudlians hear you say that. Right, the original Liverpudlians. What do you mean, the scummiest?
Oh, it's filth, bro. I'm telling you.
You know what I mean? Like,
It is filthy. It is absolutely filthy.
Mm-hmm. On a
why
number
is
of
that? Why is that? Why?
Why? Why? Because all the people in Liverpool clean their barbecues and their woks. That's why. Like every single one of them. Every single one of them.
Look, when you're doing barbecues on your grill, it's going to get caked with shit. You got to get all that carbon off. Come on now.
No, not at all.
Yes, you
Jim.
do. You do. Of course you do. I mean, look, you're talking to someone who's worked in a kitchen in a hotel. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. Fuck's sake, man. And that grill had to be cleaned out every day.
I've got a PhD in barbecuery. So don't you
get
be
out of
telling
here
me
with
how
that
you should be
shit.
keeping your barbecue.
Nah, it's bullshit. You clean that grill out. Everything has to be cleaned off.
Barbecuery. There's a good one.
I used to go to this Chinese restaurant back in Victoria, and it was called Minghua or whatever it was called back in the day. Anyway, it used to have a car park at the back, and you could go through the back entrance, and you could walk your way through the kitchen into the restaurant. Anyway,
right.
so the very first time we've done this, we're parked there, we walked through the kitchen. Well, oh my God, if you had seen the state of the kitchen, like you would not eat there. You would not eat there. Right?
I know what you mean.
So anyway, for whatever reason, we've sat down, we've ordered our meal, and I'm feeling like I'm getting a bad case of salmonella or something before I've even eaten anything. It was the tastiest Chinese food I've ever had in my life. We used to go there like once a fortnight. It was oh God, it was a good place. And you'd go in there, and man, rats are running around. There's bloody cobwebs hanging off the place. There's bloody grime and stuff. Oh yeah, it was full on.
Yeah, I've been to places like that in Spain and Portugal.
At least it's organic, man.
Yeah, exactly, George. Exactly.
You bit of mold, organic. It's great.
Penicillin.
Penicillin.
You get your shot of penicillin before you eat. That's what
you
do.
No, it's not that, man. If you're gonna eat rats, you better have a look at the product before you consume it, no?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
You can choose your rat. I want that rat over there.
And and you know those rats were eating tasty food, because if you had tasted the food, oh yum, mwah. So the rats would have been beautiful.
Fattened up, huh? Fattened up rats.
If the rats like it, you're gonna like it too.
Yeah, that's right. Now some of the rats were probably part of the food, but anyway, it all had
Garnish.
flavor.
Got to garnish it. Come on, man.
That is actually, a live menu on display.
Yeah, an aperitif, is it? Okay.
Good.
Appetizer.
Oh, the good old days. The good old days.
Oh, God. Oh, that's cold.
Start a menu.
Oh, fucking hell. You get your food and there's like a rat's tail. You're like, what the fuck? Oh, it's a noodle? No, it's a rat's
It's
tail.
just
It
a
doesn't matter.
noodle. It's a noodle. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's a noodle. Just eat it. Good nutrition. Good for your pencil. Good for your pencil, boy.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, I know what you mean. I had a good Chinese. The best Chinese I ever ate was in Portugal. In my life, that was good.
Go figure, eh? Go figure.
Was there?
Not in London. You would have thought it was in London, but Portugal.
In
On that
Portugal,
travel.
this guy's travelled all over the world, and the best Chinese he had was in Portugal.
Yeah, yeah.
The best Chinese was in Portugal. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, that says Chinese are everywhere, isn't it? That's what it says.
Yeah, they're everywhere, man.
Oh.
Well, tempura was taken from the Portuguese to the Chinese.
There you go. Yeah, and then from the Chinese to the
The
Japanese.
connection is there. Yeah, Portugal had Chinese colonies. That's why.
Yeah, there you go. Because it was quite nice. Yeah, then the Japanese took it over.
Yeah, interchanging the culture. Even some words been incorporated.
Yeah, it's easy just to copy it because why make a new name for a good food? You know, why change the name if it's okay?
Yeah, Japan the same. Arigato is driven from obrigado, Portuguese, apparently.
There you go. Yeah. So when I look at the Spanish tapas bars, I love the calamari. I love that. That's so beautiful. Yeah. When you go into the bar, you stand
Have you
up and you order
tried?
your food.
Have you tried octopus?
Yeah,
Octopus salad.
I eat that here in Japan. Yeah, it's like
Octopus
chewing
salad,
rubber.
very nice.
It's like chewing
No,
rubber, but it's
man,
nice.
not like chewing rubber. No.
It is
Nice
when you
and
eat it
tender.
raw. It is when you eat it raw. 'Cause we eat
Raw,
it raw here in
yeah,
Japan.
raw, yeah. I'm talking about octopus salad, but it's not raw.
Yeah, we have it raw here.
It's served cold. It's obviously it's cooked octopus. It's just boiled, to the point of tenderness required. Then it's chopped in in small pieces, and you do like a vinaigrette salad, a vinaigrette that you do for a normal salad, with olive oil, all the seasonings, some herbs, whatever
I've
herbs
had
you
that.
have in the local herbs,
Beautiful.
chopped onion and garlic, and and you just pour over it. Everything is raw apart from the octopus, obviously.
Yeah. Little maneration going on, manerating it a little bit there. It's nice. Oh,
I go far away. I'm in London. I go far away to have it because I can only find it in Portuguese places.
yeah. Oh, right. So not in the UK.
It's served. Yeah, they serve like a tapas thing, and I have a couple of them. I mean, with a couple of beers, that's it. You don't want more. That's it.
Yeah,
That's my meal.
where in the UK? Where would you go in the UK? Where?
I go to a Portuguese place.
Yeah, where? Where in the UK?
Which area you mean?
Yeah.
Acton.
Oh, Acton. I know Acton well. My friend lives there. Acton, yes.
Yeah.
Ealing Broadway, Shepherd's Bush, East Acton, North Acton.
There you go.
I know it very well, mate. Like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
I have cycled round there. I have walked round there. My friend used to live there when I used to go there a lot. Play football, skate electrics, everything. I used to take my skate electrics up there to my friend's house.
Yeah, I used to live there. That's how I found the place. And from the places that I knew, that was the best octopus salad that I could find locally.
That sounds good, man.
Yeah,
Acton, W3, West 3.
Nothing to do with the area, man. It's the cooking of the product.
No, yeah, the people and yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know where you would go to get that. That's all. Because I used to go to the tapas bar in Islington, Angel Islington. They had one there.
Yeah, but there are many tapas bars. That's my point. The same thing is there are many Portuguese restaurants and cafes, you know, but doing the same thing, but not as delicious, not as standard, not as, you know, it's down to your standard of acceptance of what is good, what is excellent, you know, what you prefer.
Your palate.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And on the day, you put again your standard on, isn't it? Shall we go here?
Yeah,
Shall we go there?
exactly. Yeah. No, I'm a connoisseur of the food because I used to travel all over London eating food. That's what I used to like to do on my motorbike, yeah. And when I'm traveling into these places, black people don't go in. That's the first thing. So already I'm getting these, you know, funny little negative vibes, yeah, but they don't know what I know about food and everything else, you see. Then they see me eating it and they are amazed, just watching me eat. I said, yeah, this is very good. Yeah, I'll have another one, please. You too? Of course. Yeah, there we go again. Thank you. Super hungry with my wine and that. Yeah, because in England you can have 2 glasses of wine and not be over the limit. So then I have my wine with that, and then I'd leave and pay the man and say, I'll be back. Yeah, and I go back again. And before you know, we're good. I'm good friends with the chef and everybody else.
You say you like
Now I'm in the
calamari.
kitchen,
What
looking
about
around.
what about squid?
Yeah, squid. I love squid.
Which is a bigger calamari?
It should be
Yeah, I
0
love all that.
glasses of wine that you're driving. 0.
In the Azores,
in
have been
Australia?
reported. In the Azores, has been reported squids up to 7 meters.
Wow, that's nice, isn't it? 7 meters. Wow.
Yeah.
That would be delicious to eat.
I don't know about that. I didn't taste it, but it's been reported. Yeah, up to 7 meters. They've been reported.
So in Australia, you can't drink and drive, yeah?
No, you can't. No.
Man, anywhere
not
you
one
can drink
unit.
and drive. It's not suitable, man. Either you drink or you drive.
Yeah,
You need to stop to drink.
Why would you think you can drink and drive here?
So you can't have a drink, right? 2 drinks, and then get in your car and drive home.
Yeah, you can, but they should make it 0.
Yeah, you can.
Okay,
It might be illegal, but
so
you still
think
can.
having 2 drinks is going to get you drunk. What? 2 glasses of wine?
No, that's not the dispute, man.
It'll impair you, yes. 100%.
Nah, it's bullshit.
Yes, it will. No, it's not bullshit, Jen. Not at all.
Bullshit.
2 drinks means nothing, man. Drinks. I mean, you can have 2 glasses of water, man. It's still a drink. I mean, the language being used is not precise, man.
We're talking alcohol here, George. Come on.
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't.
No, we're
influence
talking
your...
about drink and drive, man. You cannot drink and drive. Either you drink or you drive. If you're thirsty, you stop, you drink. When you're done, you continue.
Yeah, right. So you have 2 glasses of wine with your meal, right? With your meal, that's fine. No
Alcohol
problem.
wasn't mentioned.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
don't
we're
see any
talking
problem with
about,
that at
George.
all.
That's what we're talking about, man. So, yeah.
That's how I grew up in London. That was the legal unit with
Maybe the legal
2 units
unit.
of
I'm just
alcohol.
giving my
2
opinion. In
units.
my world, Gin, in my
Yeah.
world, it'll be 0. Absolutely 0.
Okay, well, yeah. If you want it in your world, yeah, 0. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys heard
Otherwise,
about the revolution in Ireland many years ago about the 12-pint rule? When the Irish government implemented the limit 12-pint rule. I mean, the Irish people were so devastated with that new rule. I mean, how can you put a limit of 12? Why not 24? Why not unlimited? Why to put a limit 12 pint?
That's a lot, though, isn't it? 12 pints is a lot, you know. Come on.
God.
12 pints is a lot.
But that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, what is legal
Who
today might be
cares?
illegal tomorrow and can reverse even.
Yeah, but that's the problem. There shouldn't be a limit on if you want to drink yourself stupid.
No, I think
it's up to you.
No. Come on.
Nah, it's up to you, bro.
If it's your will to go there, you know, and drink yourself stupid, that's your problem.
No, there's
Drink
got to be a
yourself
limit.
stupid,
There's got to
and
be a limit. You know,
that's it.
health wise as well, because it's danger to health.
Nah,
Danger
bro.
to the
Listen.
individual.
Hold on a
Nah,
second.
nah,
Hold on
nah,
a
nah.
Can
second. Hold
cause
on a
an
second.
accident.
If you
Nobody can tell
hold on a
me.
second. Let me just
Nobody
put my
can tell
my
me.
observation
Hold
here.
on, dude. Hold on. Nobody can tell me how much I can drink. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
at
just a
home.
simple fact.
At home is fine.
Anyway, if they're gonna provide a service, it's like saying me going to McDonald's and then they can only give me 2 burgers or 5 burgers. If I want to buy 50 burgers, I'll buy it. There's no difference between a shitty fucking burger or alcohol. Yeah, come on. Well, wake up. We've got
No,
like
I mean, no. You know, with alcohol, there is a problem with alcohol because if you've had 12 pints, or if you want 24 pints, you're going to be the worse for wear, are you not?
yeah, but that's my problem. That's that person's problem.
Well,
That's not your problem.
no. It's not your problem because you could then. Some people turn violent on this alcohol. Okay, so now we've allowed you to have the 24 pints. Now you're becoming not you in particular, but the individual who's had this 24 pints of fucking lager now is becoming a nuisance now. Now he's
Yeah,
upsetting
but
other
Hold
customers.
on a second,
Now
guys.
our
We're
tables,
not addressing the
tables and
problem
hang on
here.
a second. Tables and chairs are going through. He's lost his balance. He's smacked his head on the table. He's knocked himself out. Pints of glasses have gone everywhere. And you want that to be happening? Okay, next time he can come in and do the same again. Yeah?
he can't do it.
You're missing
If
the
he
elephant in the
behaves like
room.
that, he
We are
cannot do
missing
it. It's
again.
very simple. If you cannot
We
control
are,
yourself and you do something dumb, you won't be allowed to back in. Maybe I
Well,
can go in
I
and
think
have.
I can make a living from 12 pints per person. I think I can make a good living there.
No,
12
it's not
pints
about
per person,
you
by the
making
way.
the
still
living,
missing the
bro.
elephant in the room.
Well, I'm
The
talking about
point
making a
is,
living, you know, with my
if
license.
if I can go in there and just have 30 drinks and not be impaired and act normal, nothing should stop me.
I don't
If
know
I'm
any
gonna feel
human being.
sick tomorrow, if I'm gonna feel sick tomorrow,
What
that's
makes it
my
illegal,
problem.
guys? What makes it illegal? That's the elephant in the room no one is addressing. What makes it
I
illegal
already
is that if you are beyond the legal limit, the insurance
Yeah.
company won't pay anything. So the problem is on the insurance company, because if you are drunk or not, you pay the insurance should cover. That's the problem. Insurance companies, they don't want to be reliable for you to do drinks or this or that. They should be accountable for it, for anything, for any inconvenience.
Who should be accountable? Who?
The insurance company.
Why?
You should be. You as a because that's what it is, isn't it?
No.
No.
What do you mean
I'm
no?
trying to
If
make
you
a
have an
point. We've gone
accident, you
off the
have an
reservation.
accident.
I
If you have an
disagree with that.
accident, if you have an accident, you had an accident.
Yeah, no.
Look,
There is
Why?
an accident
Why only if
being intoxicated, and it is actually illegal here.
define
Right?
intoxicated?
Well, when you're drunk, right?
Yeah,
So
but that means nothing.
that is a judgment call by the
Correct.
by the
by
staff.
the breathalyzer.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
it's got nothing to do with the breathalyzer at all. You do not have to bring out a breathalyzer. If you are in an establishment, right, and you are drunk, it is actually illegal to serve that person. There are big fines.
Yeah,
That's
but
right.
the
That's right.
breathalyzer
It's the same in
it's in
England.
order to
That's the same in
quantify.
England.
The
Yeah.
breathalyzer,
We're not talking about
breathalyzer in order to
drinking and
quantify.
driving.
Yeah.
You don't need it. You don't need it.
Yeah, we're not talking about drinking and driving. We're talking about
Drinking and walking.
somebody going into a pub, and that's correct, Pencil Bandit. I mean, if this person sees that somebody's acting like a degenerate, you don't feed him any
Yeah.
more drinks. You don't give him any more
You can
drinks,
lose your
and
license if you don't follow that rule. You can lose your license. So if you're giving someone who's drunk
That's correct. Yeah.
alcohol, then you can lose your license and your insurance. By the way.
Let Eggs
I'm just-
talk. Let Eggs talk.
If people took responsibilities, what I keep on going back to, so the dude that's running the bar, if he took responsibility and said, look, this guy is acting like a degenerate, we're not going to serve him any more drinks, give him some water, here's some coffee for free. If he starts flailing up, security comes and walks him out. Now,
That's
me,
exactly what I used
just
to do.
another person, he's had 30 drinks and he's a happy-go-lucky guy. He doesn't get violent, nothing. Why wouldn't you keep on serving him drinks? Now, what he feels like tomorrow, that's his problem.
Yeah.
This
But if
is what I keep on.
yeah,
You get what I
yeah,
mean?
but yeah, but if you're happy-go-lucky and you still have your faculties about you, Iggs,
Yeah,
no problem whatsoever. But if you're
exactly.
happy-go-lucky, slouching all over the place, you can't hold
Nah,
yourself up
nah, not like
straight,
that.
and all
Nah,
that.
nah.
You know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
right?
of course,
So
bro. No, no, not
exactly,
like that.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
being
and
a proper
Iggs,
person.
Iggs, the case
If
you're
you're not
describing,
causing
Iggs,
any drama whatsoever,
Exactly.
yeah, sure, keep on serving, right? Because it's a judgment call by the person serving that alcohol.
yeah, it's the discretion of the
Yeah,
barman.
we have
But listen,
we have a
Iggs,
saying.
that kind of individual is very rare, though. Iggs, it's very rare that you see a man go into a bar, have 30 drinks, and can have all his faculties all in check. Come on.
I'm one of them, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm
we
one of those.
we have a
I'm one of
saying:
those
keep
weird
your
individuals.
bags where you
Dirty.
where you do your shopping. Yeah, keep your bags where you do your shopping. So if you're coming in already drunk, no, thank you. You go back to whatever you were drinking up until now.
Yeah, I mean, I've been known to drink 2 bottles of wine in a restaurant, but I'm eating. I'm eating with that food, and then now it's taken me like 3 hours. So I'm eating with me wife. We're talking and enjoying the atmosphere, and 3 hours later, I've had 2 bottles of wine. I'm not drunk. I've eaten it. I've eaten well, and I'm walking out no problem.
Yeah, nothing
But
wrong with
that's
that.
3 hours, though.
And the police car in the corner waiting for you to come out.
Oh,
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, but I'm walking home. So.
God.
And that's 3 hours of.
That's what they do, man. 2 o'clock in the morning
That's
outside the nightclubs, waiting
very
for the people to
controlled.
come out.
I think that's very controlled because that's 3 hours you're eating, so the food is soaking up the alcohol anyway, so it's going to be slowly released into the bloodstream, and 3 hours. So no, yeah, perfectly okay. I've done that, but 30 drinks. Most people would be legless by then.
Oh, mate, the amount of alcohol I used to consume, and I could have a conversation like this. It was.
Yeah, I'm like you. I can
It
do
was
that.
a miracle.
I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. I can
A
control the
miracle.
alcohol through food, no problem. I can do that. No, I'm one of those guys. But generally,
It's all about your metabolism, man.
but the
It's all
general
about your
public, Joe
metabolism, yeah.
Blog, Sue Blog, they can't handle that.
Yeah.
That amount of fucking booze. They're all over
They
the
get a
place.
bit. They get a bit wobbly and their knees shake and they start slurring. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if the government were, I mean, okay, if the rule was out that establishments maximum per person 12 pints, I think with 12 pints one can have a good time, or not, don't you think? Especially when if you go to the pub at 8 o'clock, you go to the pub at 8 o'clock, and the pub is going to be
Would that
shut
be the
by
rule on your
11.
world, Jen?
By 11. No, that's not
Would
my
that be
world.
would that be the rule in your world? 12 pints. If it is,
That's
I'm
not my
moving on,
world.
man.
My world, you'd be limited to 4 pints only.
4 pints?
No, I'm joking. I don't know. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to
no,
look
but
into I'm gonna have to do a proper.
You need to put that on your leaflet for voting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put
On
that
your
down.
campaign.
I'm just saying,
On your campaign.
if people are responsible
Yeah,
with their business, that stuff won't happen. Yeah, like
yeah.
that's all it comes down to, man. You
My
see a
point is
dude
this,
that's
though.
Yeah, a person should be responsible enough to decide if he's capable to do
Exactly,
it or
but
not.
I think
That's
if
the
you have a
problem.
limit of 12
yeah.
pints per person per establishment, okay, so you've got into this establishment at 8 o'clock, right? The bar's
12 pints of what,
the pub's
Gin?
gonna be closed. Look, the pub's gonna be
12
closed.
pints of what? 12
Scotch,
pints of what?
I'm talking about
Scotch,
beer.
Whiskey?
bourbon.
Bands
Beer,
like
of course. Beer, ale, lager, Guinness. Of course.
This is hilarious. Oh,
Are you
bro.
sure just 12 pints per person is enough?
Yeah, we're talking about beer, not whiskey or wine. But anyway, I think you can have a good time because from 8 o'clock to 11, that's 3 hours.
Why are you closing so early, Gin?
Yeah,
What the
bro.
hell?
That's the
the
time that the
hell?
pub's
24
closing.
hours, man.
I
24
hate
hours.
your
If you go to a later establishment, then you might be allowed to have 14
I hate
pints.
your world already, Gin. I'm not going to your world. This is
Jin,
getting
can I
worse and worse.
Bro, can I tell you what I used to do? Like, so Friday night would come, I'd go to like a nice classy place at like around 7, like in Port Melbourne here. Bansal Bandit can tell you, Port Melbourne, nice place.
Yeah.
Till around 11, and then I'd hit one club, and I've already had maybe I don't know 8-10 drinks there. Then go to another club, plus pre-drinks at home. We won't count that. Go to a club
No, you got to count it.
from like 11:30 till like 4 o'clock in the morning, and have another 20 drinks there, 30 if not, and then to the after club after that, and I'd
Yeah, you got the after
rock
club,
up home at like 11 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, sleep it off, and do the same thing on Saturday.
That's fucking mad, isn't it?
Man.
That is
What do you mean
mad.
it's mad? I mean,
Yeah,
every
that's
engine
what
is
I'm talking
different
about.
fuel, man. You need to understand that. Every engine is different fuel. Some people run in
Yeah.
heavy fuel, some people no.
I'm just saying the days were different.
What were
Everybody
you
was
drinking? What were you drinking, Hicks?
spirits.
Spirits, yeah. Spirits, you can do it with spirits. Short
Yeah,
hits, that's why. They're short.
Yeah,
That's what
I
I
used
drink.
to
I
do.
don't drink beer. I only drink
Yeah.
whiskey. That's Jack Daniels and Coke. What I used
Yeah,
to
same
drink.
here. I'll do
Wow.
whiskey, and I'd have shots.
Yeah.
Why the hell would you mix anything with Coke?
You're ruining the Coke, man.
Hell, what the hell?
Yeah, no, I couldn't drink. I couldn't drink the Tennessee whiskey straight. It's a bit too strong.
Oh,
And,
gin,
the
how
taste
dare you.
lingers. The
That's
taste lingers. I didn't like that. So I've got a bit of
absolute sacrilege.
I've got a bit of a
Oh,
sweet
it gets
tooth. So
worse and worse.
and then I
Cleaning
put a Jack
barbecues,
Daniels and
cleaning
Coke.
woks,
Very
mixing stuff
nice
with
indeed.
Coke.
Lovely. Lovely
Oh,
drink.
God
That's how it's served.
almighty.
That's how it's served in the pubs and clubs in the UK.
Oh,
JD and Coke. And then
that
the
should
other
be
one I used to
outlawed.
have was Contro. I used to have Contro and Bailey's mixed. One ice cube. That's what I used to have. Lovely. Yeah, you know
Oh
that one, have you?
gosh.
Eh?
Back in the day, yeah.
And Bailey's with one
Let
ice
me
cube.
guess. With an umbrella.
With an
No
umbrella?
umbrella. No umbrella. I don't go for the trimmings.
No umbrella?
No umbrella. Mind you, though, talking about umbrellas, I've got an umbrella and a book match from when I went to Portugal and Spain. And they give you the umbrella. I've still got that umbrella in my waistcoat. Still there with the lighters and that. Yeah, back from the 1990s. Still there.
Yeah.
I've got it here in Japan. I never took it out. It's a conversation piece.
It can be useful, man.
That's good, isn't it? You see?
Yeah, it's a cocktail stick with an umbrella on the top.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I've still got it. I've still got it from my travels. Still in my waistcoat, leather waistcoat, still there today. Yeah, look at that. That's sentimental, eh?
Scotch on the rocks, put an umbrella.
Yeah. But in London, no umbrellas, man. None of that. Don't need that stuff. Just give me the drink, thanks. Lovely. Yeah, Jack Daniels and Coke, man. That was my drink.
So, 2D merry-go-round. Hands up, all believers.
What? SE in the house. Hang on, SE.
How you doing?
What's up, Bandy? Guys?
Yeah, good, buddy. You been listening to these rantings, have
Hey,
you?
man.
Yeah, I've been listening. Yeah. Jin is fired up today.
He is
Yeah,
on
man.
everything.
Today.
Can you believe that this guy actually cleans his barbecue and wok? SE? Like, what the hell?
I know you don't mess with Australians and their barbecues. They take that serious, so.
Yeah. So do I. I just like to keep my equipment in good condition. That's all. You know.
As a matter of fact, I gotta take my Barbie out soon. It's still in the garage.
Make sure you don't clean it. That's all.
Well, I got a stainless steel rack, so I'm good to go.
Happy.
Beautiful, bro.
Yeah, the iron ones rust. When you store them, they rust, and I don't want to eat shit on rust, right?
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. That's why you got to scrub them. That's why you got to scrub them with the
The rust is
wire
the best
brush.
bit.
That's why I never use the same twice.
Where do you think you're going to get all your iron
I
from?
use the
SC?
disposable ones.
Well,
Well, you got
you
some
need
special iron down there, Bandy?
Yeah,
It doesn't rust.
you need iron in your diet, SC. Come on.
These guys,
True
these
that.
guys are mad. Iron and rust, you know.
Jin, I told you.
Sorry.
And they're slagging me off for cleaning my grill, you know. Cleaning
Watch out what you
Hamburgers.
say about the Australian grill. They're hardcore, these Aussies.
Exactly. Exactly. What's that about a merry-go-round, SC?
Yeah, 2D, he said. Merry-go-round 2D.
Well,
Any
with the conversation I had with Fight the Flat Earth about the Coriolis, he came out with 2D merry-go-round, and we got some boys sticking up for him.
Stupid fucking fool he is.
Oh, really?
Mailman is one of them.
That's nice. That's nice.
Well, Mailman will jump on any bandwagon, won't he?
They're gonna either they're gonna redefine merry-go-round or redefine 2D. One of the two needs to be redefined.
Yeah, imagine thinking that the surface of a merry-go-round is 2D. Just imagine that.
Yeah, I can imagine that because they also say spherical triangles. Yeah, a sphere is 3D and a triangle is 2D. It's not the same geometry. It doesn't exist such a thing.
Yeah, they got their mythical over 180-degree triangles. Yep.
You're going to take Fight the Flat Earth up on his offer, SE?
Nah, we already had that conversation. You can go on my website and see it. We had it in Don's server. We already had that.
I was there. I thought he wanted to have another one with you.
Yeah, he wants to have another one for some reason on his site.
Well,
I'm not going to go make him money. No.
No, that's what I was going to say. But maybe if it was maybe on Don's side or something, alone, and not streamed on his site, might be a different story, but not to make him money.
Yeah, but that's what he wants to do. He wants to stream it on his site, so.
Yeah. He just wants bloody content, so.
Yeah, I told him, he DM'd me. I told him, look, you don't debate. What you do is you bring people over to your server and try to ridicule them.
Yep.
I told him, I think I did the opposite to you on Dawn, so I think I'll pass.
Yeah. He got destroyed. That guy's a joke.
He's a joke. He really wants to debate on the Coriolis after what me and him talked about. I mean, anybody could go listen to it. He really is a dumbass, for real. Like Rumpus, Bacon, Gummy, any one of these guys are like 10 times better than him. Easily.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He cannot define it. That's the problem.
You're looking
He
at the
cannot
dregs of the bottom
define
of the barrel there
Coriolis.
when you're with him.
Look,
Bottom
when
of the
you
barrel,
start
the
saying
dregs.
about the Coriolis and you bring up the British Navy fired shells, and that's like ridiculous, man. That's what he does. He just brings up things. Well, look, are you disagreeing with this and that? Yeah, that's what we're disagreeing with, bro. Yeah.
Snipers, the rest of it, absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, nobody ever takes into account this mythical Coriolis.
No.
Just in some manual. Yeah.
Yeah. The longest shot recorded in history is something. It's about 4.5 kilometers thereabouts. SE.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
mention.
it's a Canadian sniper. Yeah.
No, not.
No, it's not that one. It's another one.
It's
longer.
a different one.
It's longer.
Amateur.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
It's longer than that. That's what surprised me.
No
And it's
mention
longer.
of Coriolis whatsoever. No mention.
Yeah, it's just simply not done. It's just simply not put into any calculation. It is in the manual. Yeah, they can show you manuals, but
exactly.
in practice, it's just not done.
No way.
Yep, the only thing you account for is wind and drift and maybe temperature, altitude.
Elevation,
all that sort of
ballistic,
stuff.
wind,
Imagine
distance, sort of thing.
imagine you
and
have
of course,
imagine you have two accounts. Yeah, and you are the guy in the artillery. Yeah. So where is the target? What are the coordinates? The coordinates are here. Okay, so we're not going to aim there because they're not going to be there by the time the the fight gets there.
Aim
So we
ahead
need
of
to
it.
aim ahead of it. I mean, it's stupid, man.
Yeah, like
What's
a
the
running
point of
deer.
giving coordinates if it's moving?
Yeah, it's comical, bro. It's absolutely comical. Like a running deer, you have to shoot ahead of it or something. It's La La Land, is what it is.
It doesn't make any sense to have coordinates if the coordinates are never in there. They are moving all the time.
Yeah, fluctuating coordinates. Yeah.
Because that is what they're evoking, depending of your latitude and longitude, depending of the spin. They're invoking that. But that is already 5 steps in, begging the question. But anyway, if you still follow with them, it makes no sense whatsoever. Imagine you are in a battlefield and you see a boat or anything. What are the coordinates? These ones. Okay, so are we going to shoot to those coordinates or not?
You better shoot those coordinates now. Shoot now, or you're going to
Exactly.
miss.
It's not actually there what you're seeing now. Take into account the Coriolis. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I tell you what, SC, the safest place to stand if someone's shooting, right, is right. Don't move. If they're accounting for Coriolis, stand exactly where you're going to be.
Yeah, stand still. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So that thing of the police stop or halt, that's what it means. Because if you move, you can't shoot it, can you?
And you know what's funny? You tell them, okay, so they say, well, it's a small effect. It only affects the bullet. So you tell them, okay. So now the bullet, well, you gotta shoot ahead or before or whatever, depending on what location. Now, ask me. Now, I ask him this question. So, are you saying that the Earth is rotating under the bullet? No, that's not. No. So then, where's your Coriolis, you doofus?
Yeah.
It's like they don't
look
get
how
the
many.
most. Yeah.
You need to have your right position. Imagine you are out and about in the field, in a jungle, and you see the enemy ahead of you, regardless of the distance. Yeah, if you're going to come to Coriolis, you need to know exactly the position coordinately of the person. Where is the spin of the Earth going to? Towards me?
That's right.
Away from me?
Yeah.
To this side? To that side? Which angle is it coming?
You have to.
Is it going to come towards me on this angle, on that angle?
Now you
you
got to
wouldn't
predict.
know.
Now you got to predict.
Yeah, correct. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense, man, whatsoever.
And you have to correct for if you're standing north, south, east, firing south. It's ridiculous.
Correct. And depending of where you're standing, I mean, it's spinning at a different speed, which is what they say. Yeah. So you need to count for that too. If it's 800 miles an hour, or 500 miles an hour,
300
300 miles an hour,
wherever you are. Yeah. You've got to work all that out.
so many things you need to know just before you pull the trigger.
Now, Left Lane says his buddy in Vietnam did this. Is that true, Left Lane?
Yeah, he was artillery in Vietnam, and I asked him about it. He's a rich guy. He's got airplanes, and he actually owns a self-propelled howitzer. But anyway, he just said, you'll calculate for the Coriolis on long-range shots, or you will miss. That's what he said. That's just...
Did you ask him this question? What's the purpose of giving a coordinate system if you're not going to shoot at it?
I'll get the expert in here. Doofus. He's an expert.
Oh, please.
Oh, Doofus is an expert. Let's hear it.
Oh, I've just invited him in. See if he takes up the challenge.
Challenge.
See if I can coax him.
Was he the royal Coriolis measurer in the Queen's in Her Majesty's service?
He did work in oh yeah, Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day over there. Oh, I forgot they were a day behind.
Well, you just need to ask a shooter, whatever shooter it is, what's the difference between shooting a still target and a moving target?
I just remember this. When I heard Coriolis, we never learned that in the army. What the hell are they talking about? I was just a shock to hear the words Coriolis effect. And we never took into account for that whenever we were shooting our weapons, ever. Never heard of it until I became a flat earther. So there you go. I never heard of that Coriolis effect at all. See? It came up. And then the water drains anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere, clockwise in the northern hemisphere, they said. And I was thinking, who learns this shit? Never learned that either. That's crap. Turns out to be true. It's rubbish.
If you want to hear the
Yeah, I
craziest
also learned that.
just listen to Fight the Flat Earth explain the Coriolis, and you'll laugh. Oh, you'll laugh hard.
Yes, of course, because he's not defining the same way as we do. He's not defining it at all. You know, the Coriolis effect can be replicated easily. You need a spinning platform, a merry-go-round in this example, and a ball or something suspended in the air, a drone, a balloon, or whatever suspended in the air. That's what you need. Until you don't define that, that's it. Because he's going to come a point, he's going to tell you that everything is going together. So no more Coriolis anymore. It's the double speak that needs to be pointed out. That's it.
Absolutely. And you want to hear some of that double speak? I just posted the convo I had with him on Don's server, the Asylum. Have a listen to what he says, man, when you guys get a chance. It's not just me, other
I'll
people.
do. No, I wouldn't give him content. But again, I don't know if maybe I wouldn't give him content. That's what these people need. They need.
Yeah, he just wants anybody to go on so he can ridicule him. Not going to give him that pleasure.
Yeah, he's going to mute and so on. I know that.
Yeah, well, I did what he does to other people. I did it to him on that conversation. And I must say, I overdid it a little bit. Every chance I took to demean him, I took it on purpose because I wanted to give him a little taste of what he does to other people.
I couldn't go there, man. I would be kicked out and muted straight away. You know, I'm a very passionate person for the argument. You know, I would be out of the boundaries. You know what I mean?
Keeping your cool with this dude is almost impossible.
No, it's impossible. He's a right annoying little git. He is. Right up, yeah.
I can honestly say I haven't watched anything on his channel for years now. Years. And,
Yeah, me too. Years.
And
the last one I watched was with Nathan Thompson. Do you remember? And it wasn't on his channel. That debate. Do you remember?
No. So I don't follow the guy at all. And then when I went over to Don's server and he was over there, it's just like, oh, okay, what's going on here? Because the room was jam packed, wasn't it, SC? There's heaps of people in there.
You couldn't get a seat in there, eh?
I can't believe it, Bandy. He gets 500 viewers each time. Like for what? It's a shit show. It's like yeah.
And the money pours in. The money pours in too.
Yeah, it does. The thing is,
he got $100 super chat when we were talking when I was on Don's there. He got $100 super chat.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There you go. We just mentioned the whole. He's just mentioned the whole thing. You know, for the right money, I can go in. Why not?
Don's trying to get in.
That's kind of how I look at it, though. Since they got the following, right? Why not like use that to our benefit? That's how I look at it.
Yeah, but what you do,
everything has a price, man.
Yeah, no. What you got to do though, if they want to have a PCU, it's got to be on your terms. So they come over to your server, you stream it live on your YouTube channel, before they get to stream it on theirs.
Right.
Right? That's how you got to do it, mate. You don't give them the content free and then you then upload it later and maybe
Exactly.
get the dribs and drabs. No, that's not how you should do it, mate. You got to do it on your terms. You get them
Right.
to your server. You stream it on your server, so then all those guys go over to your server. All right. So now you're getting the views and it goes up in the algorithms, blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. So you got to think smart about it. Don't let them use you. You use them on your terms, buddy.
Right. Yeah. I think we've got a few people that jumped into the community just because of that, and they're curious about it now. So kind of look at that as a kind of the benefit.
Yeah.
Even though Flat Earth.
That's what I'm saying, man. We need to
Dude,
have a
he was
voice out
angry.
there, but a good voice, because to be honest with you guys, lately I don't see a good representation of the flat earth out there. Too much rumbling, the argument doesn't come through. It's too many people in it. If it's a one-on-one, it should be a one-on-one. The problem is the one allocated to represent. It shouldn't be the one. Because if it's misrepresenting the community, let's call it like that, it shouldn't be happening like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, George.
They
but then
just want someone, listen, they invite people say no, and they find the first Joe that says yes, just to humiliate the person and to stand out. That's what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. I
But
get your
they are
point.
passing the message as being an expert on the flat earth, or look, this is mentality of these people. So we are being still projected as being the stupid and the ignorant. That's why it's frustrating. That's why when I come across one of them, and I sense that on their tone of voice, that's it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, George, about people, so many would have flattered they could have the arguments down pat. But here's the thing, it goes to show that not every flat earther is the same, therefore, yay, we're not a cult, by the way. Because a lot of people that are new to this, they hear that, they get a bad taste in their mouth. So it goes to show we have our own thought. We have our own way of seeing things and arguments. So we're different in many aspects.
Like the ones that we don't know how to debate, yeah. Like Dimok didn't know how to answer the balloon in the helium balloon inside of a container to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. I mean, how many containers are needed to demonstrate no containers? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but look, I tell you what.
The balloon falls. What about the gas inside of the balloon? I mean, it's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. People go to represent. They don't know the arguments.
The only reason why the balloon falls is because the balloon is more dense. If you remove the air, it has no resistance to push. That's simple. I don't know why he brings.
Yeah, it's the the balloon falls because the balloon has mass, not the air. The air inside of not the air. The helium inside of the balloon is not falling. It's pressing in all directions. It's moving.
Yeah, it's trying to
throughout.
fill the available volume inside the balloon. Yeah,
correct.
But I don't know. D-Mug is just not. I like D-Mug. He's all right. It's just he's not he's more of a thinker and like give you what he's thinking instead of like a debater.
D-Mug is switched
Look,
on.
a vacuum is substance of air. Once you put any gases inside of a vacuum, it's not a vacuum anymore.
Right. Correct.
Simple as that.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I kind of tried to keep the flow. It was difficult.
So to say that helium falls down is moronic, isn't it?
Yeah, it goes in all directions, and it doesn't fall. The only time it will do that is if it's in a balloon.
That's
and
right.
Remove
If
all
it's in
the
a balloon,
air.
it drops to the bottom of the container. Because I've seen that happen.
Yeah,
because the mass
inside of the
balloon,
container.
Yeah,
the mass of the balloon.
No resistance.
But that was in a vacuum, by the way. So.
Did you see it with the static cling though? When he put the air back in.
Well. Yeah, I saw that with the static cling as well.
There's a variable.
Yeah, I saw that.
Also, the balloon, when you put the balloon on the scale and you weigh the balloon, and then you put the helium inside of the balloon, you start seeing the reading going backwards to zero, and to the point that the balloon is not in touch with the scale anymore, and it's floating up in the air.
I just put a link to Don's server, the Asylum, if anybody wants to join. I highly recommend it.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I want to ask you guys a question. Have you noticed when you have a helium balloon and then you let it go on ground level, right? And it slowly goes up and it starts to appear to speed up? Now, you could say it's wind or air, but that's a variable. But have you noticed that?
No, can't say I have.
No, I've noticed it going
You're
up
not
once.
giving enough
Going
information.
up.
You're not giving enough information, Don. That's the problem.
Right. Okay.
Yeah?
So when you get
How
a
many
helium balloon,
psi on the balloon? So how much pressure are we talking about? Because if you don't put the right amount inside the balloon is going to take off. It's not going to take off.
sure,
So
I understand if you have half air.
It's pressure dependent, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah, I get it, but I'm just going with somewhere else with it real quick. I've noticed that it goes up fast, it gradually gains velocity, and my hypothesis is that the higher you go, higher the Gauss reading there is. It's more electrically charged above.
No, it has to do with the pressure inside of the balloon.
Sure. I mean,
More
I'll go with
pressure,
you on that.
faster it goes.
I go with you on that, but I see it. What would make it reach what would make it speed up? The only conclusion I can think of is electricity. Or
No, it's gaining
electromagnetism.
equilibrium. It's gaining equilibrium. It's searching
Sure.
for its equilibrium.
Sure.
That's
Yeah.
why it gains speed towards its equilibrium.
Sure, I agree with that one, George. Yeah. But the balloon is the rubber. That's a negative. That's why it sticks to a wall if you rub it on your head. The wall is the positive. It has the positive. And
The
then you
balloon is
stick
a
it.
solid, not the
So
gases inside of the balloon.
So you think it's gaining static as it's going further
Yes.
up, as it's going
Yes.
going through that field and
Yep.
rubbing against that field, it's gaining static the
Yep.
higher it goes, Don. I see
Yes.
where you're going with that, yeah.
Yep. It's definitely got to be affected by electromagnetic field. It'd be kind of cool if we had like a
It's getting energy,
giant
isn't it?
ferrocell that we can see through and it can like zoom in on the blue. Oh, that would be funny.
As the balloon goes up, it's gaining energy.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the whole point. Even if you had the balloon in your hand and you wrap it up on your arm and put it against your head, it's the same thing.
Yep.
We're still talking about the same material.
Right. That's why I noticed in that. What was that guy? The lab where he had where the static clean. He couldn't get it to rise again until he took it out of that clean. Right. There was so much static there. It kept it, neutral, if you will. When he pulled it out, then it rose again.
What about sinking a helium balloon?
Sinking?
Yeah, sinking in water.
That's a different medium. That's going to rise back to the top.
What if you want to sink a helium balloon? What would you do? Is it possible or not?
I mean, I would say it is possible, depending on the material of balloon that you use. Maybe a really thin one. It might not be it could pop due to the pressure, depending on how deep you go.
What stops a helium balloon from going up? Is a weight, isn't it? Something to be holding it.
What stops
So if you
it
put
from
something
going up? What do you mean?
heavy, if you put something heavy, a counterweight, it will take the helium balloon down to a point. I'm not saying to the bottom of the ocean, but it will take it down. It will press it down. It's a counterweight. So it's described.
Sure, but it's uniform in water. The pressure is in all directions. Top, bottom, sides.
Yeah, same like a submarine. A submarine is pressing down, like the balloon would be pressing down, and the water rejecting it, pressing it up. Buoyancy.
Yeah.
Oh, buoyancy. Buoyancy is gravity. It's medium
Gravity. What
dependence.
is gravity? What is gravity?
Yeah, correct. What is that? See, we're describing things without using that.
Gravity is when two balls are attracted to two other balls, apparently.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that was my question quite some time ago, actually, because we only see this phenomena with balls. What if you put two cubes? How long we need to wait for those two masses to attract each other? Let's say it's two lead cubes. Let's use the same materials. Yeah?
I don't know, man. I've seen time lapse of cherries and like fruits hanging from trees, and well, like a ultra focus camera, and I didn't see them attracted to each other. They didn't even move. The leaves did, but cherries and all that other stuff, they never moved.
I mean, if it's mass attracting mass, I mean, the shape wouldn't matter, would it? Being a cube or a sphere or a triangle or a pyramid.
You wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah.
And
So
why don't they do it? Why don't they do it with, say, mallee root or some red gum like timber?
yeah,
Like
as well. I mean,
like a really dense timber.
yeah, unless they're gonna redefine mass again.
Well, here's the thing: you can't escape the electromagnetic field, right? See, timber, wood, that's diamagnetic too.
Oh, diamagnetic? Oh,
Yes.
damn. Okay.
All materials are actually diamagnetic.
Well, were you here yesterday when? No, 2 days ago when Blue was talking about his Cavendish and how he had apparently accounted for all these variables.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I would like to know how it's. The thing is, when he grounds it, if he does ground it, right, he's giving it a full circuit. When you ground it to the ground, it's like you like car audio, right? If you know about car audio, you ground it, that gives you a circuit.
Yep.
The current run through it.
How can you account to the variables of a phenomena that doesn't exist?
What, like gravity? Well, you got to account for electrostatics and all that stuff.
No, the gravity is the ultimate result. Yeah. Before we reach gravity, mass attracting mass.
That's outdated, though, right?
That's the phenomena, isn't it? That should be the phenomena observed, because that is what we try into vary and manipulate. Attraction between two masses.
Yeah, but that's outdated, right? It's Romanian.
It's not the
space
yeah, but
spinning time.
how can you control variables for a non-existent phenomenon? The answer is you can't. That's why it's not an experiment. And like I pointed out, you only see if it's two spheres, if it's two cubes, or any
When they
other
say
material.
that word, gravity, it's like a present from heaven, you know?
Right.
That's the way I see it.
Oh, yes. Gravity is the fulcrum for the globe model.
And one so easily disproven in the way they explain it anyways. It's a whole bunch of fun.
Gravity is just like ether. It can be whatever you want it to be, you know. It can be a force, it can be energy, it can be magnetic, it can be anything. It can be air, it can be ground, it can be anything. You just whatever you decided to be on that day. You cannot describe and be wrong, you know. Whatever you say is correct.
Yeah, I was telling Blue the other day, this sideways gravity of yours, I mean, do we ever see it in the real world, in Mother Nature? Like, we ever see two cherries attracting each other, two apples attracting each other?
Right.
Never. Only this one instance when we have to put it in this particular arrangement, in this particular torsion bar, do we see this effect, right? It's comical.
Yeah, it is.
That is correct. But when it comes to the example that they give us, obviously would be a phenomenon like an apple falling from the tree, or the cherries that you were talking about. Before we study even the scientific method or anything in science, we study the seasons. We learn why things grow and why things fall. We learn how life works. So we learn the primordial steps of education as to why the fruit falls from the trees. It has to do with the seasons. No one ever, not that I remember, back then, would say this is gravity. It's only later on that when they need to justify this non-existent force, a non-existent phenomenon of things falling, ever, they come with the nonsense. That is the reason why the apple falls from the tree. Not because it's ripe, not because it's the end of its life, not because it started to die, entropy or anything else. No, it's gravity.
Yeah, and the most important part they neglect is how that apple got to that height to be able to fall to begin with. That tree started off as a seed.
Those would be the control variables, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That's why there is no phenomenon, there is no gravity. It's nonsense.
It's very simple. Things that are heavier than the air fall, and things that are lighter than the air, like helium, rise. That's it. There's nothing complicated about that.
That that is crazy, Don.
You seen that?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Look how cool.
Yeah, that's freaked out stuff. Yeah.
See, now they can give us a model of their model by using this system.
Yeah, the resonance that affects this, the way like certain resonance affects matter, that is truly amazing. And now this levitation stuff too, man.
They can't run
And it
from
makes you think
electromagnetic.
about the pyramid. Oh, sorry.
No, that's cool. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Don.
No, they can't run from an electromagnetic field. They can't. You can't. How do you manipulate that variable? Like, how are you going to isolate that? You can use what is a Faraday cage, but that's only going to block out so much. It's only going to redirect it, if you will. The items or the materials within still supposedly will have atoms, right? Atoms are negative charge on the exterior, but in the inside, they're positive charge. So there's that.
The proton.
It sounds
which
like back
they
of the
claim.
question to me.
Yep, that too.
It sounds like back of the question to me.
I mean, it can beg the question all day long. I'm using the arguments against them. That's the point.
Actually, that's the best way to showcase their faults. But the only danger is you have to play within their model. So you have to explain that you're talking about their fantasy model, and as long as you do that, I think that's okay.
Yeah, of course. See, magnetism, there you go. Proof of ether.
But see,
See,
you don't.
I have a chair here. I have a chair here. It's proof the unicorns exist. That's what they're doing.
You don't get anywhere talking to them about these sorts of things in their model. You're not going to make any progress. You got to forget about them at the end of the day.
Hey, you guys.
You're not going to make progress with them. That's for sure.
No, SC, no. Because they're not here to even try and help you even develop any ideas. You know that, SC. All they're here to do. They're just here to poo-poo ideas. They, where's the? Well, sorry, there are a couple that do, give constructive criticism, but on the whole, they come in here just doing what they do, poo.
Yeah, the best, in my opinion, Bandy, the best we can get out of these guys is have a conversation with them. Let them say their stuff. Try to keep your cool. Speaking to me and stuff. Yeah, when you hear that crap, yeah. And it's for the
Now you're
listening
asking too
audience.
much.
Yeah. It's for the listening audience. For these guys, forget about it. There's no, they've bought the bullet, as they say. You know, they bit the bullet.
See, this is like, I listen to Rakia. Like, he can rip these people to shreds. SE. Like, I've heard him cool, calm, and collected, and he destroys people. Right when he's
Oh
cool,
yeah,
calm,
Rakia is a
collected.
powerhouse. Yeah,
Exactly right. But then all of a sudden, like us all, SE, like he loses his cool, right, and he gets emotional then, and then all of a sudden the message gets lost. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And then
yeah. I
and
have
then
the same problem. Yeah, I have the
yeah,
same problem. Yeah.
Like, oh, we all do, SE. We all do. At the end of the day, like, but
Yeah, same.
you know, Rakia is a powerhouse when he comes to doing his thing. When he's cool, calm, and collected, bang. You know, it's good just to sit back, go on mute, and just listen to what he's got to say.
Oh yeah, Rakia is definitely one of my favorites. Shout out Rakia.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
See, the
here, man.
problem is that when they start doing their sophistry, because we know they're bull, right? It's sometimes hard. You want to like reach out and like just ruffle their hair, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like what
I
are you
get it,
talking
Eddie.
about?
I get it. You know, you're all over their tactics and all that sort of stuff. But you know, I just think I think sometimes there's better ways to go about it and get the message out there.
Absolutely, discipline is key, and yeah, sometimes I'll admit I lack that sometimes. Yeah, you have to know your faults in order to progress, right?
Oh, exactly,
To
my friend.
admit your fault.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. And we all fall short, definitely. Like, you know, I'm not pointing the finger at anyone, but yeah. You know, when he's on the song, bang, it is just like uppercut after uppercut, then a body punch and pull the knockout blow. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yep.
It's like how we got Doofus to admit to the curvature on it and the flat plane earlier on today. Remember when he was talking about those clouds?
Well, that was yesterday for us. Yeah, yeah. That was
Yesterday,
beautiful. Yeah, that's
yeah.
Rakia at his best.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected, and he knew exactly what he was doing. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I like those videos, man. Those, yeah, I definitely can use those.
You should have gone back and did you clip that bit, SE?
Oh, we've seen that before. We've talked about this months ago. I saw all those videos that he had posted. Yeah, for sure.
No, I'm talking about the conversation he had with Doofus yesterday.
Yeah, I was here.
Oh.
I was here, all quiet, like, yeah.
Yeah. You clipped it though again, or you've heard him.
No, I didn't. I
say
didn't
that?
clip it. I didn't clip it, but I heard the conversation.
Yeah.
Look, Rakia lives on the water, man. He grew up there from a kid. There's no one gonna tell Rakia how water behaves or how that bridge looks. I mean, are you kidding me? His backyard. That's his freaking backyard.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're gonna try to tell me how snow behaves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not gonna get very far. Or I'm gonna tell you how kangaroos jump, Bandy. You know? Having never saw one in my life up front.
Yep. You know all about them. Yep. You know the ins and the outs and what they do and how they breed and where their pouch is and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly.
This is what gets my goat when they start doing that and talking bullshit, you know? Knowing that just previously, 2 minutes ago, they had no clue about the subject, but they just went online and they became experts all of a sudden.
You do hear it. and some of them do have a knack for being able to quickly Google and then just go, jump into the conversation with their word wizardry.
Yeah, like, look, it says here the Royal Navy in 1701 misfired, and then they added the calculation. Oh, then it must be true, bro.
Yeah, or they'll say, look at this bridge, appears to be curved. Yeah, appears to be curved, but it's not curved, you know. Show me the drawings. Because I can show you curved bridges, I can show you flat bridges, I can show you the bridges with different styles, you know. But show me the project to see if it's actually in the project this curvature or not. If there's any other claim. Look, a curved bridge, and what's your point? It's ridiculous sometimes.
Sounds like sounds like Chucky wants a piece of you, SE, while they're reading your text.
Yeah, I'm here.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, I was listening on YouTube. Who's the guy that said he doesn't hear a good voice for Flat Earth lately?
George.
Me.
George.
Have you not heard SE's drop hump argument?
No, I didn't hear that one. No, the last one that I heard was DMOG. I wasn't very happy with it. And to be honest with you, I haven't been keen in listening any more of flat earthers debating globers, because when it's in large scale, we tend to fail, to be muted, to be manipulated in order to fail. Let's put it like that.
Why don't you tell this guy your
And
drop hump argument?
when we have an opportunity like that one, and we let it go with so many people in the panel that could intervene, because DMOC went mute. He didn't have a rebuttal for as to why the helium balloon falls in the vacuum, and that gave an opportunity for Fight the Flat Earth, or Fight the Flat the Touch Earth, to mock the whole thing from stage one, if you know what I mean. So no matter how long the conversation took, because I didn't watch it until the end, but it was emphasizing over and over again because it was ridiculous, and no one came forward. That's what I'm saying.
Your point is very well taken, and you're right. But at the same time, somebody mentioned this before. Spot on. Like, at the same time, it shows that we're not like a cult like they think we are. We're not like one hive mind, right? We're a bunch of people looking for answers, and we all have. Yeah. So that's like a double-edged thing there.
Yep, that's what sometimes I like to point out quite often. Like I said before, there's things that DMOC comes up with that you'd be like, okay, you can kind of roll with that. But he's just not. I don't think he's a debater, right? He's more of an idealist. Like, he just thinks of things and then comes to you with it and then moves on. He's not really made for debate.
He has been in this realm since the beginning, Don, and early on he would debate non-stop, and he would keep his cool. Actually, he would keep his cool.
Yeah, he did. Huh?
Yeah. But it's just got to the stage now where he's been ridiculed so much, where he just doesn't care, and he just takes. He's told me this. He takes every opportunity he can, just to be the worst possible version of himself towards them. Really.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right.
But the guy's a machine too. I've heard him go toe to toe people with people, and yeah. The helium balloon thing I haven't heard from him, but
personally I like DMOC, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You like DMOC? DMOC's all right.
Yeah.
I like that setup
I
though.
have no problems with DMOC, man. Don't get me wrong. I have no problems with DMOC, man. You know, we talk for hours if needed. You know, I have no problem with him, but he doesn't have a strong argument. He should know them backwards. If he's been here for so long, he should know everything backwards, man.
I'm with this French guy or whoever he is. We were coming with some terrible arguments, guys.
Yeah.
Cups of water on airplane dashboards. SC your drop pump thing. SC your drop pump thing makes no sense at all. That's a terrible argument. There's no paradox.
Because you don't get it yet, bro. Because you don't get it. You will one day, just like the Coriolis.
There's nothing there, bro. There's nothing there.
There is, because you don't understand how they're in their model. There's drop directly from each boat. This is the part you're not getting, Jeremy. In their model, there's drop directly from each boat. So they can't they can't come to terms with water dropping directly from each boat and then becoming a hump. I don't know why you can't see that, bro. And drawing lines and looking at it differently will not change the water.
Yeah, the water's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing in their model.
Which is what?
Which is sticking to the surface of a ball.
In the shape of
there
what?
is a ball.
In the shape of what?
A ball.
A sphere, a ball.
A sphere,
That's not
right.
correct.
So how
That's not
can
correct.
you have
Hold on
both?
a sec. Yeah, but that's not correct. Definition of sea level means to conform to the shape of the earth. It doesn't say sphere. Like a puddle will conform to the shape of the earth, the same way.
And in their model, it's a sphere. We're talking about their model.
Yeah, but the model definition for sea level means to conform to the shape of the earth, which is what
and in their
liquids do.
model,
They conform to the shape that they are in.
Yeah, so in their model, the water's sticking to the surface of a ball, just like it's supposed to be doing in their model. Everything's happening. There's exactly how it's supposed to be. There's no paradox there. If you want to say there's a paradox in reality or something, that'd be fucking dope. But there's definitely nothing wrong with their model.
And in
Do you agree there is a paradox in real life, Jeremy?
They
Do
don't
you
even
agree
have a
on
model
that?
to start.
Jeremy?
Maybe. I mean, I don't. There might be a paradox in real life. Definitely not in their model, though. You gotta let that one go, bro.
No,
Well,
bro.
if
You
you
got to
understand,
understand
hold on
it.
a second. If you understand the three states of matter, solids, liquids, and gases, you understand that liquids and gases, they need to be contained. And that goes against the globe model. They need to invoke gravity, which has been debunked 1915 as being a force. So they have nothing. They don't have a model anymore.
No, you got to understand, bro. You're talking reality now, right? But we're talking about in their model. That's what the beef I have with Jeremy. A friendly beef, mind you, but
I understand. I'm just saying that they don't have a model anymore. They used to. They don't have one.
Yeah, but in
yeah,
their
but
in their model, the water isn't contained. Right? It's all connected. All the oceans are connected. All right. So by saying that this thing of a puddle, George, it doesn't work on their model because all the oceans are actually one big ocean because they're all connected. Right? They're not contained by land
I
at all.
understand.
Okay.
Correct. Correct. It goes against the behavior of the states of matter. Liquids need to be contained.
Yeah.
Water is liquid, needs to be contained.
None of
On
us.
their
None of
model
us.
is not contained.
Yeah, but
We know
none
that
of
it's
us here
gravity that
argue.
keeps everything together.
None of us here argue how water should behave or does behave. We all argue that it is horizontal and reaches equilibrium. We're all on board with that. We don't argue that at all. But on their model, right? Unfortunately, their level is curved. It is curved.
I understand that, and that's where we should start.
But even with that, even giving him that, their level is curved. This is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. If their level is curved, right? Now that means constant curvature. This is what you guys respectfully don't understand. In their model, the water starts to curve from both boats right away in all directions.
That's right.
This is what you guys are not getting.
No, we get it. We get it. I understand that part completely. Problem.
So how can
That's
it
why
be,
you get
Jeremy? How could it be?
Because it's at the point of reference.
How could the water do that?
Yeah. How can the water do that? Yes.
It doesn't.
That's
The
my
water
whole
does
point.
in their model. The water does that because gravity is pulling it all towards the center. Big giant sphere of water.
Don't you understand that you would have a hump of water uncontained, nothing holding that water there?
Yeah, and not only that, it's worse than
They
that.
have
It has to
gravity
start
holding
off
the
as
water
drop. It has to start off as drop. That's
holding the
why
water.
Jeremy doesn't get.
Gravity holding the water there. There's nothing wrong with water sticking to the ball in their model.
Yeah, it's been debunked 1915, man.
Oh no, we'll give you that. I'll give you that on a silver platter. But that model, that shape that gravity does in their fantasy model is a sphere. There's
Yes,
no double
it's a
drops
sphere.
there, Jeremy. Don't you understand that?
It needs to curve in all
Okay, so there's
directions.
nothing wrong with the water. Hold on. So SD, so there's nothing wrong with the water on their model, right?
I didn't say there's nothing wrong with the water. I said the water in their model is a sphere. It's a complete round sphere, correct?
So it's doing the water's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing in their model. There's no problem with the water in their model, right?
No, wrong. The problem in their model is it can't be both dropping from both directions and then turning into a hump.
We've
Do
showed
not
you the
see
gifts.
that, bro.
We've showed you the gifts on the ball. Did you see Kosho's gift? It has.
Yes.
It has
Yes,
the
and where
drop.
did you show the two drops in between the two boats? Where did you show that drop? All you've ever shown, and I'll bet you $1,000 on this now, you've only showed a hump in between the two boats, and you change your perspective. Correct, Jeremy?
Yeah, because each person, you change your perspective between each person. Because if you go to one person's going to have a drop from horizontal.
That's the part that you're
And
not
then, and then you
getting.
bring the camera.
Imagine the
bring
fleets.
the camera. Hold on. Can let me and SC iron this shit out real quick for 5 minutes, guys. You go to one person, you make a horizontal. There's a drop. Another person, you make a horizontal from them. There's a drop from them, right, SC?
Wrong.
How their
Look at
model
your
works.
model
That's
here.
how their
Look
model
at the
works.
model. Look at the picture Kosho drawn, and you're absolutely wrong, Jeremy.
Their model, SC. That's how their model works. You go to one person, one of the boats. They make a horizontal. There's drop from it.
And the other
Go to
boat?
another boat. If you go to another boat and you make a horizontal from them, there's drop from that. That's how their model works.
Exactly. Does the water ever drop though, or you just made a horizontal?
From the horizontal, the water drops constantly from every point of the boat.
So you don't see the double speak here that they do. You still don't see it, bro.
Are we clear that that's how their model works? That there would be a drop from horizontal from both of the boats?
Yeah, that's my whole point. Yeah, we're clear on that. Exactly. Now, how does those two drops become a hump, Jeremy, in their model? Please explain that to me.
And that is how their model works, right? There's drop from horizontal from both of the boats, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
And
No
when those
paradox.
boats,
No paradox there, right?
we're not finished yet.
I just want to take it step by step because we can never get to the bottom of this, and I don't understand. So far, there's no paradox. There's drop from horizontal from both of the boats in all directions.
From
right?
both of the boats, as they look at each other, the water drops. Okay, fine. We agree on that. Go on.
That not what you just said.
Sorry?
Horizontal said some other shit that we didn't say, and that's not how it works. Horizontal.
Jeremy, does the water drop from the boats of the bow? Yes or no?
From horizontal.
Horizontal from where? Where's horizontal in your vision?
You go to one of the boats, you make a horizontal. There's drop. The water drops everywhere from that, right?
From the bow of the boat, right?
From
the water starts
horizontal.
to drop all around?
From horizontal.
And horizontal is achieved at the bow of the boat, where the boat touches the water?
You can make a horizontal anywhere you want on the boat. You can go down to the water. You can go up top on deck. You can,
Okay, let's do it from the water then. Let's do it from the water.
Okay, you go to the water and make a horizontal.
Okay, and your water drops from both boats, right? One boat looking at each other from the front, the water drops in between those two boats, correct?
So you're at one boat and you make a horizontal. The water drops everywhere from that. Then you switch positions to the other boat. They make a horizontal. The water drops everywhere from that.
You don't see what you're doing here, bro.
That's how their model works, bro. No, I'm showing you how their model works.
Yeah, and I'm showing you how their model works as well.
What's the problem
You
with
can't
what I
have it
just said?
both
'Cause what
ways,
I
bro.
just said is-
Either the water drops or the water doesn't drop. You can't just say by looking at the water, it's dropping now and it's humping now. No, that doesn't work, bro.
What's the
That's
problem
fantasy.
what's the problem with what I just said about their model and the horizontals from the boats and the water dropping? Because that is literally how their model works.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So you said, by your own words, and we agreed that the water drops between two boats, right? The water drops. But you're saying, no. The water drops from one boat, and then you got to switch away somehow, draw another line. And look, it's either the water drops away from both boats in their model or it doesn't. It has nothing to do with drawing lines and looking. It's about the water. This is what you're not getting.
We already agreed the water's working fine on their model with physics. The physics of the water on their model is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, you agreed to that. I didn't agree to that.
What's wrong with the physics? All right, what's wrong with the physics of the water in their model?
I just explained it to you. In their model, the water forms a sphere, forms a ball.
Yes.
And then I told you, and you agreed with me that the water drops in between the boats all around. And then I asked you, well, what causes the obstruction between the boats?
I did not agree to that. I did not agree to that. The water drops from horizontal from each boat position.
Yeah.
You guys be trying to play
You're
word
just
games.
not getting it, man. You're just...
No, I get it. You guys don't understand the globe model, and you're trying to play word games with people. I've seen you guys do this shit before. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous, bro. You are behaving like a baller. You're not understanding in their model that two drops cannot make a hump. You're trying to draw lines. You're trying to place yourself on top of a sphere when you're on the side. You're trying to do these magic tricks, bro. That's the problem.
There's nothing. Listen, there's nothing wrong with the way what the water is doing. You make horizontals from both of the boats. They're both going to have drop from it. It's a sphere. SE, picture just a regular sphere. Ed Kosho showed you in his little movie. It's literally what happens. You make a horizontal, there's drop. You make a horizontal, there's drop from each boat. You go to one boat, you make a horizontal, there's drop. Go to another boat, you make a horizontal. There's drop. Let me ask you,
do they have different horizontals? Do those boats have different horizontals?
Yes.
You guys hear that?
So how many horizontals are in the sphere?
It works in the concept of the model and the paradigm, but not in reality.
5 seconds with SE, please. Their model works. That's how their model works. They have different horizontals. You know this.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, bro.
It is ridiculous. That's their model, though.
Yeah, and I'm trying to tell you, even in their model, it doesn't work. Yeah, but I don't understand why I can't get through to you on this, bro. Even in their water, you can't change the properties of water. They have you believing that if you look at it a certain way, it's going to change, and it doesn't, bro. Water is water.
I realize that. There's no paradox there. When the water's sticking to the ball in their model, that's how it would behave, and that's how you would see it. There's literally nothing wrong with it inside their model, and there's no paradox.
Yes, there is, because if you have a hump of water between you and the other boat blocking your vision, there is no drop in between you. I don't understand why it's difficult for you to understand that a hump is a hump, and two drops can never form that hump.
Yeah, water. That's not a water behavior. Water doesn't behave like that.
In their model, even that gets destroyed, Jeremy. I don't know why you have a hard time seeing this, bro. And my argument is not in their model. My argument is in reality.
You don't listen though, SE. I mean, I've showed you in 100 times that the hump and the drop are not referencing the same thing. They're not referencing.
You see, referencing. You see the words they use here?
Yeah, the drop is only a drop in reference to something. It's not in reference to everything in the world. It's in reference to a single horizontal. That's the only things are dropping from. And the hump is
Yeah,
only a
some
hump.
level, yeah.
And when you're referencing the line of sight to the other object or the other observer, if you're not referencing that, then this hump doesn't make sense. That hump is only an obstruction in between you and the other observer. So these are two different
You see
things
what
that
you're
are being
saying?
referenced.
They don't realize they're
never
double speaking.
you don't have but you're always on the top of the ball. So when you look, wherever you look, it can never be looking up on a hump. You need to be looking down on a hump.
Exactly, bro.
So
They don't get
you
that.
didn't hear any of the words I just said. Referencing a horizontal, you'll get a drop. Referencing the line that connects you and the other observer, you'll get a hump in between you.
Exactly.
Okay,
You think by
it.
saying words and referencing different points, you're going to change water. It's never going to happen, bro. It's never going to happen.
Right.
They're not changing water. The water in their model is doing what the water's supposed to be doing in their model. There's no paradox. That's it.
Exactly, Jeremy. It's curving in one certain way into a sphere. So that
It's a
can
sphere,
never
yep.
become a drop between two boats. You don't see the paradox.
The ball hasn't become the drop. The drop is everything that is below the horizontal from any given position.
Exactly. So the water between two boats has to be dropping in your model. This is the part where you don't understand.
It's dropping from each boat's perspective. So one boat makes a horizontal, it's dropping from them. Another boat makes another horizontal, it's dropping for them. That's what would happen on the sphere. There'd be drop from horizontal from all the places.
Right. So a drop will become a hump as you go away in that model, right? There's no way around that, bro. You can't double speak your way out of it. Those drops become a hump eventually, right?
No, it becomes a hump when you change the horizontal and you now make a chord.
You see?
Going
You're in
through it.
La La Land, bro.
No, you don't. Do you know how a chord works?
No, first time I hear that,
That's
bro.
making the question even further, man.
So you don't know how a chord works?
You didn't tell I was joking there? You couldn't tell I was joking?
I don't understand. If you know how a chord works, you would understand that if you're on a sphere and you make a chord through it and you try to look at it, there's going to be a hump of ball or sphere there.
That's my whole
You
point.
know that,
So
right?
where's your drop in between the two boats there, Jeremy?
Okay, so we're clear that when you make a chord on a ball and you look through it, there's going to be a hump of ball there, right? You
Yeah,
got the
and
hump
where's the drop
right
now? Where's the drop
there's
between
the
the
hump.
two boats? Where's the
Okay,
drop
the
between the
drop
two
is
boats?
okay. The drop is when you make a horizontal line, and it drops from every point around you. That also would happen on a sphere.
So all of a sudden now you're telling me you're standing at the beach, you draw a chord, you see a wall of freaking water in between you. Then you draw a line, and that freaking wall disappears, Jeremy, somehow. This is what you're saying, man.
Depending on what line you draw, yes.
Yeah, what line are you gonna draw? Where are you gonna draw a line and change something, bro?
This is all geometry. You should know this, bro.
Oh, this is nonsense. You're making no sense, bro. You're just digging
No,
yourself
this is
deeper into a hole,
geometry.
bro. No, it's
It's
not
geometry.
geometry. When you draw a
Chords,
chord
horizontals,
and you have
spheres.
when you
all
draw a
geometry.
chord and you have a hump of water between you and the other boat, you said it yourself, man. You said it yourself. Then in the next breath, you said there's a drop in between two boats. Bro,
From
wake up,
horizontal,
man.
yes.
No, it
drop from
can't happen,
horizontal.
bro. You either have a hump or you have two drops. You can't have two drops becoming a hump. No matter what you say, bro, ain't gonna change that.
That's how it happens on a sphere, dude. I don't know what to tell you. This is simple geometry. You guys should know this. You guys are the geometry guys.
No, I'm not the geometry guy. I'm not
You
the geometry
hang out with
guy.
you hang out
I'm
with
the
the
twin
you guys
boat
do Euclid,
paradox
mate.
guy. I'm the skateboard paradox guy. I'm the surfboard paradox guy. I talk about water. I know how water behaves. That destroys their model. I can destroy it in the real world, and I can destroy it in their thing, which I'm trying to do now, but you're just not getting it, bro.
Yeah. You can't do it in their model because in their model everything's happening accordingly how it should be.
I just did, but you're not getting it. You're simply not getting the water aspect of it. You
I
admitted
see.
that there's
Listen,
a hump between two boats. And then
when
you
you make a
said by
chord,
drawing a line, somehow that hump is going to disappear, bro. You're in fantasy
oh,
world.
when you make a chord, there's a hump. When you make it horizontal, there's drop. That's how it works. That's how Kosho illustrated that exact thing for you in his GIF. Why are you not understanding? It's super simple, dude.
You're delusional, bro. Sorry to tell you that.
Well, you
You
can
just said
say
it
that, but
again. You stand at the same spot and you draw a line and things are going to change. That's not how it works. You either have a
or
hump
the
of
way
water between you or you don't. You can draw
Dave,
as
I'll do that.
many lines as you want, bro. Ain't going to change that.
Obviously, the way you look at something is going to change how you see it, right? So if I look horizontal, it's going to be different than if I'm looking down or up.
Look, bro,
I don't just
obviously, we're talking past each other. You don't get it. You think by just looking at something, it's going to change it. I can't get through to you, man. I just can't get through to you. If you think by looking differently at that wall of water between you and the other guy will change it, I mean, there's nothing more I can say to that, bro. We're just going to have to agree to disagree and remain friends. How's that?
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm going to drill this into you eventually. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, just like remember the Coriolis conversation we were having a year ago, and I told you one day you're going to get it? The same thing's going to happen here, bro. Just need some time to get, to work it out in your brain.
I know.
Hey, just real quick, guys. Hey, Bandsaw, I'm gonna show you that image again.
Yeah, man.
You see that? It looks like a little beach ball, doesn't it?
It does actually, yeah.
Doesn't it?
Or
Huh?
Kind of on top of a beach ball type of thing.
Well, check this out right there. Look at that. It looks like the globe now, doesn't it?
Oh damn! Look at that.
That's the circumference of light over a Mercator map in Blender. I need
Really?
Arma to show you
No
guys what we've
way.
done. Yes, I need him to show it, like, immediately, but he keeps running from it. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. I think I know why.
Arma did that in Blender. Arma
Yes.
did it.
Yes, and it shows a sphere. It looks just like Earth curve. Everything.
Correct. Or you can do like the astronauts did. You use
Yes.
a round window and you can take a picture out of it.
You've
No,
got
it's
to
just
learn
the
how to
circle of
use
light.
Blender, Don.
Yeah, I
You've got to
do. I need to.
Damn,
Dude,
look at that.
I think this is the best argument I think I figured out. I mean, Jeremy was talking about argument. The circumference of light over a flat Earth. Dude, man, you should have seen it if you were there,
that,
dude.
yeah, that the curve is slightly.
I'm gonna nominate you for a Nobel.
Slightly less. It is slightly less that curve, but anyway, damn, that's interesting, though.
Yeah, when you use the fisheye lens in the Blender, it gives you that option. It went concave. The light itself went concave.
Yeah.
Convex to flat. Looked just like rocket footage. And then when he zoomed all the way out, dude, it turned into a globe.
Arma will be here soon. We'll nail him down.
Yeah, when he changes the because like the Mercator map is all the way out there.
That's science right there, cause and effect.
Yeah, like
you know who else is pretty good on Blender or a master is Stingray. You know Stingray?
No.
Yeah. He used to be a regular on Jose's channel back in the day.
They brought him back, bro, because of the water argument. He disappeared for. Yeah, the first thing he did, guess what he brought out? To debunk the skateboard paradox. The very thing we're talking. Yep, that's why they brought him back.
Dude, there's no paradox there.
Uh-oh.
Give it up, Jeremy. We're talking real world now, not fantasy. We're talking real world.
Real world, all right. But in their model, that's all right.
That's just me, you, Gio, and Bandy on the fantasy one, and all the other things is the real world. But I love you guys, you know that. Look, we can't agree on everything, right? We can't agree on everything, so.
Well, no,
Yeah, but-
no, exactly right. We're not going to.
That's correct. we need to be able to share our thoughts at least.
Yeah, I want you guys to call me out. If you think I said something stupid, I want you guys to call me out and expect the same from me. That's it. There's no willy holding here, right?
No, not at all. Not at all. But like it is where they take their horizontal from. I get the whole you can't have double drop and hump. Like it doesn't work in reality. Like I get it, but where they take their horizontal from, like they're getting the drop from horizontal. Like, that's just how I see it, SC. Like I can't.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Like we know you can't have a hump of water in between two people when there's also a drop. Like it goes without saying, SC.
Yeah.
Like
But in their model,
it goes without saying.
yeah. But Bandy,
How does it
that's
go
what
without saying,
happens.
Bansa?
Say what, Kosho? He disagreed with you there, but he's holding back now because he doesn't want to agree with me. So
No,
Kosho
Bansa.
doesn't know what to do now.
What?
Should I agree with SC or disagree with Bandy? Shit, what do I do
No,
now?
I'm talking about Bansa.
Well, to throw
I'm in
another.
the middle of telling Bansa he is definitely wrong if he agrees with that. I've explained how the drop is in reference to one thing and the hump is in reference to something else.
Yeah, you have to be on top and reference two different lines to make your model work. That's a little strange with water, and also it's not equal distance, equal elevation from the center of the Earth. It's all types of different elevations on the geoid, like bulging out at the equator more, and then at different elevations due to the surface of the land underneath the seas, due to some type of gravity situation. So the water, yeah, well, you keep saying it's equal, like, like it's a perfect sphere. Oh, okay, you didn't? Equal elevation?
Yeah, I haven't said anything about that. What I said was that the drop is referencing horizontal from each position, while the hump is you call it is referencing the line in between them. Two different lines. They're not being addressed by the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not really arguing that. I'm talking about the surface of the water. Where do you get the surface elevation of the water?
Yeah, the surface. I mean, it's irrelevant. It's not really. It's not a problem. The elevation. The water only flows if there's elevation difference. Okay?
Yeah, where do you
If
get the
there's a drop,
elevation of the water?
that doesn't imply there's an elevation difference.
Right, that's my question though. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to argue any point about what happens. I'm asking you, where do you get your surface elevation of water?
I mean, I don't understand why it's relevant.
Water
You
would
get it
flow.
from
Hold on, let me explain.
it's level.
Let me explain why it's
Level
relevant.
above
Because when
what?
you put water in a horizontal pipe, it all flows to the middle, right? Because of gravity. So why is your water not flowing if it's not all? If the gravity is different, is that what you're saying, Rocky? Or
Well, I'm saying it's not a perfect sphere. Like we reference it to a perfect basketball, so equal elevation above the center, but that's not their model. They're not even arguing their own model when they're talking about water.
That's the point I'm trying to get across.
But anyway, I digress. How could you measure it anyway?
Your point is
Definitely
because it's
couldn't
not a
falsify.
perfect sphere. It's not a perfect sphere, so there should be elevation differences.
No, there is elevation differences in your model. It's way further. It's 14 miles further from your center at the equator than it is anywhere else. And also, it's not even a perfect pear shape. Like it has depressions and elevation height differences depending on the surface of the Earth underneath it.
And you can't have a hump of water without elevation change.
Yeah,
it's not the center. I think it's the
guy
center
the
of
other
mass
day
that
that
it's
was an
supposed to be.
expert here that said he measured it with LIDAR or whatever. His company measures depressions in the oceans because the land underneath is deeper. So the depression of the oceans is measured with LIDAR, I think. And then when you have a huge mountain underneath the oceans, that water bulges up more.
Really?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, he was saying
The
that right
science
here.
you're talking about is the science of bathymetry. It is well understood.
Right. So you're agreeing with me that the water is not equal elevation from the center of the earth then. It has all types of humps and depressions in it. And also is bulged out at the equator. You agree with me, right?
I do, and
Okay.
this is why when
There
we
you go.
talk about sea level, we are what the full term. Sea level is a shortened version. The full term is mean sea level. It is an average.
Yeah, but the mean sea level has nothing to do with the different elevation from the center of the earth. Mean sea level is tides and things like that.
Tides, bathymetric effects, it's all accounted for into the mean sea level. It
Right.
literally means average sea level. So
Right,
you
but
take all of the sea levels and you average them together, you get the
no, that's
mean.
not how
Then
it's
you
done.
have the mean
That
sea
is
level.
not how
Oh,
it's done. It don't take all
that's
the
not what
means.
the word
No, it
mean
does
means?
not.
Oh,
Yeah, it
what is the word?
takes one particular area and does a study in that area over years to get mean sea level for that area. Because on two different sides of the continent, you might have two different mean sea levels because of salinity of water, for one. So they don't
So
average all
when
the
I
mean
said
sea
you
levels
take
all over the world and get a
when I
mean sea level. No.
for the global mean sea level, that's exactly what they do.
Global mean sea level? And that
Yes.
would differ all the way around the world, right? To the
No,
independent mean sea level?
The global mean sea level would be the same all over the world. The individual mean sea levels would be varied slightly throughout the world.
That's what I
For
just
example,
said, and you said no.
For example, no. What
Yeah,
I
you might have
said
misunderstood
is
me.
there
I
would.
said the local
I'm
mean
sorry.
sea levels would be different than the global mean sea level, right?
I tried to finish my sentence, which would
No,
have
I
explained my point,
tried to
but you
explain my
couldn't
point
let
that you
me.
said no to, and now you're agreeing with me. It's strange.
Would you please let me finish my sentence?
If you agree with me, I mean, we
No.
agree, right?
Okay. No, we don't.
Well, I said what
I
you're
don't.
saying. So if you're disagreeing with me, you're not saying what I said.
Have fun in this conversation by yourself.
All right, see you later.
Oh, eggshells, you can finish. Go ahead. Or Kool-Aid, my bad. I get you guys mixed up. Go ahead, Kool-Aid.
Yeah, so there's a difference between global mean sea level and local mean sea level. But when we use the term sea level, the sea level that's being referred to is the global mean sea level. That's literally what it's referencing.
That's
and the way
not
you
true.
get that is, sorry, I thought I almost got through a sentence. Fuck me. God,
Let him
you're
finish,
rude.
Rocky.
There was a pause there, and I just said a couple words. Are you okay?
Go ahead, eggshells. Finish it up. Or Kool-Aid, my bad. Damn, my bad, Kool-Aid.
No, I'm good. 3 times the time. I'm done.
Yeah, surveyors don't in their area when they're surveying, getting elevation, vertical change from mean sea level, don't use global mean sea level for their area. They use their area's mean sea level. Now you can take an average of all the mean sea levels and get a global mean sea level. I'm not disagreeing. Actually, I agreed with him and he said no, and then went into this diatribe of explaining to me what I'd already said. But local mean sea level is where vertical change of elevation comes from. And what I'm saying, in your model, you have different measurements, even in the oceans where they get mean sea level, you'll have different elevation changes on that sea level in water. That is something you have to deal with. That's not how fluid dynamics work. And when people here say that the surface of the earth is the elevation from the center of the earth, that's just not true. And when you're dealing with water, that creates a problem because you have humps and depressions all over the place and bulges at the equator with
fluid water.
Rakia, could you please explain what the word mean? The definition for it, please.
It's basically an average.
Okay, so when I said it was average sea level and you said I was wrong.
I didn't say you were wrong.
Cool. Yeah, you did. You just couldn't
No, I
even wait
didn't.
for me to finish the story.
Cool, I
Dude,
didn't.
every time I talk, you talk over me.
Yeah, I'll say
Why
it
are you
again.
so rude?
Why are
you so rude?
The local mean sea levels are averaged to get a global mean sea level. I don't know how many times I have to say that we agree on that point. Are you deaf? Now tell me again how we don't agree on that point.
All right, let him finish. Go ahead. Tell him why you disagree, Khalid.
Yes, that is correct. That is not what you're arguing. What you are arguing is that mean sea level is different everywhere, and they don't average it because you don't understand what the word mean means.
I said local mean sea levels are different. They can be different on each side of the continent.
God, I'm gonna.
What's this dude's problem? That's exactly what I said. That's what I'm saying now. If I made a mistake earlier, then I'm clarifying now. It's very clear that I know what I'm talking about because I'm giving the reasons why you're cutting me off now. You're cutting me off now.
Can you define the word mean, please?
Yeah, average. So on two different sides of the continent.
So why are you saying
you're
it's not an
cutting me
average?
off now, you jackass.
One
Complain
at a
so
time,
much
guys.
about it. Yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, I'll
He
finish.
literally
I'll
cuts me off
finish
every
now.
time,
I'll
and I
finish
get yelled
now
at
because
I
one
know,
time.
and we're trying to stop the cutting off of the things. Let's let everyone finish their whole thought, please, guys. Come on.
Yeah. So can I explain how I said and on two different a point that I make all the time, and I came up with this, and I studied it and brought it to the table about a year ago. That even on two separate sides of the continent, you can have two different mean sea levels, and one of the factors that takes part in that is salinity of the water. And one of the ways they figured this out is they used to load ships in one continent, and then they would send them off somewhere else, and they would sink because the buoyancy would change because of the salinity of the water. That also affects the height of the water. The more salty the water, it seems, the more the thermal energy, I think is what it is, draws it up and makes it higher. The average in that area where the salinity is higher is going to be a higher average mean sea level than on another continent or on the other side of the continent with a less salinity water. That level would be the mean sea level on that side would be averaged lower, and then you could combine the two and get a mean sea level for those two things or all of them. What mean is average, as he's asked me twice.
Why does the salinity mean that the mean will be a different mean?
Because it changes the average height in that area.
Why does the salinity change the average height?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the scientists that study that. They just say that it does change. Salinity is one of the factors that changes the height of the mean sea level.
Because of the density of the water?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make something clear that the center of the center of the Earth is not really what's referenced, but the center of mass is usually referenced with the mean sea level.
To get the elevation of the water, the center of mass is what's referenced? Is that what you're saying?
Typically, whenever when they're doing the GPS.
Okay. Well, it just might be said wrong here a lot because every time we talk about elevation, it's talked about this from the center of the Earth. To my knowledge,
it might mean the center of mass.
Okay, maybe people are just saying it wrong. That's an easy, you know what I'm saying? Even if I was in the argument, I'd probably just say the center of the Earth is for ease.
I mean, the whole thing with a drop from both sides, the water is kind of, I don't know, it's just not even, I don't think it's the main point because the water is going to conform to the outside of the ball. Same thing as the land, same thing as the rest of the curves. So it's conforming.
In what shape? In what shape?
Or the curve of the Earth.
A sphere, right?
I think so, yeah.
So where does your drop come from?
Well,
Told you. It's in reference to the horizontal.
SFE, if you look in the chat, I have a nice picture that really describes what we talk about, because sometimes the words get a little lost in the discussion, and so these are the words that we're using: the relative sea level, local mean sea level, dynamic ocean topography, depending on surface height, sea floor, the sea surface, the geoid, the ellipsoid. I mean, these are all, you have to understand what these words mean to understand the discussion.
It's irrelevant if we go to a canal.
It's irrelevant.
Absolutely, all that is absolutely. It's absolutely irrelevant
you should make a video of
in
that
an
right there.
actual test of
comment.
water.
That one comment is gold. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, in the context
you're beautiful.
of,
You're a beautiful human being. You're so funny.
Right back at you, baby. So now, in the context of me and you, get it out, bro. Get it out.
Relax. Relax, Xanax.
That's actually pretty funny, Xanax. Just laughing.
Okay, you're done now. So what I meant by that, all that, of course, we know, we all understand. Mean sea level. Rakia just explained it to us. So don't go, don't go laughing too much. The point is, you can draw lines. You can say whatever you want. We know how water flows. Water behaves the same in every manner. So, in the canal, in your model, or in reality, right?
Wait. What does that mean?
The water has to drop between you. The water has to drop between the two boats. Why are you interrupting, bro? You can have a chance after.
No, quick
question.
You
can have a chance.
No, before I forget. What do you mean water behaves in the same manner? What does that mean?
Water always behaves like water. No matter how many lines you draw, no matter how you explain it, water always behaves the same. Do we agree on that?
What do you mean by that?
Obviously, Xanax.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Conforms to the shape that it's in.
Obviously, Xanax, ice and steam are the exact same shape and the exact same thing. What don't you understand about them?
Ice and steam are the same shape?
Obviously, duh. The Earth is flat.
Is that what you mean, SE?
Hold on a second.
Well, the guy's like Nostradamus. He should be a seer.
Hold on a second. Did I hear the Earth is flat? Is that what he said?
Well, if
he's not paying attention, is he?
Well, yes.
He's not paying attention.
Oh my God, George!
These people are not paying attention whatsoever. The Earth cannot be flat.
So if ice and steam are the same shape, then the Earth is flat. I would agree.
They don't get it. The Earth cannot be flat.
It just goes right over your head, huh?
The Earth is not flat.
So, water and steam, water in the form of steam, ice.
Hold on a second. What's contained in the oceans?
Oceans are all the same shape.
What's contained in the oceans?
What? Go back. What do you mean water always behaves like water? What does that even mean?
I'll tell you what it means.
What is contained in the oceans?
In order for water to flow, you have to change its elevation.
With respect to what?
What do you mean? With
respect to the ground.
With respect to level. Hello?
Oh, God.
Okay, good. Now, is level determined by something maybe equivalent to a plumb line?
Plumb line?
Well, yeah, isn't it?
What does a plumb line have to do with level?
Well, the way that the
about a water level or a spirit level? About a water level.
You asked me a question and you immediately talked over me while I'm answering you. The plumb line has to do with the direction that you would be given this vector from weight. Weight has a vector, right? It's down, and down is
now
the plumb line.
You just changed the
you
whole
agree?
thing now.
No. You asked me.
He's changing. He's changing.
You said,
we're talking about water behavior.
Water move, and you said because it change of elevation, and I said, would that have something to do with the plumb line? You said, what does it mean has to do with the plumb line? I said because the plumb line is a vector, and that vector is given to weight, right?
Nothing to do with water, though.
George,
exactly.
You're going to make this really messy,
dude. I'm going to sit here and just listen to you double talk of how water doesn't behave. But go right ahead.
So wouldn't you say that the water would move to, you said it moved according to elevation change, and elevation change has to do with these plumb lines being different with respect to the water level, right? So that's why it moves.
No, it has nothing to do with plumb lines.
It wants to move to be level, right? It wants to be
level. There's a difference between the plumb line and the level.
Oh my God. If I had a centrifuge, which way does the plumb lines move? Where do they go? Where do the plumb lines go?
Now we went
If
to
I
a
spin,
centrifuge.
if I spin
No,
a
it's
tire, and I got
another red
listen,
herring. Come
you ever
on,
have, you ever have
man.
you ever have your tire outside and he fills it with water, and it's just enough where it almost goes to the lip. And if you were to put that on a
this is
turntable and spin
irrelevant
it,
to the
where would the
debate
water
at
go?
hand, dude.
Where would the
Dude,
water
you can't,
go?
dude.
Zanuck, I
Dude,
love you, but
Where
sometimes
would
you're
the
a waste
water
of
learn
time,
how
go?
bro.
to
The water
address.
would go to
You need to learn how to address
water
the
would go
subject at
up the
hand,
tire
dude.
and be the
Settle down.
You
closest
need
to.
to
Oh
actually
my
address
God, you guys are out of
actual
control.
subject.
One at a time.
The point
guys,
is, we
please.
actually measure water going uphill on the ellipsoid. It goes uphill, it flows uphill because the
Oh my
geoid.
God.
The geoid tells us the direction
There
the
is
water
no
will travel
ellipsoid,
to,
man.
so that it will be. Why can't I finish a sentence? Why? So the water will move according to the geoid, not the ellipsoid. So water can go up elevations, can go higher than the on the
Water
ellipsoid.
flows
Yes,
uphill.
it can
Wow.
rise 6 to 8 feet over 100
That
miles,
contradicts the
as
water
it does
behavior,
on
man.
the St.
Tell
Lawrence
us
River.
about the St.
The
Lawrence
St.
River.
Lawrence River, the water goes
Yes.
uphill. It goes uphill.
Yes.
8
Water
feet.
flows uphill.
It goes
It
against the
goes
physics of
uphill. It goes
water.
You
uphill like
guys heard it,
magic.
man.
Because the geoid, the gravitational orientation of the Earth and the surrounding areas around that river are such that the plumb lines will direct that water to go
You've forgotten the
uphill.
unicorns as well.
All
You've
right.
forgotten
So,
the
That's
Do you have a
unicorns.
unbelievable,
video?
Zanuck,
I'm going to
man.
stop here. I'm
Okay,
going
do you have a
to
video?
you have the
Okay,
floor.
bro, Zanuck
So
has
the
been rambling for like 10 minutes,
geodetic
dude. We
surveying is
can't say no
bullshit.
one can
So
interrupt and let
geodetic
him talk
surveying
for
doesn't
5
exist.
minutes,
Guys.
Okay,
Jeremy.
I got it. You guys are in denial.
Jeremy, you can't let him talk for 5 minutes and then say no one can interrupt. That's fucking ridiculous.
I mean, I do want to limit the interruptions. Zanuck, please try to make it concise. I know it's tough, but
No, I had one sentence and I had SE and George talking over me.
okay,
Yeah,
it's
bro,
fine. Let's
bro,
just
where's your
I mean, I
evidence?
really was
interrupt.
going to take one. It was a simple sentence. Everyone knows the sentence too. The water flows
Yeah.
according to the geoid, not the ellipsoid. The ellipsoid is this thing that's referencing elevation to. The geoid is the gravitational disturbances and orientations across the surface, and water can flow uphill if the geoid dictates that it will. And it's contra to the thinking that water flows to differential elevation, although it's sometimes true, mostly true, but sometimes it's not true because the ellipsoid is not the same as the geoid. And geodetic surveying is a real thing. You guys are in denial if you don't think it does. That's it. Thanks.
That was the most beautiful statement I ever heard. Jeremy,
Yeah.
do you see what model you're defending, bro?
Dude,
do you see
not
this, bro?
even
Zanuck, water
not even
dynamics
his own.
debunks your model.
See, not even his own people go along with water flowing.
I know,
uphill.
it's ridiculous, bro.
I don't know. Zanuck's out of the box on that one.
But their model dictates that. He has to say that, and he's repeated it many times. That's why I like Zanuck.
That's correct.
He doesn't back off on his statements. He'll repeat it 100 times if you ask him. That's why I like Zanuck.
Yeah, not even his own people go along with water flowing uphill. That's just fucking.
Yeah, that's a bridge too far. Yeah, I agree on that one. And by the way, Zanuck, the St. Lawrence River is my backyard, huh? So I don't think you should be repeating that too often, bro.
Oh, I can, and I've already given you the maps and the actual observations that it does climb 8 feet over the 100 miles.
Because Earth's a sphere.
Because Earth's a sphere, and it's also a geoid, and a geoid means that it has a gravitational orientation that is such that the water will climb the hill.
You sure it has nothing?
Yeah, it's forced upwards, isn't it? It's being forced. It's been forced upwards, isn't it? That's force.
No, it's because it actually gravitationally is downhill toward the ocean.
No, that's not the reason.
Don't talk over me and say no while I'm in the middle of a sentence,
That's
George.
not
What's
the
wrong with
reason
you?
why. No,
it wasn't George. It was Jen.
What about plumbing?
Oh,
Plumbing
Jen,
in
of
the
course.
water.
You guys are cut from the same cloth.
Guys, please let's try to let everyone finish their sentences. I know it's Zanuck, and some of these guys are going to say some insane, ridiculous shit. We got to let them finish stuff. Thank you.
And we want them to say that stuff, so please don't interrupt them while they're saying it.
Okay, yeah, let's have a laugh then. Yeah, go on in. Get on with it.
So the water's flowing uphill.
Yeah, he needs to explain plumbing.
Yes, the water is flowing uphill. Those plumb lines, if you were to measure them along that path, they would be such that it would follow the water going uphill.
That'd be a good spot for like a perpetual.
Can you explain
motion
how
device.
plumbing works?
That'd
Zanek?
be a good spot for a perpetual motion device or something. If we got water flowing uphill, I mean, that's all you need. You got perpetual motion going right there.
It's no different than flying downhill. The same principles apply when it's flying geographically or according to the ellipsoid downhill.
Do you
Same
not
forces,
agree if
same orientation. Hold on, the same orientation of those plumb lines correctly make that water move in the direction that it should based on these deviations of the plumb line.
So do you not agree that if we
Did you
can
put
make
your
water flow
sewage in the
uphill?
roof now?
Yeah, of course he's got to talk over you too, Jeremy.
Do you not agree that if we can make water flow uphill, we can make a dope ass perpetual motion machine over Unity device?
Nope.
I was just gonna say that, Jeremy, with your
No,
magnet thing.
you're confusing.
You read my mind, bro. Add some
We
water
don't
to
even
the
need the
uphill.
magnets. We got
No,
we
you're
don't even need the
confusing.
magnets. We got water flowing uphill. That's perfect.
Just add some water. That's it.
No, the
Done.
equipotential. Okay, should I respond? No, you're mistaken. It doesn't give you anything different than it would in any other scenario around the ellipsoid. All it means
Not
is that
true.
there-
Everywhere
the
else,
ellipsoid we have
no,
never
it,
measured.
it doesn't go up forever. It only goes to the ocean and then it stops.
we don't need it to go up forever. We just need it to go up far enough to power our perpetual motion device.
No, it doesn't. Why don't you just have your perpetual motion at the bottom of the hill too and say it's perpetual motion? It doesn't see the potential for like
You mean
for
the hill?
the
You mean
potential
top of the
energy of an
hill,
object
blowing up.
is the height above some point, right? That's the potential energy that the object will have. That change doesn't change whether it's given by equipotential anywhere on the earth. And equipotential will sometimes be sometimes if you've seen by my drawing, it sometimes will follow the ellipsoid and sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't give you an over unity or a perpetual motion type of potential. No, it doesn't. You're
It
confusing
absolutely
yourself.
does. If you could siphon water uphill, you would absolutely have a fucking perpetual motion device.
No, because what happens when it gets there? What happens if you
When it
were to
gets
harness
there,
it?
it's uphill. When it gets
Yeah.
there, it's uphill. It's
Yeah,
up.
it
It's
has to go
now, it
downhill
now has
then.
a higher elevation.
Yeah, but it has a higher? Yes, it has a higher elevation. Correct.
Yeah.
But because of the geoid, it doesn't have a higher equipotential. It's done. It's already used all its energy. It's gone to the oceans. It's now
But
at the mean
you
sea
guys are
level.
just denying that now. Come on, guys.
Now it's just a matter of you not understanding what I'm saying. So that's a problem.
We have perpetual motion and we have water going up and down. It's a dynamic system that we live in, yeah? We're talking about states of water, which is not quite the same thing, but it is at the end of the day. Water in liquid state, we know how it works, yeah? The surface, the water conforms to whatever container it is in. Doesn't flow uphill, otherwise we would have our drainage sewage in the rooftops.
Exactly.
I don't know. Xanax says it flows uphill.
He's
What do
been
you
saying
think,
it
Blue?
for a while.
That
He's
makes
Blue, you
consistent.
think water flows uphill, Blue?
Well, that's a very interesting idea. Can I just take a side shoot there? You said perpetual motion because of the way water can be moved around. Yeah, if you can be in a lake and it flows down a river and drives a hydroelectric plant, and then it evaporates and rains and fills the lake up again, that's a perpetual motion kind of an environment. There are some losses there, but that's a good point.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zen.
No, that would happen anywhere. You're not understanding what you're actually saying is a perpetual motion device. That is not
You
perpetual
just
motion.
described the realm we live
There's
in.
still energy.
Well done.
There's still energy expended for this water to evaporate and to move, and then to be dropped in the lake. So there is energy used to make that water do what it does. It's not for free. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So nice try.
Wait. That's
God
wrong.
damn it, George.
But that's
really?
wrong.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Dude,
but that's
because
wrong.
you fucking ramble on for 5 minutes straight, man.
No, it was like one sentence. I was complimenting you.
You've
been rambling,
on
and
the
that's
idea.
wrong.
Okay, you guys have fun.
It can't be Zanuck is constantly guarded from being interrupted when half of the time I hear someone talking, it's you. That's unfair. That's making the room basically half Zanuck's room. What is this, the QE server? Or the Zanuck server or whatever, where you can just come in the room and take over? Maybe if you fucking
he does tend to be a little long-winded, but we still gotta let him finish his shit, though.
Yeah, Indy doesn't like the objection.
He was talking to me. I was giving the explanation.
The first law of thermodynamics, it's a natural law. Nature cannot create or destroy matter or energy. It applies to nature. Wake up.
If we're all asking Zanuck questions, of course it's going to be him talking half the time because we ask a question, then he responds. And somebody says something else, he responds. I mean, we got to let him finish, though, guys. Come on.
Do we have to let him finish?
Yes, we're letting everyone. We have to let everyone finish their sentences, please.
Yeah, even Zanuck?
Even you, everyone. Zanuck,
Yep.
I don't care who it is.
So I just was, complimenting you on that creativity of that idea of that how much water would be moving from a lower river up to a higher lake, which is driving a hydroelectric plant. That would be considered a over unity or a perpetual motion machine. Not really, because it takes energy for that water to be lifted or to change state, lift it up to the clouds, move over to the lake, drop it into the lake to create that cycle. That water cycle does not come for free. So. Nice try. It's a good question, but it doesn't work that way. That's not how it is.
The water will naturally flow to a higher elevation. Go ahead, Jen.
I was going to say, this is the ellipsoid that we've never measured, seen, or experienced, yeah? You're talking about in its entirety, physically.
Should I put it in the chat for you? Should I put the measurements in the chat? We have measured it. I'll show you.
Yeah. Did I hear Blue Marble in here a second ago? Blue, do you think the water flows uphill to a higher elevation or what? Let's get Blue's thoughts on this.
I just
good idea.
I had a question I wanted to ask Zanuck. When you're saying uphill or downhill, is that with respect to the ellipsoid?
Higher elevation. It flows to a higher elevation.
The ellipsoid, yes.
Yeah, I think that's where the confusion is.
So you're not saying it, Zanuck. So you're not saying it flows to a higher elevation?
Yes, higher elevation on the ellipsoid.
Yeah. So a higher
ellipsoid,
elevation.
Yes, compared to the ellipsoid, it can do that.
Water flows to a higher elevation. You're saying.
And I showed a picture of it in the chat. So
what is this ellipsoid that you guys keep referring to, Blue Marble?
What is it? You know what an ellipsoid is?
Yeah, I know what an ellipsoid is, but why do you keep saying the ellipsoid? Is that Earth shape instead of saying ball? You're saying ellipsoid?
That's the best pure mathematical model we have of the shape of the Earth. Is a
Mathematics doesn't often bring reality, though, does it? As in the ellipsoid that we've never seen. You've got it in the numbers, but we don't.
Well, they do satellite measurements too. Satellite measurements can give you the ellipsoid as well.
Satellites don't exist in space. That's another bullshit.
So wait, I gotta ask this question. So nobody's actually
or balloons.
Okay, so my question is gonna be asked.
Let's not interrupt, guys.
Nobody's ever actually like. Do you have a video of water flowing uphill? Like, where am I supposed to observe this water flowing uphill exactly? And how do I know it's flowing uphill if I don't, like, you claim it's flowing uphill on an ellipsoid, but so then I won't actually be able to actually view it flowing uphill. I just have to take it that over the course of a couple miles, it's flowing uphill at some rate that I can't distinguish, just like the horizon and the curvature of Earth. Like, is it going to be like that? Or can I just go somewhere and I directly observe it going uphill with my own two eyes?
Yeah, not change it from uphill to a higher elevation. Water is flowing from a lower elevation to a higher elevation. Why don't we say it that way?
Yeah.
It makes it sound more silly.
Yeah, like, will I be able to actually like see that, or is that something I have to like kind of trust in the measurements and the calculations, kind of like the curvature? Because
the only time you're gonna see that is in like a capillary effect, but never in like a large body of water transferring up elevation. I mean, that's
St.
just
Lawrence River. Zanuck said we could see it flowing to a higher elevation from lower to higher elevation.
I posted a citation in chat. Sorry, Jeremy.
By the way, guys, tell me where, because I live very close. I can be there in 15 minutes. Tell me where, and I'll go and record it, Zanuck.
I posted a citation in chat that has 4 different places located on the Wisconsin River.
Show me the spot, Zanuck. I'll go with my P900 and I'll record it.
I just posted it. It's in there for your review. Shows you the measurements, the values. You see the value. Look on that last chart. That last chart has a description below. The orthometric height. Based on the CGG 2010 maps and the ellipsoidal height, the GRS 80, and it shows that over this 200 mile, 150-mile span, it goes actually that's about 600 kilometers.
All right.
Overall.
So to answer my question, Zanuck,
1.5 feet. Hold on.
Hold
1.5 meter. Hold on. 1.5 meters all the way to 8 meters. Is the
360 miles.
hold on. It's the ellipsoidal height. Okay. So 8 meters is the height it climbs. Hold on. The geodetic or the orthometric height goes from 1.5 meters to near zero over that same distance. And that's why it goes down. That's why it goes uphill. 8 meters. That's like, 24, 30 feet, right? That's the difference over 400 miles.
Yeah, so are you gonna fucking answer my question, or are you just gonna ramble on and dodge?
Well, no,
it?
because there was a question asked of me of where's this scene. He lives there on the St. Lawrence. He wants to go watch the water go uphill. I just give him the height differences, or for the ellipsoid, it's going up 8 meters over 500 miles, and that's where the water goes up, and it goes
Well, how did you
because
confirm, Zanuck? How did you confirm it went 8 meters up over 500 miles?
by the ellipsoid measurements, by the satellite data, which actually measures with radar how high the surface is with respect to this.
So you're using
flying either a balloon in the sky or a satellite that's in space. But I go with the satellite in space. But either way, they're measuring
data from a satellite, and that's how you determine the height of the
Well,
end.
they can measure the ellipsoid other ways, but yes.
I'm
No,
trying to
but
wait.
that
Let me try to clarify because I answered a question, you dodged it, so I'm just going
I
to go
didn't
with
dodge
what
it. I'm
you're
not gonna dodge
rambling
a
on
question for
about.
you.
Basically, you have a satellite that determines for you and gives you data about the fucking height of things. At one point, 500 miles at the beginning, the satellite told you you're 8 meters below. At the other point, 500 meters away, where the water is flowing to. So I'm still confused as to basically you haven't proven anything. You've just rested more, I guess, faith on satellites and shit.
What
So
if
you
they're
would have to
balloons?
then go and
They could be
establish
balloons.
satellites
You
and
don't think
how
we can
the
measure stuff?
ellipsoid is actually like
So you don't
measured.
think we can measure the
Because
ellipsoid?
Zanuck, you see how this argument doesn't really work for flat Earth because
It
first you'd
does
have to
because
prove.
here's the
No,
rub.
listen, you got to let me finish, dude.
Go ahead,
Listen.
finish.
Like this argument doesn't work against flat Earth because
Sure it
you're
does.
not. No, listen, shut the fuck up.
Hey,
You
watch your
gotta.
mouth.
Oh
Watch
my
your mouth.
God, nobody cares.
Come on,
Your
Zanuck. Give him a chance, bro. Come on.
premise of
Zanuck, what the fuck, dude?
premise, your whole premise of your
He's
fucking
muted.
shit.
Go ahead. He's muted.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Your whole premise of your fucking shit is that you can tell that water is flowing uphill because of a satellite, and the satellite shows you this eclipse. You're begging the fucking question on this ellipsoid. You're begging the question straight up. You're begging the question of the ellipsoid and then saying you have proof of it with these measurements that are begging the question of it. You're not proving anything. You have to establish the ellipsoid first, and then you can say it's flowing uphill on it.
Zanuck, could you? I mean, wouldn't it be easy to just address the? I don't know why you're not saying it like this, but the ellipsoid is not a real thing. It's not an actual. So it's not something you're going to see physically. You're not going to see the ellipsoid. So you're not going to see the water curve up. I mean, go uphill.
But we need to
Only
see
in
that.
only when you reference an ellipsoid, conceptually, are you going to come up with those measurements? So it's not something
another
that's
we need
thing
to
we have
see it
to
in
take on
reality.
faith. Another thing we have to take on faith, Kosho.
Yeah,
No,
we
you
can't
can
take it on
measure.
faith. I'm not going to take it on faith.
Well, hold on, we're measuring these same.
faith.
We're measuring these same rivers, other places in the state, in the country, in the United States, and they follow. They're going downhill. They're going from high elevation to low elevation. That's measured. And if you measure it along the way of these rivers that we do see go downhill, and then we suddenly have physical measurements, surveying measurements of these areas that are actually physically going uphill, following the ellipsoid, we'll see. And this is how geodetic surveys is done. That's why you can go to your farm if you have a plot of land near a river. And I talk about this story all the time. It's one of the tests on the surveyor's exam. If you're trying to be a geodetic surveyor, there's a test in that particular exam. It tells you about here's the equipotential of this area. Where would you put the house to avoid flooding when the water does rise? And it's contrary to intuition because water is following the geoid, not the ellipsoid.
Oh gosh.
No, it's bullshit.
Wow.
I mean, so you're denying geodetic survey.
Yes, I'm denying.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. At least we're clear. You're denying geodetic survey. Fine. I get it.
Okay, I mean, before we go forward, I mean, is everybody clear on what the ellipsoid and the geoid even are?
They
because
don't accept
I
your
don't. I think
things.
half
No,
of us were talking about
Kosho.
it. Half of us are talking about it, and I don't think that people in here understand what the ellipsoid.
No,
Could
they
you,
understand, but they don't accept it. Kosho.
Kosho,
Get it right.
could you go over it again? Maybe you can explain it better because when Zanik explains shit, it's just rambling about irrelevant shit that's not answering my question.
Xanax, he's explaining it fine, I think, but I think that it's important for people to understand that the ellipsoid is simply that exactly what it's stating, the ellipsoidal shape, like a perfect ellipse, like an ideal shape, which the Earth isn't actually. So when that's being referenced, it's not going to conform with the actual contours of the Earth, and the geoid is a more accurate description of where the center of gravity is for each location and the surface. So that's why when I think Zanuck posted a picture not that long ago, it shows the ellipsoid and the geoid and the difference between them. And that's because the ellipsoid is simply like a like a perfect ellipsoid structure, which, like I said, the Earth isn't at many locations. So you're gonna have anomalies or weird occurrences where in actuality the water is flowing downhill, but if you were referencing the ellipsoid, which some systems do, it would seem like the water's flowing uphill.
It would seem, but not quite in
So
physicality.
you're saying it would contradict the water dynamics, fluid dynamics?
No, I'm saying that it's not real. The ellipsoid is not a accurate model. It's a.
So you're agreeing with us that water cannot have that behavior then?
Only in reference to that not real model.
Yeah, I understand. You're still talking about the model. Now we're talking about.
It's not real. How are
We're
you?
talking about your understanding
Kosho, I think
of
you're
liquid
leading him
dynamics.
astray with that. I think you're leading him a
I
little
mean,
bit
not
astray.
accurate. Not accurate. I mean, not
There
accurate.
we go. Not perfectly accurate, but it is going uphill with reference to something we accept as being a spherical shape. Physically, it will look. For example, if you could really get a perfectly accurate picture of the globe, a really perfectly pictured, it will be somewhat ellipsoidal. It will look spherical. If you got a geodetic picture of, and we have an equipment that actually flies over the Earth constantly to measure the geodetics of the Earth. And that picture the shape of the Earth effectively, which makes water go where it does, would look slightly different. Would you agree, Kosho?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
All right. Wait, so I have a question. So basically what you're saying is that...
I asked Kosho real quick. Do you agree, Kosho?
Oh, but yeah, you fucking rambled on for fucking minutes, dude. Like,
In and out. Are you running a little bit?
I agree.
Relax,
Okay.
guys.
Yeah, I got a fucking question real quick. So basically what you guys are saying is that the geoid is basically just a measurement of some gravity machine, and that the ellipsoid is a model, but the model doesn't even match reality. And so when the model is not matching reality, there's certain cases where water is flowing uphill on the model, basically.
Okay, you're still confused about the matching reality. It's reality. The reality is that we have.
You just said that ellipsoid's not reality.
Hold on. For example, we have the oceans. If we just use the oceans and we had a shape of that, what we actually could measure physically, that shape would not comport with the geodetics of that same surface over any distance, because the geodetics are constantly changing, and they're stronger in some areas and weaker in others. And water movement and water shape will be based on that, on those characteristics of the geoid, the gravitational orientation, not the physical orientation that you may measure physically with a theodolite or any other measuring devices that you could do this with, a satellite, or a balloon, whatever you got up there. You can measure the heights of the surface, and it's not going to comport with the geodetics of the surface. It's different.
So you're just going to appeal. You're just going to appeal to your abstract mathematics instead of actually looking at the physical nature.
Why does the farm? You measure this farm. You measure the farm. You see that. Hey, this is higher. This is higher than my house, and you can measure it in many different ways. But why is that going to flood and not the lower part that looks total counterintuitive? Because the geodetics of that area around the house where you're going to build it is such that water's going to flow to the higher. Water's going to flow up the
Water
hill.
will never flow uphill.
Yes.
I'm a general
yes,
contractor.
Absolutely will.
I'm a general contractor, and never have I had water flow uphill.
Have you ever done a
Okay.
geodetic survey? Okay, can I ask you an honest question? Have you ever done a geodetic survey of land? Don't lie.
Honestly,
Don't lie.
I haven't because that's not my job.
I know exactly. It's very it's unique and it's very expensive, but it is done for areas that are
I got
subset.
another contractor here though. I'm going to ask him right
Yeah,
now.
ask
So
him.
hold on a
All
second.
I have to do is talk. You don't think geodetic surveyors exist?
Have you ever had water flow uphill from like a
Oh my
geodetic
God, you're not
server?
listening to me. It's I don't need to worry about it because most of the time it follows just normal elevations you measure, but sometimes it doesn't, and that's my point. When you live in an area like we have a farm, like I mentioned, and it's in some like rocky, some kind of geological area that's different than just normal cities that are built on sandstone and all the other types of fundamental elements that are underneath the soil. If it's very, very dense and has a high gravitational attraction, then that will make the water move differently, according to the geodetics that you could measure, than it would if a normal area that you'd expect to see, like where you and I both live.
So I'm talking with another contractor here. He says he's seen water droplets like on the edge of a rooftop kind of run off the shingle and back up against the downward vector. But he's never seen. I know it's not what we're talking. I'm just trying to be honest with you. He's never
he's not
seen.
a geodetic surveyor.
He's not a geodetic surveyor. He's a contractor. But
Right.
regardless,
Find a geodetic. Would you do,
regardless, here's the point, Zanik, that I'm trying to make with you. We've seen a lot of properties, right, where there's sloping land, okay, and we've worked on them, and never once have we ever had to account for water running uphill. If anything, we direct water downhill at a slight degree of an angle to either go into a gutter system or a water trap, or that's usually tapped into a main line. But regardless, never once have I ever witnessed that. And if you can show me evidence of that, I would be intrigued to watch.
That's what we would call in
if you're
physics
doing some kind of
anecdotal
drainage,
evidence.
hold on a second, Manic. Hold on. We started talking at the same time. Hold on one second. So if you're doing a drainage or something at the St. Lawrence place, you can make it go uphill, and the water will drain. Right, Zanik? That's what you're
it's
saying,
8
right?
meters over 400 miles.
Yeah.
It's 8 meters
so
over 400 miles.
You can make water drain
Yeah.
uphill if
you
you're at
wanted
the
to
St.
bring,
Lawrence
say you
place.
wanted to dig a river like off of the St. Lawrence, and you wanted to do this, you'd have a real problem going north or south because the geology would not be the same under the river going north or south as it is where it is right now.
I mean, if what you say was the case, Zanik, then there would have never been inventions to create water to flow uphill. Like we've got Heron's Fountain, we've got what's the other one? It's kind of like a corkscrew motion that actually pumps water up.
Or some shit.
You're
some
missing
shit like
the point.
that.
So can I make my
you're
point
missing
about? Yeah, you're missing the point. So generally, yes, water always follows the elevation change. Sometimes the geology, I'm having problems saying that. The geology is such that it doesn't. So these areas where you have a river in a mountainous region, you have a river by a little plot of land, you want to make sure when a river rises, it doesn't flood your house. You would want to do a geodetic survey to make sure that when that water gets up, that water can't climb and go into your house, even though it's higher than where the rest.
Yeah, there's flood zones. There's areas that get flooded.
You know that. You look at it's high. It's measurably higher than the river, and it's measurably higher than other areas around the river. Yet the water goes to the higher spot, not the lower spot. That's what geodetic survey does. Now, just because you haven't done it doesn't mean it to be true. Just because you can give me anecdotal evidence that you've interviewed a few people and they say it isn't true, that's not the point here. Geodetic surveyors are around. They do this for this particular purpose. And until you interview one or talk to one, we don't have a discussion here because you're just guessing. Okay? So I'm right about this. It does exist. These people do have jobs that depend on this type of technology, and you're denying it just so we know. So let's move on because we're just going to fight about nothing.
Okay.
Sounds like meteorology, bro.
It sounds like meteorology.
So
how does it sound like meteorology?
Just like some fucking pseudo ass fucking
question
sector of science that's inaccurate, dude.
Yeah, can I ask Zanik a question? Zanik, you can ramble after, but can you please, when I ask a yes or no question, answer with yes or no, and then you can explain why you say yes or no. But usually when I ask yes or no questions, I don't get a yes or no back. I just get rambling forever and ever. So,
My question is, did you ever do one of these geodetic surveys? Or have you talked to anyone who's done these geodetic surveys? Which one is it? Or have you just read what people have done, these geodetic surveys? Those are the three options. So I guess you could answer you either did it, someone you know did it, or you read about it, basically.
I like the question that you want a yes or no, but you're asking me to answer
I'll
more
give
than
you tertiary, not binary. Sorry, but
I
just
know.
please answer with one of those three
You want
answers.
me to be?
Because
You want
there's
me to
only
be
three
quick? I'll be brief.
options. There's only
I'll be
three
brief.
options.
I got the questions. Don't dilute them any more than they already are. No, I have not personally done a geodetic survey. I've taken a geodetic survey test, and I know a geodetic surveyor. And I haven't talked to him much about this topic, but I've read enough about it. So that's my limit of education.
Have you?
And I
Have you
understand how it works. By the way,
have you asked Sonic? Have you asked the guy you know if he's ever measured uphill water flow?
I didn't ask him specifically that, but I took the test. That part of the test was the scenario where water could go uphill.
You should ask him about it. Like, ask him if he's personally had to deal with it. Because
Okay.
I feel like it would actually support your point, and you could bring that up.
Okay, yeah, it's true. I could. Granted. Be a testimonial, and it could be appealed to authority, but you know, I could get it just for as another notch in the belt of evidence.
Well, I'd say it's better to have someone you personally know telling you something, rather than you citing some manual or source. I feel like that would be more accepted, at least in flat Earth.
Right. Well, it's like Rakia yesterday. He had that picture of the fishing boat with the nets, and it's at least 10 or 15 feet of that boat's hidden, and he says it's 4 miles away. Well, I don't think that's ever been observed, a boat being hidden by the horizon at that distance. But I take, he said he knew the boat captain. He called him on the radio. He said I'm looking at radar. I'm only 3 miles away. So I mean,
I think you'd have to be 1 foot off the ground, and the boat would have to be like below 8 feet for that to work out on the globe model.
yeah, or the boat's actually further away.
Yeah, I think it was like at 3 miles, it should be 6 feet of impedance at 3 miles at a 1 foot observer height. So
Well,
I'd
that's where it
say
starts. That's where things start to be hidden. At 3 miles. If he's 6 feet, they start to be hidden they start to be hidden at 3 miles. If you're 1 foot, it starts to be hidden at 1 foot.
Your group did the angular size to the boat and agreed with me that it was less than 4 miles more.
How could you do the angular
more
size? We have nothing. We have nothing to compare it to. I told you we needed reference points, and I didn't get.
I don't know how they did it. I'm just telling you.
They can't do it.
Okay.
They can't do it. It's impossible.
Okay. Well, then they did it wrong.
Yeah. All I need is something known. It's like a triangle. You can't really tell what an angle is with one side, but if you get some more information, an angle in two sides, or two angles in one side, you can tell what the triangle is. But without it, it's like that's why triangulation doesn't work unless you have all the information needed to make the calculation. So I see just one more thing that I can say. Okay, I know the size of this, and I know how far it is away, or I know the exact size it is, or what the zoom is. If I know the zoom, and I can count pixels. I mean, anything to give me information to be able to. Actually, that would be a good one. If you could tell me the zoom of that camera that took that picture, I could work backward from that. That's your camera, right, Rakia?
Yeah, it was a P900 on that day, but I don't know what focal length I was at.
Yeah, if you got to tell how far zoomed you were in. You think you're all the way zoomed in? Probably, right?
Infrared, man, on that camera.
I don't remember. I think that's a snapshot from a video. Actually.
Yes, I need to see the video, and I have to know what focal length it is, and then I can work backward and figure out how far it is. Just things like that. Not hard.
Zanik, can you explain us the difference, if any, between a geodetic surveyor and a regular plain everyday surveyor?
Like I said, geodetics are going to be using the gravitational variance as the equipotential of the surface beneath them. And regular planar surveyors will not. They'll put posts up, assume that the plumb lines are parallel, and work off of them.
And the other ones, they assume that the plumb lines are not parallel?
Yeah, they actually measure them not being parallel. That's what the gravitational strength can show you.
So the geodetic surveyors assume that plumb lines are not parallel, and the regular planar surveyors assume that they are. Is that what you're saying?
Basically.
And they use what's the machine? They use like a machine, right, to determine where their plumb line is.
They can cite things. You can just
using the
set up a
planar
tripod,
surveying, yeah.
know that it's 6 feet, look at something else that's 6 feet away, and say, okay, if that that with respect to that, how far above it angularly is it? So you can
But
tell
you said
difference in
you
height.
invoked gravity. Now you're talking about geometry. I'm talking about the gravity part, right?
Yeah,
How,
that's
how are you measuring gravity by looking at something and triangulating?
no, that's the planar surveyors. The standard surveyors would be just looking at
I'm
relative
not
height.
speaking about
How much
them.
high? How much
I'm
higher is it?
specifically
If I'm looking at the
asking.
distance. Okay.
Can you listen to my question so you can
I am
answer it,
listening
please?
to it. The
No, you
geodetic
didn't, because you
surveyors are
didn't
looking
give
at
me an
plumb line
answer.
variations. I am. The geodetic surveyors are looking at plumb line deviations, basically. It's a very highly oversimplified
Right. So
response.
can I restate my question? Because my question was, how are they measuring this gravity in this plumb line? What machine are they using? Please answer that. That is my
Gravitometer.
question.
Gravitometer.
Thank you. That was my question. Gravitometer.
Gravometer. So the difference is the plumb line, is how the plums behave. That's what you're saying between a geodetic and a regular surveyor.
Very overly
So let me
simplistic.
ask you a follow-up question, if I may.
You asked me a question while you're talking. I said, yes, that's exactly what they do. They use it's basically nothing more than a plumb line deviation machine.
Okay. So let me ask
Plumb
you a
line
question.
analyzer.
Let's say somebody like Rakia, who does this stuff for a living. Let's say he gets a contract to level, I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 square foot, 30,000 square foot piece of land, whatever. They want to build something on it, put cement. Which kind of, what would he use? Would he use geodetic or would he use regular surveying? What would he do?
Regular.
You say it cannot be done.
No, you said regular. Because the cement will take the shape of the surface, right? And it'll grab
No.
it'll follow.
No,
Say
because
again,
if
the
he's using
cement?
a water level, then it's gonna
It's
be
good enough.
to the earth.
It could have dips and valleys in it based on the geodetics, but it's not enough to where it would be a problem for the foundation.
Remember,
So what would
Sonic,
If it was,
to level?
they would have to section it off. They would have to section it off more and do some build up. It depends on how it affects the structure they're building, though, too, because that's all affected by geodetics. The whole idea about the foundation is to be able to spread the forces out of the structure evenly, and that's evenly based on how that cement would be poured. And so that would be your template. You'd be using that as your easel. You build on that.
You think my foundations follow the surface?
Yeah, the surface was it's not following the surface, it's following the geodetics.
Okay, well, we just work off of one benchmark and then we create horizontal planes off of that. It has nothing to do with the surface underneath.
He said 40,000 square foot area you're going to lay cement, and generally you just would pour that. You wouldn't. The
I'm
variations
doing
would
100,000 square foot right now, and we
All right,
work off of
100,000. Yeah,
one
you're
benchmark
just
and created
gonna pour it, and as that cement settles, you're sectioning it all.
Let him
Tell me what
finish,
I'm doing. Maybe
let
speak
him
all over
finish.
me while I'm. So right now I'm doing 100,000 square foot, and we just had one benchmark that we created horizontal planes off of, and then to get the water to flow off of it, we created slopes from that horizontal plane. Nothing to do with the surface underneath.
So now you heard from a professional. That's why I brought up his name. He does this for a living. He does this every day, Zanik.
I haven't said that, even though it sounds big. That's small scale.
And trust me, 100,000 feet is a huge space. A huge space. Commercial property.
All right, let me make. I have to go real quick, but I'll tell Reiki one last thing. If you did 100,000 square foot slab, and would you section it off, or would you have it just poured all just like a pool of cement?
What do you mean? It's not sectioned off. There's a form all the way around, and we set up our
you have rebarb, and you probably filled all in it with cement,
the
right?
footers are on the outside and on the inside.
Right,
and then the top.
but everything when you pour it, it all communicates with everything else. There's no like sections, right?
No, it's all one pour, but the outside
for 100,000 feet. Okay, so the level when you fill that up with cement, the level of that cement will have variations due to the geodetics. Now, would you pull a geodetic survey in there? Probably not. Go on.
It does not have deviation.
on.
It's
How
one
would you measure it?
horizontal plane.
How would you measure it?
We put
How'd you measure its surface flatness?
we put tools in the middle and just shot outwards. And we can
Like
also
string?
do other methods. No, we have theodolites.
Okay. Talk about the surface variations. If you was 100,000 feet, there could be variations. So if it rained after it's dried and the cement all just dried perfectly, how it was set up, how it was poured, you could have areas, sections that could pool up, or could run off.
The only reason
or
it
could
would pool
or
up
could
is
run,
if
or could you may think it's perfectly level.
Oh.
Hold on, you could have run off one side or the other.
If we put slope in it from the horizontal plane.
No, if you didn't put slope and you just
then
did
it's
it,
not going to run
Take a
off.
breath, bro. Take a breath.
Let
Let him finish.
The only time the concrete is going to like be higher in one spot or have a dip and hold water is because when we screeded it, we didn't do it right, or the plastic underneath got air trapped, and after the concrete settled a little bit, it busted and it sank a little bit. But on a slab, there is no water holding.
right? Because you're basically, if you're using theodolites and things, you're basically doing a type of geodetic surveying on that. So you're basically
We're
doing
making
it to
a
the
horizontal
geodetics.
plane and basing all of our
All right.
elevations off of
Well,
that.
you're ignoring. These are the nuances of geodetic survey. I'm not going to go into the details of it. So, in most cases, there's not going to be any problem at all. Most of the stuff will naturally correct itself because of the geodetics. Like the geodetics will make sure that it is perfectly flat. Everything will be level, so that water won't pool. Because you've done that because you're pouring it and it's taken the shape of the geodetics. And so everything will flow to the geodetics.
Off a benchmark.
If you did it to the ellipsoid, if you measured it differently without the theodolites and just cited it, you could be off. That's what I'm saying. So you're doing it with geodetics, even though you don't know you are. You're doing it.
Wow, dude, that's incredible.
Because you're using plumb lines and using theodolites and things that are based on level. So you're kind of doing what I'm telling you to do.
Right. Okay. So
Right.
you're saying the concrete
geodetics is a real thing. If you don't understand, I encourage you to look into it. In fact, I can give you a quick here's a good little sheet for you can look at.
I never shut up.
No, here's look at this. Here,
Rakia, when
here
you build a swimming pool, and you level everything with your level around,
Rakia, I got to go. But read it.
You
It's
have
in the
a hump
chat.
in the middle.
It's in the chat, Rakia. Read it in chat. I got to go. Okay, sorry. Thanks.
Zanuck, man, come on.
Wow, dude, that is. I think they get so excited because they know what they're saying is freaking plumb ridiculous, and they're talking to someone who does it every day and is trying to tell them that it has nothing to do with the surface. And matter of fact,
no, you just don't understand the nuances.
Yeah, the whole reason we're taking we're given the benchmark. Okay, this is, and it's based on flood level, so they want to place these foundations a foot above flood level in Louisiana. So the engineers have set a benchmark, and it's whatever. They'll give you a reading, they'll give you a mark, and then we just measure 1 foot above that and shoot off of that. Everything.
Can you read the chat right here for me, please?
Dude, I can't believe you just left. Told me you had it in the chat, and then while
I know,
I'm
but
talking,
I want to make sure you
interrupted me
saw
to
that
read
because
the
you're talking right now like you didn't read it.
Give
There's
a
a
shit
difference,
what-
and I put that difference in there for you. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Zanuck. Have a good day, bro.
All right, buddy. Take care. Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, when we create that, we take that benchmark and create a horizontal plane based on that. Every part of our farm is the same height as that benchmark, which is 1 foot above base flood level. Now, if we need for water to run off a certain area for whatever reason, we take that elevation and create a slope. So then it would be less than 12 foot, 1 foot above base flood elevation. I mean, it's beyond me. And the best way to check to see if your elevation is all even, water. If for whatever reason you have a flood, or like the swimming pools we build, we make them even, and if we don't, guess what's going to show it? The water. If we're even a quarter inch off, you would be able to see it or fill the pool up all the way to the top, and if that part is a quarter inch low, guess the water's going to pull out. It's pretty cut and dry to me. Now I will say the 100,000 foot slab is is small scale. When we do like land developing, we develop subdivisions, and all the drainage is based on, you know, the lowest point, basically where we're trying now we have to dig retention ponds. So basically most of our water and developments these days are going into the ponds that we dig, but we dig those ponds lower than all the elevations around us because we're going to drain everything into it. I don't know what these guys are talking about. I understand kind of what they're saying. If they lived on a sphere, they would have to do that, but that's not reality.
Listen, I can't wait to tell you guys about my perpetual motion device at the St. Lawrence Seaway. It's going to be awesome.
I think you're describing reality pretty well, Rocky.
Here we go.
I said, I think what you're describing is reality. I agree with you. That is what you do. And I also agree that 100,000 square feet is not huge.
Happy Mother's Day, boys.
That's 300 by 300, something like that.
Yeah, it's not very big when we're talking about geodetic or, you know, surface of the earth or whatever. But the whole point is, no matter how big, if I wanted to extend that slab, I would just shoot off the top of the slab, and that would be the benchmark, no matter where I was. I could carry that segment out in any direction for as far as you want, and the main benchmark that they set, wherever it would be on the property, that slab, no matter how big and in any direction, would be the same height.
Yeah, using differential leveling, that's what you would do. You could take it as far as you want to. And it will all be at the same elevation. I agree with you.
Yeah, but you're saying that's following the curve of the surface of the of whatever I'm building on. That's not true. It's following that top benchmark above the surface of the earth. That's the whole point.
I didn't say that, but yeah, that is actually what it's doing. But over the distances you're talking about, it doesn't really make any difference.
At what distance does my horizontal plane start to curve?
Immediately, well, I mean, horizontal plane.
No, it doesn't.
We're going to end up with an argument over what the terms mean. What is what horizontal plane curving are you talking about?
No, I'm saying it doesn't curve. A plane is a straight surface that doesn't curve.
Exactly.
It doesn't deviate from your initial starting point.
Exactly. Levels.
So it doesn't care. It doesn't care what the surface is below it.
Exactly. And that horizontal established at your benchmark. That horizontal is established at your benchmark, and level begins curving immediately. But the curvature is so slight over the distances you're talking about, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. It might curve underneath my horizontal plane. Now, I'm fine with you saying that, because land does curve and have different elevations underneath my plane, but top of that plane isn't curving ever, unless you made a mistake.
No, the gravitational potential, equal potential points are curving underneath that horizontal line you're establishing.
Then how would you know the curve is underneath you? If you could never create a horizontal plane above it to measure the curve underneath it, how would you know?
I'm not sure what the question is, honestly.
Well, you can't measure curve unless you have a straight baseline. And I'm creating a baseline above whatever the surface is, and it's straight, not curving. So if it is curving underneath, I would be able to measure it, right?
You could if you had the right instrumentation and enough distance, yes.
So how far?
Oh, 24 miles will do it.
You need 24 miles to know if something's curving underneath a horizontal plane?
No, I just happen to know of a place that's 24 miles long where you can.
I didn't ask if you knew of a place. I asked at what distance could you start measuring that drop from being a straight line above the surface? If the surface is curved.
I don't know. It depends on how good you are. I'd say a mile and a quarter either direction from that point. Yeah, you could easily measure it there.
Okay, a mile and a quarter from any benchmark, right? And what tools would I need to use?
I think the most accurate thing would be differential GPS.
With a theodolite or auto level?
No,
Oh,
GPS.
you said GPS. Okay.
Yes.
What other tools? Could you use a theodolite?
If you're good enough, you might be able to.
What method would the best person ever to use a theodolite use?
I don't know, Rocky. You're the one claiming to be a surveyor.
There it is. That's where his brain melted down because he don't want to say it. It's easily done.
I don't pretend to be a surveyor, Rocky. You do. Not me.
You claim to be the surface a mile and a half. The claim is a
wasn't-
mile, 8 inches per mile square, not 8 inches
Yeah,
per
I
mile
wasn't.
and a half. You
I
are
wasn't
making
talking about
trying to
me.
make the biggest
I
fear.
said, if I got the best person ever to use a theodolite, what method would he use? And you broke down.
No, I didn't break down. I
Okay,
don't know
so what method?
I don't have a method to give you, Rocky. I don't do this for a living.
Thanks
You
for
need to talk
playing.
to a geodetic surveyor.
But you
not
seem to
me.
know it all, right?
I didn't say I knew it all, Rocky.
So do you think the professionals that use these equipments to create horizontal planes that don't curve could do it for a mile?
I think if they're using total station, the curvature is built into it. Is what I think.
What if they're not using total station? What if they're using other tools that don't have anything built into them except for the fact they create a horizontal plane?
I don't know.
above
You can
the
play
surface?
what if all you want to. Play what
I
if all
think
you want.
everybody's heard. Hey, thanks for
Obviously,
talking.
we know.
That
Yeah,
was
but
easy.
Yeah, I think they have. I've told you several ways you could do it.
We know that they claim they've done it, right, Rakia, in the buildings, in the experimental buildings and stuff. So they claim they do it.
So what's so hard? So what's so hard for him to give me even someone that's done it then?
Well, look. It sounds like you're pressing him past a limit, but there's no victory.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Hey,
Dude, I
Rakia,
asked a very simple question.
Conceded calmly, though.
Yeah, I asked someone who seemed to have a lot of knowledge on the subject. That's why I was asking Blue. How far would we need to go? He said about a mile. I'm fine with that. I asked him what tools. He said GPS. I asked him, okay, what about any other tools? Because I don't have a GPS. And he wouldn't answer. I said, is a theodolite accurate enough to do it over a mile and see if it's dropping underneath the horizontal plane? He said, yes. I said, you know, the best person that's ever used a theodolite, the best person that's ever used a theodolite, not me, because obviously he thinks I'm not good at it. Could they create that horizontal plane and measure underneath it to get curvature of water? And then he wouldn't answer. Still hasn't answered that when I asked him what method.
What's the problem? He's not attacking
No, I'm fine with him saying he doesn't know. That's what he said. I don't know. I don't know what method to use.
Well, look, man. I'm listening in. It sounds like y'all making progress, and then you'd be like, "Boom, got him!" Like there was some sort of.
Well, yeah, I did get him when he's telling everyone he has all this knowledge, and I'm asking questions, and everything is going smooth. And when I asked what method, right, we got to the tool, we got to the distance, and when I asked what method, he didn't know. So yeah, he's over with today.
Yeah, damn it! I told you the method that I know would work, which is differential GPS. I told it to you.
I asked, and I agree with you. Okay, GPS.
I think, Rakia, that a theodolite, a 1 arcsecond theodolite, can see 8 inches of drop over a mile. I think it can. I've not done that, and I'm not going to tell you that I have because I haven't. I think that would be another method of doing it, but I can't.
Ask you if you've done it.
I can confirm that you can use differential GPS to do it.
Yeah, I never asked you if you've done it. So quit trying to distract. I asked what method.
Trying to put words in my mouth. You asked me
I didn't.
what method to use, and I told you I've not done it.
I didn't even ask you if you'd done it.
Somebody else does. I'm not somebody else, Rocky. I'm me.
Calm down. Hey, calm down, brother. I just asked you the method.
Somebody else might be doing.
I just asked you the method that a theodolite user would use.
Breath and realize that you got the answer you didn't want, and now you're trying to discount it.
No, you said GPS. I said, okay, that's fine, but I don't have a GPS, right? I don't know anybody that does, but I do have theodolites, and then I asked you other questions about the theodolite, and then you broke down, and you're still breaking down.
I'm not breaking down, Rocky. You're not making any sense.
You seem upset.
I think I've torn.
You still haven't given me up.
All right, so back to the crux.
Yeah.
Back to the crux of the whole conversation, which is the fact that water does not flow uphill. it flows downhill. And if you've got anything to validate, anything to the contrary of what I just stated, then please provide it. But if unless you can walk us through the details that outline it, then stop pre-assuming things as being, you know, a catch-all scenario to solve your
And I'll
illogical issue.
also make a
What the
statement that
fuck are y'all even talking about?
I'll also make a statement that theodolites are very accurate over a mile, and that when you do create a horizontal plane using theodolite above water and measure down to the water, it doesn't curve underneath the plane above the surface of the water. The whole point of making horizontal lines that don't curve above the surface is to know what the surface is doing underneath and make water flow off of that horizontal plane if needed. If you didn't have to do that, all you'd do is follow the surface of the water, and the water on top of the horizontal plane would flow off. That's ignorant.
No, that's reality.
Not in the building reality. So unless you can provide evidence for this where it would be a logical scenario to apply to something, then you're just left with a story, dude, a fairy tale.
Well, we don't have buildings miles long, do we?
Well, we definitely have structures that are unifiedly connected to one another, creating an entire city. And when you look at those cities from a distance, none of the buildings are deviating. Everything seems to be on a flat level surface.
Well, we have a bridge over Lake Pontchartrain, which is consistently 5.8 meters above the surface of that lake, right?
All depends on how that bridge was built. You know, the architect could have designed it to have a slope to it to deal with the load on the bridge.
Well, that's we're not talking about what he could have done. We're talking about what's out there.
Well, I can't. I'm not familiar with that bridge, but I've seen enough land surface over distance that doesn't indicate anything to the nature.
Ask Rakia. He's very familiar with it. Is that bridge about 5.8 meters, the surface of it, consistently about 5.8 meters above the Lake Pontchartrain, except for the humps for marine passage?
Yeah, it's very horizontal in places.
Can we see the drawings of it?
And very parallel and very horizontal in the straight parts. Good. Yep, not curving.
Good.
Equal 5.7 or 16 foot or so above the water, depending on where you measure.
Yeah, bridges come in different shapes.
Good. Then all you have to do is take the GPS data, the GPS elevation data, and remove the corrections that have been made for geoid and ellipsoid, and you've got a real problem at that point, because the middle and the both ends do not form a straight line. They form an arc with a radius of about 6,400 kilometers.
90 foot at the 12-mile mark, which would give you 90 foot above the water, right?
Yeah, it's about that.
So if you're standing on one shore,
wait, no, it's not 90 foot above the water. The bridge is
above each shoreline.
No, the line between, if you drew a straight line,
yeah, 90 feet,
which would pass under the lake, you'd be about 90 feet above that straight line.
At the 12-mile mark. So I was right?
Right. Yeah.
And then also at about the 12-mile mark, you have a hump that's 60 foot above the water. So that's 150 foot taller. Hang on 1 second. 150 foot taller than the beach, where the water meets the beach. If you're standing right there, your toes are in the water. That midway point at 12 miles is 150 feet. That hump, that top of that hump of that bridge is 150 foot above your toes.
No, above a straight line between your toes and the toes of another guy.
Yeah.
Line.
Yeah, which is 150 foot above your toes.
Not above your toes. No, sir.
Yes, it is. If you're standing on one shoreline, you have someone else standing on the other shoreline. It's 150 foot above each one of your toes.
You're misrepresenting the model.
Nope. Nope.
It's not above your toes. It's above a line drawn from your toes to the toes of a guy on the opposite shoreline.
So if you draw a tangent line at the top of that bridge out to where my toes are, from my toes to that tangent line is going to be 150 foot, right?
From a tangent line at the top of that bridge, yeah.
Parallel to the chord line that you're drawing toe to toe. Yeah. Either way, it's 150 feet, Blue.
Either way, it's 150 feet.
Yep.
Right?
150 feet up from your toes or 150 feet down from the tangent. Either way, when you're standing at the beach with your toes in the water, you're looking at 150 foot to the top of that 60-foot bridge.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep,
which is why you can't
150
see the
foot.
other end of the bridge, Rocky.
Yes, sir. I hope everybody
You
hears that
can't
because you can
see
go
the
there
other end.
yourself and see there's not 150 foot of anything in front of you. There's only 60 foot in front of you.
No.
You can see the
That's
60
what they
foot.
gotta
You can even see the 60 foot hump in front of you. But what you can't see is the other 90 foot. You can tell there's 60 foot above your toes from when you're on the shoreline. What you can't tell is that the 90 foot is underneath that also.
I'm sorry, the
Full of
GPS elevations don't lie, buddy.
It doesn't matter. You can go there and do it yourself and view the 60 foot.
It does
No, it
matter.
doesn't. I don't care what anybody
You
says in a
accept,
book or in data. You
do
can
you
go there
accept
yourself
GPS
and see
elevations
the
or not,
60 foot.
Rocky?
So you're
Do
saying you
you
can see.
accept, oh, why
see-
not answer my question? Do you accept
Yeah.
those GPS elevations as accurate or not?
I don't trust anything you I don't trust anything you, Jesse, or anybody, any of you fools have given. What I do trust is that everybody
Well,
in
I'm
here
a
can go
fool.
hang on, let me finish. Anybody in here can go stand on that beach and see that 60-foot hump in front of them of that bridge. What they can't see is the 90 foot, 1.5 times that amount in front of them in a height of water in front of them. Full
Why
of
would
shit, man.
why would you?
Yeah.
Because you can see the 60
I don't
foot of the
understand
bridge. Why couldn't you see the 90 foot of the water?
The geometry,
You guys
the
do not
geometry
What
understand
are
of
you
the
our
model
laughing
model
at
at?
all,
doesn't
do you?
dictate that.
You just agreed it was
You don't
150 foot
understand the
total.
model at all, do you?
No, I agree that it's 150 foot in your model, and you can only see 60 foot of it. You know why? Because your water doesn't curve, sir.
And we can measure that 150 feet.
Yeah, with
And
Jesse's
measure.
GPS data, go fuck off, man.
Really?
Quit lying to these people.
Really? Really,
Yeah, have
Rocky?
you measured
By
it?
the way, by
Have
the
you
way, we
measured
moved
it?
Cavendish yesterday, Rocky. Too
Have
bad you
you
weren't
measured
there.
it? Yeah, I can't wait to see the video. Have you measured it? Or has Jesse measured it?
No, Jesse measured it. I didn't measure
Yeah,
it.
so how do you know it's accurate? How do you know he's not deceiving people?
How do you know? How do I know? I know the equipment he used. I've seen the data he collected.
Yeah. So Jesse, right? Not you. You've only read the data. You haven't been there. You can go there yourself, Blue,
I
and
haven't been there. I've been there.
Yeah, you can see this. Okay, so
Hey,
you can see that. Then you know you can see the 60-foot hump of the bridge and can't see the 90-foot hump of water.
I might see the top of one of them. I can't see the other one.
Top of one, but not the other. It's 150 foot, no matter how you dwell on it.
There's two of those things, Rocky.
No, there's 5 of them, Blue. You sure you've been there?
Oh, you're talking about the big one, aren't you?
Yeah, the one that's about 12 miles. It's actually 8 point something.
Yeah, and then there's another one like it on the other side.
And there's 3 other ones shorter.
Yeah, short ones, right?
And you can see all of those. You can even see the 30-foot one, but you can't see the 90-foot hump of water. Strange that. You can see the deviation above the water.
You
The
cannot
30
see the
foot and the 60
shoreline.
foot standing on the shore. Yes, I didn't
Cannot
say
see
you can
the
see the
opposite
shoreline. Why would you believe
standing
you
on the
would?
shore, Rocky.
Yeah, because the atmosphere is
You
too thick in
cannot
that
see
area.
the shoreline standing on the other from the
Yeah,
other shore.
because on most days when
You
you're on the
see it
beach of one shoreline, the atmosphere sucks.
because that 90-foot hump of water is in your way.
No, sir.
90
Because
feet
the
of earth
atmosphere is too
curvature
thick
is
in that area.
between
There's all
you
types of.
and the
There's
other
an
side of the
airport that flies over the lake. There's an
You see
interstate
it
right there.
and
All
you
that
deny it.
pollution. There's hot
We've
and cold
data that
water.
proves it.
There's
And all you
salt
do is
water
deny it.
and fresh water mixing. There's a lot of humidity in Louisiana. You're not going to see 24 miles on a normal day. Now what?
And I'm telling you why you can't see 24
Yeah,
miles.
because of the atmosphere. I know exactly why.
No.
You can see the 12. You can see
No.
the 60-foot hump of the bridge.
No,
Yes, you
because of
can.
earth curve. Because of
Yeah,
earth curve.
yeah, because you have
In
to say
fact,
that.
just like any other body of water, things start disappearing about 3 miles out there.
Yeah, because you're looking at an angle and the water and the sky are merging together and blocking the object in the distance.
Oh, bullshit, Rocky.
Yeah, no, not bullshit.
Yes,
Actual
bullshit.
fact.
Nothing but
No,
bullshit.
scientific fact.
Nope.
Yep. Tell me more,
Scientific
Blue.
fact.
Tell me how I can see that 60 foot in my camera right there, but don't see the 90 foot of the water. The water looks flat.
Where were you? Up on top of that parking garage?
No, not in this one. I have a park. You want me to post the parking garage video? I'll do that. And I will agree. The dispute is not the height. When you go lower, you reduce your angle over the marine layer. Of course, you're not going to see as far. You'd have to be stupid to think you would. Now what?
I'm waiting on you to post where you were.
No matter how high I am, you would see the 90 foot along with the 60 foot, right, Blue? 150 foot. It would be taller than what I could ever be there in any parking garage.
Yeah, and that's why when you look down the damn thing, like Soundly did, you can see that curvature very clearly.
Yeah, Soundly is showing exactly what I'm talking about, mirage effects. I can show you every picture, and you can point out where the mirage starts. The glassy water, where the bottom of the things start to kind of merge together and blend in with the sky. Yeah, y'all just deny it. Y'all are either deceptive or y'all are just plumb dumb, man. Model afflicted. Soundly also shows the Marriott floating in the air. You believe that?
Don't get all excited now.
I'm not excited. I hate deception. Hate it. And I'm telling people they can go do this for themselves. I'm not telling them that someone measured it and I trust them because it fits my model.
Yeah,
that way I don't have to believe in a creator and I can be as ugly as I want to people and deceive them as much as I want because there's no consequences to my actions.
Didn't Travis go do the same observation that Soundly did and kind of showed the same thing Soundly did?
And your point is, I've done it. I can show you I can show you my videos and photos that show mirage.
Travis did the super too.
Yeah, everybody can go there, and on certain days, it's going to look a certain way. And if you get at a certain angle, it's going to appear, the water is going to appear to rise up, just like you would expect it to in the foreground. That's perspective. And if you look down a parallel object and perspective is taking place over the marine layer, it's going to appear as it gets further away from you to get lower and lower, which is going to give you the appearance of a curve. But smart people know it's not. Dumb people repeat it as Earth curve over and over again and say their God Jesse measured it with some GPS unit, but have never done it themselves.
Why don't you go measure it and prove he's wrong, Rakia? The instrument's
measure what?
Rakia. Get that.
Measure what?
3, Rakia. You
did
can
he
do the same
did he take that instrument over the water?
Show us where Jesse was wrong, but you're not willing to do that, are you? You could rent the thing. I know you don't want to buy one. They're $25,000 instruments, but you can rent them. Check it out. Trimble R10.
If we're going off what Soundly saw, I mean, Soundly saw cars going over a 70, 65, 70, 75 degree pyramid in the middle of the bridges.
Yeah,
that's not what's happening, right?
I'm showing a realistic picture of the bridge, and if he says I'm in a parking garage, well, Soundly was in a 15-story Marriott building.
And we're showing you GPS data. We're showing you GPS data that accurately plots the elevation of that bridge above Lake Pontchartrain, even over those marine humps.
I'm showing you another picture that
each
is
and every one
the
of them.
same height
The
as
only way you can do that is by
on a different day. It shows the bridge to be a different shape, and you're going to say that's not atmospheric conditions.
Oh, you guys, jeez.
Well, I think what's happening is like we're speaking from a macro perspective while he's trying to find some potential one-off scenario, cherry picking, something if it's even accurate. So
you can go do it over and over again. You'll get the same results.
Why not, Rakia? Why don't we challenge the thing with the Slack building Zanuck talks about? He says you can look down the whole corridor. So there's no marine layer. You can look down the whole corridor. That would be insane to see the 3 miles. Then he's talking about the ball going to roll to the middle. That's it right there. You can see 3 miles. You talk about 1 mile, 8 inches. He got 3 miles.
I'm just saying, you guys are going to lose your minds when you see my perpetual motion device at the St. Lawrence Seaway, since we got water flowing from the lower elevation to higher elevation.
Okay, I do like what that guy just said about the pipe. So let's just do a mind process, a theoretical, right? Get a 20-foot piece of pipe and you pour water in one end. Does it flow to the middle? I'll answer it. No, it doesn't. It just kind of stays right there. Now add 100,000 miles to the end of that pipe. At what point is that water going to start flowing towards the middle? If you make
They
that
say
pipe horizontal,
1 mile.
never.
I mean, theoretically though.
Yo, can someone get this dick and ass and balls and asshole carving picture out of the chat?
Sorry, what's going on in the chat? I'm driving right now.
Yeah, at
What's up?
7:18, actually 18 minutes after the hour. I don't know what time zone you guys are in. There's like a guy lifting his legs up with his ass and balls showing and like a
Who posted it? Yeah, who posted it?
What's up?
What's up?
What are you doing? What's up?
Can you just take it down? I don't like. I'm not saying whatever your point's not. Whatever.
Well,
Just
technically,
why is that
technically,
YouTube
it
really
was higher power that sent a DM to him, and he was trying
Yeah,
to
that's
prove
a
that the guy was lying.
repost. Yeah.
I'll tag you in it, Jeremy.
Is that some ancient statue or some shit?
I don't know why is it. Why are we posting shit like this in the chat now?
I don't know. Yeah, why'd you post that?
Yo, Rakia, why are you giving Blue such a hard time? Like, holy moly, y'all have been through this 100 times before, you know? And I just, y'all just like, it's not like, it's just, wake up and stretch, it's Sunday, you know what I'm saying? Let's throw a couple jabs around. I don't even get what the problem was.
We do. We throwing jabs.
I don't even know what the problem was. Like, it was like, what?
I don't care if it's Mother's Day, Christmas, Easter, whatever you got, bro. The game don't stop. I don't care if it's Hanukkah.
Man, this little
your bird.
Why ain't you all with your mothers today, though? No, nobody got an answer. That's crazy.
I'm hanging with you boys. I'm too far away from my mother today.
I started arguing with SE this morning before I even told my wife Happy Mother's Day.
That's wild, bro. Ladder's more important than your mom's?
Man, dang it. I was going to try to catch this little Kosho thing. He can't sit still, man. How long was he in here? I got to talk to him. Summon him back, Jeremy.
Magic the Gathering or Wizards and Warriors. I can't just summon Kosho. I mean, I can summon Zanuck if you say reference frame 3 times in a row while you're looking in a mirror, but I don't know how to summon Kosho.
I don't know his call yet, do we? We don't know the Kosho call. Oh, free pussy. Where'd you get your mama, Jeremy? You be on the flat earth like a crack ass. Water chill like a stillmatic. We back at it.
All right, we have water naturally flowing at the St. Lawrence River or Seaway or whatever from a lower elevation.
Sorry, Jeremy. Water flowing is not a thing anymore. Goes up and down. It's complicated, and you don't understand, bro.
Don't forget the uphill.
Listen,
part. Very important. Uphill.
listen, yeah, listen. According to Xanax,
I would just like to say that they apparently measured 8 feet of rise over 500 miles. I feel like there's a lot of wiggle room in that.
no, don't worry about that. We have a perpetual motion device in the making. All right, now we have water flowing from a lower elevation to a higher elevation, which means we could have water flow uphill. We could have water flow up a ramp. Then we could have it drop at the end, and then we can make the drop be a ramp downwards to where the thing started, and we'd have a perpetual, never-ending flowing of water. Perpetual motion.
You're telling me the top and the surface of the water is going uphill, not the bottom.
Yes, man.
Don, you missed it, Don. Zanuck was in here. Zanuck was in here earlier, basically saying that water flows up hills in some cases because of gravity.
Yes, we have perpetual motion. You guys don't understand the implication. This is huge, man. We're gonna kill it with this.
Jeremy, unless you have a complete circuit where it's going all the way back around. You know, it's not. This is ridiculous. Now
We're gonna
talk
have a
about
circuit.
all the. I heard you talk about the friction and the magnets and all the little friction element, and I've heard you give it reasonable mind to where you know the baby element that's going to fail it. And now in this situation, you clowning. You are smarter than this.
Clowning. I gave you the complete circuit. We have water. We have a ramp with water flowing from a lower elevation to the higher elevation. At the end of the ramp, when it's up really high, we have it drop
put a
off,
water
and then,
wheel.
we have. Hold on, man. I'm describing it down how the perpetual motion machine works. So it flows from downhill, from a lower elevation to a higher elevation. At the top of the ramp, at the higher elevation, we have a drop off. We have a ramp going down. Started, and then you just have a complete circuit.
The starting point, Jeremy.
Why?
Well,
Get
because
back around.
it's a gravity thing, dude.
I realize that, but we're gonna have it. We're gonna have the ramp is gonna be steep.
You have to draw for me, bro. I'm driving this.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand this, man. A circuit could be a straight line or a circle. What do you mean by ramping up? I'm trying to understand this.
Okay, we have water flowing from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, right? So we have it. So we have a ramp starting at the lower elevation, and it goes up to the higher elevation, right? There's your one way water flowing uphill. So now we've got something uphill. I mean, the rest of it is easy.
The only way you can get fluids to go uphill is if you indice like an electromagnetic charge or something like that. But other than that, it's definitely just going to seek equilibrium and flatten out at the top.
No, listen, you don't understand the globe model, bro. We got water flowing up hills. It's not. Don't worry about how it happens. They know it's happening. It's not important. The important part is.
I think I'm catching on.
Yeah, the important part here is we have perpetual motion. Wait, how would we get it to flow back to the other spot, to the beginning spot, though, if it's flowing uphill? Let me think about this. I mean, all you need to do to have perpetual motion is to get something up at a higher elevation, and you have perpetual motion. So.
Well, no, in Zanic anomics or Zanic geometrics, you can start from the bottom. Just add some water, and it'll go up that ramp.
Check out that San Francisco Bay model right there. I tagged you, Jeremy. They break down how high tides and low tides work.
Well, they started using tides to get electricity. They got some devices, some renewable devices that can catch the the movement of water because of the tides to get electricity.
Yeah, you can get an alternator and reverse polarity, and you can power up a couple things in your house with just one alternator. I would say probably about a 250 amp to 320 amp alt would be the best idea to use. Not 120. Make it go work, but you're gonna kill that amp eventually a lot quicker. I mean that alternator.
Yeah, but you can't do it just an alternator. You got to have something moving.
Yeah, a current, a river. You just
Looks like a water wheel. Yeah, a wind turbine, a hydro turbine.
Yeah, all we have to do is basically have the water go up the hill, spill onto the water turbine, and then have that water flow back to the beginning of the hill, and then it'll just flow back up and spin the wheel more. It's a perfect design, dude.
Yeah,
we
but
could
at the St.
fucking do
Lawrence
it. All we
Seaway,
have to
though.
find is one of these places, and we have a perfect motion device. It's fucking great.
I'm trying to figure, though, at the St. Lawrence Seaway, how would you get it, if water's flowing uphill, how would you get it to flow back down to the starting point? Because it's flowing uphill in that area.
You would need some type of generator, some type of like you could probably, what is it called? It's like mopeds have it, bikes, crotch rockets have it. A stator, electromagnetic
Oh.
pump that will keep rotating and keep it flowing. But you'll probably have to have it one side to another, and then draw a whole pipe all the horizontal through the underwater, and then give blades and start just they'll start spinning underneath the water.
Isn't that fucking hilarious that there's parts of the earth now where fucking shit flows upwards, falls upwards now instead of down? Like, it's just getting more and more ridiculous.
I could see a tiny spot where it could flow uphill, like in reality, because of the terrain or the pressure of the water or something. You might get a slight little bump where just one tiny little spot where it's going uphill, like slightly, but then it would go right back down, just from like the pressure of the water in the river and shit. You know what I mean? The river has a force, and
Yeah,
there's
isn't that what the
not for hundreds of miles or whatever Xanax is saying.
Isn't that what the California dam does? What is it called again? I know they got like some giant stators inside the dam, and they use it to like power up half of California.
Generators.
Yeah, generators or magnets with copper coil wrapped around them. I think they got like at least 4 or 5 of them under there. They're huge.
When did they discover water flows uphill? Like, when did that become a thing? Was that recently, or it must have been after they made this
That's
gravity?
old news. It's
Really?
pretty old news.
Okay,
Yeah.
so like cavemen who were painting on the walls knew about water flowing uphill? Or was it in the 1600s? Or was it the Romans? Or was it after America was formed? Because saying new is a relative term. Saying new is a relative term, so you're not actually conveying any
relative
information.
to us, it's pretty old news.
Well, here's the thing.
So relative to what, 80 years? So how many years? You're not
It's really
conveying
not that
any.
hard.
You're not conveying any information. I asked when that discovery's made. He's like, it's new or old or something. That's not conveying any information.
It's really not that hard. If you could find a like very heavy flow current, like a river or something like that, like where they go do kayaking and stuff, you will have slopes and dips. It's the flow of the water. That's what it is. That's making it appear going uphill.
I think what Zanuck is getting confused about, or I would have to look into it, but what makes sense to me is you can make water rise in elevation with using the flow of the water. So if you have a wide river and it gets condensed into a smaller area, like where it has to flow through, the elevation is going to rise.
Yep, there you go.
That kind of like pressure in a hose, basically.
Think about it. If it's 100 feet wide and all that water is flowing into a spot that's 50 foot wide, the water is going to rise up because it takes longer to get through that area.
I think the answer to the question is, where did that first come from? The uphill
Yeah,
water?
that's what I was asking,
I think that was
but-
from Sir. Yeah, I think that was from Sir Isaac Zanuck.
Oh, oh, fuck, that's dumb. I want to actually know though when they started fucking saying water flowed uphill, because like I'd like to actually know the year when they made this discovery. I feel like it would be actually a big deal in this geodetic surveying community, I guess. You know, like, wouldn't you think that's like a big deal? Like, water flows uphill. Oh my God, we've never seen this before. There must be some sort of note somewhere in a journal where they first like said like Eureka, it flows uphill.
I don't think anybody's
I was
saying
told
water.
as a kid that it's pretty common for the Mississippi River to reverse its course.
I challenge
Is that-
anybody to find a scientist that says water flows uphill.
Zanuck was talking
Zanuck.
about
Yeah,
reference
Zanuck.
to the ellipse.
Sir Isaac Zanuck said it.
Yeah,
He was
let
talking
Blue get in there.
Blue, you were saying?
specifically, and he said he was talking about with reference to the ellipsoid. And yes, it may appear to flow uphill with reference to the ellipsoid. That's a
From a
perfect shot.
higher, from a lower elevation to a
But
higher elevation.
when you
Right.
consider the geoid, no, then it does not flow uphill.
He said
I
from a
don't want
lower
to know that.
elevation to a higher elevation.
Wait, what? There's a so the ellipsoid is the model, right? So basically, what you're saying is it's flowing uphill on the model, but in reality, it is still flowing downhill.
It's flowing uphill on the ellipsoidal model, but on when you apply the WGS 84 ellipsoid geoid to it, no, it's not flowing uphill.
So basically, it is flowing downhill, but if you were to look from the perspective of this ellipsoid model, it's flowing uphill. So it's not actually flowing
That's
uphill.
right. That
So
would
it's
be
not
right.
actually flowing uphill. So what he's saying is kind of misleading when he words it that way.
I think he's trying to point out that
saying
there's a difference between the perfect
flowing from
ellipsoid
a
model and the actual geoid. Those two things may be
Zanuck said
at points they are, but sometimes the ellipsoid is lower in elevation than is below the ellipsoid. Sometimes the geoid is above the ellipsoid.
Yeah, I think it's still
so Zanuck said that listen, Zanuck said water is flowing from a lower elevation to a higher elevation. That is uphill.
Well, you have to be careful about how you're defining elevation. Elevation above
Mean
what?
sea level. Mean sea level.
Talking about mean sea level, that's not the ellipsoid.
That's how we get elevation.
Right.
No, that's
So
mean
here's
sea level is how we get elevations. That
No, we
is
get
not
elevation from mean sea level.
mean sea level doesn't follow the ellipsoid.
Yeah, if
Right.
you don't know how
So
if you
like
don't know how we get hello, hold on a second, Numpty. If you don't know how we get elevation, I don't know what to tell you, but we get elevation from mean sea level.
I just told you what it means,
Well,
Jeremy.
like I said earlier, at the
I told
beginning
you
of
we
this
get elevation from mean sea level, and you acted like no, that was wrong or something.
Well, yeah,
Me?
the geode model will tell you they defined it from. They actually draw and extend this imaginary quote hyphen imaginary line through the continents.
Right. So like I stated earlier, the water is not actually ever flowing uphill. It's just appearing to flow uphill from the perspective of this model, this imaginary mathematical model.
No, according to Zanuck, it is flowing literally uphill from a lower elevation to a higher elevation, and we all know how we get elevation.
Dude, I can just hear D-Mike right now. Turn your camera around and show me Tad's going up. I can just.
No, you can get elevations above the ellipsoid. That is not mean sea level. It might be
Elevation.
in places, but it is
I don't know
there's
what-
no guarantee that's going to be mean sea level.
I don't know why we're disputing
That's
on how we get mean
possible.
sea level, and we get mean sea level for sorry, I don't know why we're disputing on how we get elevation from mean sea level.
All right, if that's all you want to talk about is mean sea level, then that's fine.
That's how we get elevation. What do you mean? That's not all I want. I want to talk about how we get elevation.
You're referencing everything to mean sea level. Okay, fine. Not a problem.
That's how you get elevation, and yeah, that's how we get elevation for mean sea level. Yeah.
That isn't coincident with the ellipsoid.
Yeah, the ellipsoid
You guys
is
get
not
so there's a different.
representation of Earth's surface.
So you guys are getting mean sea level, or sorry, you guys are getting elevation from a different different point.
I believe that's what Zanuck was trying to say to you. If you take elevations from the ellipsoid, it can make it look like water's actually running uphill when it isn't.
Yeah, well, if that's what Zanuck was saying, then he's.
Level,
Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
The geoid, then it is not, because the
Are you
geoid and
done?
the
Oh, all
ellipsoid
right,
don't match
no.
each other. Is that
You're
okay?
taking long breaks in between your things, and I think you're done. And when you're not, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm finished. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I didn't hear what you're saying because you took a long pause, and then I would start to talk, and then we'd be talking over each other. Maybe do you want to repeat it?
Yeah, what I was trying to say, Jeremy, is if you take elevations relative to the ellipsoid, it may make it look like water is running uphill. It is not. The ellipsoid is not coincident with the geoid, nor is it coincident with mean sea level. Mean sea level is pretty much following the geoid, not the ellipsoid.
Yeah, but that's how we get elevation from mean sea level. I've never
Yeah.
heard. In fact, I have a citation from Wikipedia saying that mean sea level is not to be confused from the center of Earth. It's taken from mean sea level.
Right.
Right.
Right. Changes.
Right. So it's definitely elevation is definitely taken from mean sea level and not the center of the ellipsoid or the sphere or whatever you want to say is happening.
Yeah. Well, for instance, at Lake Pontchartrain, the distance from the center of the ellipsoid to the north end of that bridge is a shorter distance than it is from the center to the south end of the bridge.
Yeah, which has nothing to do with elevation because elevation is taken from the mean sea level.
So in order to get that, now you've got to take those distances, the actual distance from the center, track the height of the ellipsoid, and then apply the geoid model to it. And then you get mean sea level. You get elevation above mean sea level. That's why the GPS so accurately returns the elevation of the road surface there on that bridge.
Sorry, did you just say we get mean sea level from measuring from the center of Earth?
I'm talking about GPS now. No, we
So
get
nothing
mean
to do with
sea level
elevation because we
from sea
definitely
level.
know. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. You took a long pause. Go ahead.
No, we get mean sea level from measuring sea level.
Yes, and we get elevation from measuring the measurement above mean sea level, right?
Measuring mean sea level is a lengthy, drawn out, really tedious process.
I
think they
know, and then we get
doing it, you know.
I know, and then we get elevation from. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead and I'm sorry.
We get mean sea level, which is a lengthy process, we know, and then you get elevation from mean sea level, not from the center of the ellipsoid or the center of Earth. There's nothing to do with elevation. I can literally give you a citation that says that if you need it.
Sorry, you took a
I don't know
long
why
pause.
I would have to.
Took another long pause.
Yeah,
Only talking about GPS now, Jeremy.
Uh-oh. Moving along. I just gave you guys a site. Well, Jeremy might know, but that's from the NOAA right there. That's how they get it.
Using GPS, all measurements are from the origin of the ECEF coordinate system.
So whatever you're doing there has nothing to do with elevation because that elevation has nothing to do with the center of the ellipsoid or sphere or whatever you want to say.
All measurements, GPS measurements, begin as a distance, an XYZ coordinate referenced to the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, whose origin is at the center of the ellipsoid.
Right. So
Now,
we're not
once
talking about
you have that-
elevation anymore then.
Hold
Because
on.
elevation is not referenced.
Almost done. Almost there.
Oh, I thought you were done, my bad.
Now, if you take that XYZ data and apply the ellipsoid to it and correct it for the geoid, you'll actually end up with mean sea level.
Okay, so this has nothing
above or below mean
Los
sea level.
churritos a dónde, mi amor?
silent. You're hot, Mike.
Oh,
Are we
sorry.
Spanish? Are we talking Spanish to both? So if you're using the center of the ellipsoid or the center of your sphere, then we're definitely not talking about elevation or mean sea level because neither of those have anything to do with elevation.
You are as soon as you apply the two corrections I've mentioned, Jeremy.
So do I need to get the citation that says elevation has nothing to do with the center of Earth? Is that what you need to see?
Do you need to see how GPS works? I can get that citation for you too.
No, it's fine. But as long as we're talking about elevation, we're definitely not talking about the center of the sphere or the geoid or whatever you think, because it has nothing to do with that. Elevation has nothing to do with that. Do you need the citation that says that or no?
No, I don't need that, Jeremy. I'm well aware of the fact of what mean sea level is and how it's used. I'm telling you how GPS works.
Great. So in the meantime, we have water flowing from a lower elevation to a higher elevation.
Compared
Not
to
referencing that has nothing to do with GP elevation. Elevation has nothing to do with GPS from the center of Earth. We just went through that. You said you didn't need the citation. That must mean you agree, right?
And I said yes, yes. Correct. I do not need a citation for that. And if you're talking about reference to the ellipsoid, yeah, you'll get a different result, because that is not mean sea level. That's
Did you say you do need the? Did you say you do need the citation?
No, I don't need it, Jeremy.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I
Just
actually
checking.
went to
I have
school. I
had to
don't.
correct Rumpus and a bunch of guys on this multiple times about elevation and whatnot being referenced from the center of Earth. So now that we're all clear on how we get elevation, we have water flowing from a lower elevation to a higher elevation. I don't know what's so funny.
Where's the elevation measured from?
Is it funny? But I mean, I'm not the one making that claim. Xana claimed that. It is pretty funny, though. I would laugh at that, too. I don't blame you.
What did Zanuck say he measured the elevation from for that claim?
It doesn't. Xanic doesn't matter how we said we measure. We know how we measure elevation. It's from mean sea level. That's how you get elevation.
Well, he meant that.
Well, if Xanic doesn't know how
He
to
meant that.
measure. If Xanic doesn't know how we get elevation, maybe he shouldn't even be talking about it.
Okay, could be.
I just posted one simple thing that ends the debate, ends the conversation. 52 past the hour. I mean, it doesn't get simpler than that. It's water flow. Starts in Lake Ontario and ends up in the Atlantic Ocean. End of story. Sorry, Zanuck, bro.
Yo, why is this WhatsApp guy now filming what I'm saying and trying to like smear me? And then I look into the video where he's trying to smear me, and what he's claiming to smear me about is literally in the video, me saying exactly what he said I didn't say. It's just kind
That's
of
what he does.
it's
Pay him no
kind
heed.
of, why isn't he? That's fucking. This guy is very dishonest. It's kind of disgusting, honestly. It's really weird, bro. This is really creepy. This is really, yeah. I would say this is just disgusting.
But what's the thing with the river? Like, was Zanuck talking about St. Lawrence?
Yeah.
And he
He was
said that
saying
it's
from a lower elevation. Yeah. His exact words, I think, were from it. He said it. He did say that it flows uphill, and he was also asked by Jeremy, I think, from a lower elevation to a higher elevation, and he also said yes to that.
Oh, okay. And he wasn't talking about tides or anything like that. No.
And I asked him specifically if he was talking about with reference to the geoid, and he said yes.
Oh, okay, so
and how does that change the water flow?
You can't understand that the geoid and the ellipsoid don't match each other. Is that what you're telling me?
So if he was talking about the center of the geoid, then he definitely didn't mean elevation, because that's not how. In fact, elevation has nothing
you
to do
define
with.
it, Jeremy, and it may not be the normal way of defining it, but that's the way he was looking at it. Try to follow along.
No, I'm following along. Zanuck don't know what elevation means, because we know that elevation is not taken from the center of Earth. It's taken from the average sea level. I'm
If I just
following
say
along.
elevation,
Zanuck don't
then
know what elevation means. You need to follow along.
if
Try
I
to keep
just
up, Blue.
say elevation, or you just say elevation, I'm going to assume that you mean elevation above mean sea level. Yes. And if you want to reference
Elevation means, yeah.
elevation to Jeremy, if you want to reference elevation to some other datum, I expect you to say what that datum is. If that datum happens to be the ellipsoid, for instance, you should say that. Elevation above the ellipsoid is not the same thing as elevation above the geoid. Now, I could arbitrarily say another datum. I could say 700 feet above mean sea level is going to be 0 feet for my reference frame. And that's done a lot in industrial plants. We'll set an elevation for a power plant and say 0 is the ground floor. And then you can name each floor some reasonable number instead of thousands of feet above mean sea level. That's not an
When we're
uncommon
talking
thing to do.
about Earth, though, and we're talking about elevation on Earth, we don't need to make up any kind of new terminology for it. We already know the terminology for elevation, and it's referenced from mean sea level, not some bullshit thing you want to make up. Now you're using elevation, and you don't even know what elevation means. Obviously, keep
Do
up.
not tell me I don't know what elevation means, sir. I do know exactly what it means, and I've just explained it to you very succinctly. Normally,
mean?
elevation is talking about elevation reference to mean sea level. You can reference elevation to some other datum point if you choose. You need to say what that datum is. Apparently, that's what Zanuck did not do.
No, elevation on Earth is always measured from mean sea level. If you're trying to
Elevation
measure
on Earth
elevation,
is not
if you're
always
trying to
measured
measure,
above
I'm
mean
sorry,
sea
I'm
level.
definitely
I
not
just
done.
gave you
Hold
an
on one
example of
second,
that.
please, Blue. This is very rude. If you're talking about elevation from some other point, you don't know what elevation means on Earth because elevation on Earth is measured from mean sea level, period.
I can take you to 100 power plants where elevation is measured in a boiler house reference to the ground floor. They call that 0.
Yeah, then that's not
You can use a
elevation
different
reference to
datum.
Earth.
It does not have to be mean sea level. As long as you know that floor elevation is 782 feet above sea level, you can work out the rest of it if you want to.
Yeah, if you're
It's not
referencing
always where you
elevation from
think it is.
something else, oh my goodness. If you're talking about elevation from some other point than mean sea level, then you're not talking about elevation on Earth. You're talking about elevation from some other point. That's not elevation. He was talking about elevation, the elevation on Earth.
Long pause.
Listen, I'll get. I don't know. I feel like I need to get you the citation where it says how we get elevation. You're trying to like argue it with me, and it's not even me saying it. It's your people on Wiki.
I don't know how much more clear I can be, Jeremy. Normally, when we say elevation, we are normally talking about elevation above mean sea level. Is that good enough? You want me to just stop there? Fine.
Elevation on Earth is taken from mean sea level. End of sentence. Period.
Okay, fine. We'll go with that.
Go with that because that's what it is. Go with that. It'd be stupid to not go with that. Going with that doesn't know what the fuck elevation is.
Well, you're calling a lot of engineers and power plant guys stupid, Jeremy, but go ahead.
Fine. If they don't know where elevation is from on Earth, then I guess, I don't know. I guess they don't know what elevation is. I don't know what to tell you.
I guess we don't. You're smarter than we are. You win, Jeremy. Congratulations.
And this is just pointless because Zanuck isn't here.
I mean, this is a real simple thing. Elevation is taken from mean sea level. That's how we know. That's how we get elevation on Earth, from mean sea level. If you're just talking about something else, you're not talking about elevation.
The elevation of the Boilermaker floor is based on mean sea level. I don't know what Blue is arguing about.
What other thing would you like to call it other than elevation? It's above a datum. The datum normally is mean sea level. It doesn't have to be, but usually it is.
You know what else Zanuck said, Blue? And I want your opinion on this if you care to answer. He showed a picture at the end of the St. Lawrence River, and he said there's a point there where I can go where I can see the water flowing uphill, like the other way. Instead of flowing into the mouth, instead of flowing into the opening, going the other way around.
This is from National Geographic. Elevation is distance above sea level. Period. End of sentence.
There's no disputing that. I mean, come on, Blue. There's no disputing that.
All right, I'll go dig out some engineering text and show you what I'm talking about.
Dumb.
What do you think about the flow? Put aside the height thing for now, the elevation. What do you think about the reverse flow of the St. Lawrence River?
I don't know anything about the St. Lawrence River. Montreal, you live next to it. You tell me.
But logically speaking, do you think that it can flow the other way at any point?
I'm not sure what the conversation was about. Are you talking about tides?
No, look, the St. Lawrence River starts off from Lake Ontario, I think it is, one of the Great Lakes, and flows all the way down into the Atlantic Ocean. That has opened up exploration to the continent for hundreds of years. Everybody knows that, right?
I think he's talking about the momentum of the river could potentially push the water up over a spot where it's higher elevation and flow. As long as it has, it's like Raquel was saying, where a large volume of water in a wide river could flow down into a basin and maybe it would narrow out and actually rise in elevation as it went through that pass or something. There's a lot of forces involved there that they're just saying the river's flowing uphill.
I don't think that's what he meant, but I guess we'll wait until he comes back to clarify. But I'm pretty sure he said uphill.
You can see that affected any water park, can't you?
Yeah, yeah.
If the water pools somewhere and bunches up, that I won't disagree with that. But under just regular conditions, I think that's what Zanek's talking about. But if I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected. I know one thing for sure. Zanek, when you ask him, he's going to repeat the same thing. He's not going to bullshit about it. So when he comes back, ask him. He might make up stuff while in the conversation, but once he says it, then he'll repeat it again and again and again. Tell you one thing, I wouldn't want to be on that side of the trying to defend water flowing uphill. I wouldn't take that on. No way.
Well, I'm still waiting for a coherent argument that tells me why Jesse's data shows what it shows. What did Jesse do wrong? What is wrong with that data? Why does it show the Earth curvature? I'm still waiting on that.
Well, that's the interesting part, Blue, because if you go by his data, right, you have to admit that the bridge has a 90-foot rise in the center. Now, there's no way around that. When you stand at the beach and you draw a chord, like you guys say, you have to say there's a rise of water in between you. There's no way around that.
But this isn't just saying it. This is measuring it. What's
Exactly.
wrong?
No, it's beautiful because when you say you measure it, then I can tell you, okay. And I think that's what Rakia was trying to tell you. How come you can't see that? How come you can see other things rising, like the hump of the bridge itself?
Well,
and not see this hump, this other hump.
How about taking that hump in the bridge and spreading it out over 24 miles and then and making it the same height above the surface of the water as the rest of the bridge is? Do you think you could see that?
Well, that's exactly the configuration. A bridge.
I just, I mean, we're not able to actually stand on the beach and visually draw this chord line that we're talking about to someone standing on the other side. I mean, that's kind of something you have to draw out on an orthographic view on a piece of paper, which we don't observe that standing on the beach. I personally, I don't have a problem with these dimensions that y'all are talking about, and I would expect actually the center of that bridge to be below my line of sight standing at the beach because it drops.
I'm sure it is.
Below.
Set up an auto level and shoot it. Tell me where it is.
I don't know. I think we're talking like when we talk about this, we talk in different dimensions, like for real.
I agree with that.
If it was below, it wouldn't have struck it.
I've yet to see anybody set a water level up at the beach and shoot down the length of that bridge and tell me whether the bridge
You don't
is
shoot down anything with a water level.
not a water level. I mean a auto level. Set a water level up off to the side a little bit where you can see the length of the bridge. Show me the bridge staying on that line.
How long did you want to shoot the auto level for? I'm just curious.
You can see the other end of the bridge. Go ahead.
That's wrong.
How
You
many
don't
miles?
use an auto level like that.
Yeah, how many miles did you want to shoot the auto level for?
I mean, all it is a telescope with a level on it. I mean,
looking through atmosphere over turbulent water. Yeah, that's all it is.
25 miles, Blue. You want to shoot an auto level?
Okay, so you can't shoot 12 miles to the hump or 8 miles to the hump.
8 miles. You want to shoot an auto level? I'm trying to get a number on how far you want to shoot this auto level for.
Well, it's not reading a story poll. It's just making an observation.
Yeah, let's let Blue say how long he wants to shoot an auto level for. He doesn't need to be saved. He's some of you guys' Glover daddy. Let's hear it.
The answer is as far as you can shoot it. How far do you think you can shoot one?
I don't know.
Accurately about 300, 400 feet over water like that.
Okay, well, GPS doesn't have those limitations, so why don't we use a tool that's better suited
Funny,
for
we wasn't talking about GPS.
We should use a tool that's more appropriate for measuring these things. GPS is very appropriate. It consistently returns the elevation that we can measure above that lake. But the only way it gets that is by applying the geoid and the ellipsoid to it.
Yeah, it has it built in, right?
If you accept the GPS data, then you've got to accept the geoid and the ellipsoid.
So you're saying your GPS data gets elevation from the center of the ellipsoid?
Yeah, the raw data, that's what that's the form it's in, XYZ. Cartesian coordinates.
So your GPS knows where the center of Earth is?
Yeah. Knows how far away it is.
Yeah. How did you get that?
It calculates it with the radius. Calculates, not measures.
Yeah, Blue, how'd your GPS get the center how does your GPS know where the center of Earth is?
That's where the center of the ECEF coordinate system is fixed.
So how does it know that that is the center of Earth?
It's a projection of where the center is supposed to be. That the model is based on.
And all the data comes off of that.
Did you answer? I don't know if you didn't answer my question or not. A couple of people jumped in. How does your GPS know that that coordinate, whatever you said, is where the center of Earth is?
GPS is just an electronic device, Jeremy. It doesn't know anything.
So it doesn't know where the center of Earth is, but it's measuring elevation from this point that it doesn't know where it is. This doesn't even make sense.
It triangulates its position. It triangulates the position it is sitting in with respect to a coordinate system. And that coordinate system has an origin that's fixed at the center of the ellipsoid.
Yes, but the GPS doesn't know where the center of Earth is, and and you're telling me this coordinate system starts at where the center of Earth is, where the GPS doesn't know where that point is. It doesn't make sense, Blow.
Well,
I think basically what they did in their would be the Glober answer, is that they basically have a bunch of satellites.
There's a Glober here, and he was about to answer.
All right, I'll shut up.
I don't know why you guys got to jump in when I'm trying to go back and forth with these guys all the time. It helps them. You're helping them.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought if you ask a question, you'd like it answered. But if you want it to be answered by a specific person, that fine. I'll shut up. It's fine.
What are you trying to ask, Jeremy?
This will be like the third or fourth time. I'm not sure. I wasn't keeping track, but you're telling me this coordinate system that the GPS is using starts at the center of Earth, and the GPS doesn't know where the center of Earth is. It doesn't make sense.
It is a coordinate system, Jeremy. For the third or fourth time now. It's a coordinate system that is called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. The origin is at the center. All of the GPS satellites reference their position to that origin. Every GPS receiver then gets its information from those satellites, not from the origin of the damn coordinate system.
Yeah. You told me GPS.
The GPS receivers are getting their information from the satellites.
Yeah, let's just slow down a second. You told me GPS is measuring elevation from the center of Earth. And then I said, well, how does it know where the center of Earth is? And this is where you tell me how the GPS knows where the center of Earth is.
By getting its position from the satellites, Jeremy. That fixes a point in space, and that defines a distance to the center of the origin of the coordinate system.
What?
I don't know. Can you repeat that, maybe using different words? The GPS is measuring its elevation above the center of Earth. Now it needs to know where the GPS needs to know where the center of Earth is to make a measurement from the center of Earth to this elevation point.
The GPS doesn't know where it is. The GPS figures out where it is by receiving signals from satellites, 4 or more of them. Those satellites are all a known distance, a known position in space relative to that coordinate system that we're talking about.
Relative to the center of Earth.
When you know the positions of those 4 satellites very precisely, you can trilaterate the position of the receiver in XYZ coordinates. And that's the first step in the process is that. You get an XYZ position in space relative to the center, relative to the origin of the coordinate system that you're using. From
you
that,
put that origin.
Continue.
Now, from that XYZ position, that easily translates into a distance, if you want it, a simple distance, all the way from the origin to that point. That's simply the square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared. You can take that data now and subtract the height of the distance of the ellipsoid from the origin at that point, and that will give you the first bit of information that you need to determine your elevation. But now you're simply referenced to a perfect geoid, or perfect ellipsoid. Now you need to apply the WGS 84 to it to correct that, because you're going to be off maybe as much as 30 meters or so if you don't.
Okay, can we just slow down, please? You're getting like way too in detail when we still didn't figure out how the GPS knows where the
let me
center of
ask you,
Earth.
yeah, let me ask this question, Jeremy. Would the orbit of this the radius of the satellite's orbit dictate the center?
Would the orbit dictate the center?
The radius of the satellite's orbit, would that dictate how far away it is from the center?
I mean, no, they could be spinning above us over a flat plane. So I'm going to say no.
Which is the correct answer, mind you.
So
Jeremy
we got
Sharp
this
today.
GPS.
Watch out, guys.
We got it's Mother's Day. I gotta go do stuff for my wife. I'll be back. I'll be listening. Don't fuck around.
Okay, everybody, start swearing all.
Jeremy's married.
Who said I'm married? Yeah, of course I'm married. To your mom. I'll tell her you said Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, everybody, call your moms and tell them how. Damn it! Tell them how special they are.
And fuck that shit.
Your wives too, man. They do a lot of work all year.
Stupid commercialized holidays. Every day's Mother's Day. You should be good to your partner. Every day's Valentine's Day. Every day's Father's Day.
As a matter of fact, that's what I told my mom today. Why is only today special? And we got a laugh out of it.
Shut up, Chad.
What happened? You guys are all talked out now? Everyone always wants to talk at the same time.
Shut up, it's a globe. Slandering? I think that's what WhatsApp's been doing the whole day, calling people kids and other things.
Is the text chat going crazy?
Yep.
Come on, guys. Don't make me go into text chat.
Just start driving so you don't have to.
All right, I'm seeing a lot of like name calling and shit going on, guys. There's no calling names, no insulting. Let's not attack people like personally or anything. Literally, first sentence, Gif Earther. Who are you? Why are you calling people names and stuff, dude? Do I gotta block you from being able to type in this chat, or what's going on? Can you control yourself like an adult, please, and not call names, guys? I know it's tough. This is a very heated debate. You know, there's emotions and egos involved. But let's try to keep it Keep it civil, all right? We want more people to join that aren't in this arena right now. I'm sick of talking to you people. All right, I want to talk to new people. And we're never going to get those new people if we act like maniacs, call names, shit like that. Rocky knows. All right, Rocky, you asked people, would you ever join this chat, this voice chat? People, hell no. People with thin skin would never get into this the way we act sometimes. So we got to try to keep it cool.
Hey, what's up? You wanna bring this public, bitch? Do you want everybody to find out, see every activity you have in other servers? How you try to break up communities? Huh?
See, that's not a good start. That's not a good start.
Yeah,
You
man, I'm
started off
sorry.
by
You
calling them.
guys keep gaslighting me, right?
Yeah, but let's still not try not to call names. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Even
Yeah.
earlier today, he started gaslighting, lying about people. When I called him out on it, he asked for a mod to shut me up. What's up? What's up? Wanna start drama?
No,
You
we don't
can
want
handle it,
drama.
bitch.
We
I'm
don't.
done.
Please,
I'm
with the
sorry.
name calling. Hey,
I'm
we
sorry.
don't want to start drama. We don't want to start drama, please.
If this guy thinks he can do whatever he wants and slander people and
He
nobody
can't.
tells him nothing, what's
He
up with
can't do
that?
whatever he wants.
He can do whatever he wants?
No, he cannot. He cannot do whatever he wants. This is not a democracy.
Look at him. Look at him right now.
This
He's
is
DMing me.
the Iron Curtain of Russia, where we're gonna rule this shit with an iron fist.
Do you guys know who this guy is? He's a brick. Every debate he goes in, he makes the argument of level earth or flat earth look stupid. That's what this guy does. He goes in communities and tries to break them up. That's what this guy does. Drama.
Time will tell.
Every time this guy is drama.
Time will tell. Let's just keep our cool, please. No name calling. Right? If
Cool,
somebody
but
calls
this
names,
guy
don't call them a
has a
name back.
lot
Come
of
get a mod. We'll take care of it. You have
watch
5
out.
minute timeout. Anyone calling names, 5 minutes timeout.
Uh-oh. You got it out there, man? You good to go?
Oh, we're fucking good to go.
Hey, he just came. Did he leave? Oh, man. He just. Okay. All right. I guess he had to vid it out.
Yo, where did everyone go?
I'm busy doing grown up shit.
What grown up shit? On a Sunday?
Same here. Man, I'm tired.
Mowing the lawn.
Yo, what's up, Don?
It got real quiet. I was like, dang, that was
Yeah.
some good background noise, man. I needed that. What's going on?
Oh no. I'm guessing Blue must have globe smacked everybody. Smacked the grown up into Jeremy, that's for sure.
Definitely weren't listening. Blue got bodied on some GPS shit, and then one of my guys saved. And then one of my guys saved him, and he went away.
What? No way. That's wild.